easy. It's my shot. Got this. If I get the call, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Welcome to World Poker Tour's coverage of day 2 of the WPT Prime Cyprus Championship at the beautiful Chamada Prestige Hotel Spa in northern Cyprus. My name's Richard Hayes, and I'll be guiding you through the first stint of day 2. Got a very talented table here with us, including David Hu, a final tables in WPT Amsterdam a number of years ago, Martin Berman, Ferenc Bardai, Dan Hila, Leonard Derlewanger, and Lars Janssen. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 big blind ante. The total prize pool over 1.3 after the event being over 1,300 entries. 177 players making the money. We actually have 173 starting the day because a couple of players qualified twice and they got in cash. Let's kick off the action. We've got David raising with Ace-2 suited from middle position. Been raised at 20,000. Start in the cutoff with Ace-Jack, E3 at 60,000. Leonard dumps 9s and small blinds. Johnny Samer gets out of the way. As David. And Lars takes down. A nice pot pre-flop. See those time bank chips there. We are playing a shot clock today, so hopefully that'll keep the action nice and speedy, and we'll get through plenty of hands. Pair of deuces for Ferenc Bardai, middle position. Side to let it go. 10-9 suited for Lars in the hijack, my personal favourite hand. E-min opens. You saw him in the small blind with King Jack. 25 bigs. Could be a potential 3-bet jam scenario. Sides to flat. Maverick in the big blind, whose real name is Amin Karameh, calls with 7-6. Flop comes King Deuce. Johnny loving it. Checks his option. Lars c-betting with the 10 high. Johnny takes the call, not wanting to lose a customer. Turn comes to 3 of clubs. Expect Johnny to check again here. Decides to leave out this time. It's a bet of 27,000. I would imagine ours is going to let this go. Taking a time bank out of Hollywood, unless he's thinking of getting a bit funky here. Burning through another time bank. These you are a relatively precious commodity. You don't want to be running out of them, that's for sure. So surprised to see him burn through 2 of those, and he does let it go. Johnny will be disappointed. Lars didn't have anything he could continue with there. Yes, it's been a fantastic week of poker here. If you've never been to the Chamada, it's a beautiful resort, beautiful casino, and they take care of players and staff really well. So you should get yourself out here for next year's edition if you can. There's also a championship event here in August, I think, with a $3,500 in event buy-in. So hopefully we'll see somebody there. Leonard with his 6 off, a cut off. He opens to 20,000. Martin defends the big blind with Queen 7 off. Both players miss. Expect Leonard to take this with a small c-bet. It's his range. Decides to check back though. 10 of diamonds. Does give Martin up and down straight draws and gives Leonard gut shot. Martin has one of his outs. Do that straight. As you can see, Leonard is still the favourite. Does now go for the delayed c-bet. 25,000. Martin makes the quick call. Go to the river, 6 clubs. Leonard picks up a pair. He gets some showdown value. May decide to check this back, but we'll see. Might barrel to try to get Jack X to fold. He is now feeding any flush draws that might have called on the flop and would have otherwise missed. He does check back and he'll take the pot down. Nice 10 big blind pot for Leonard. So in terms of the payouts, first place is a massive $200,830. That includes a seat worth $10,400 to the WPT World Championships in Las Vegas in December. Bardai picking up a nice hand under the gun, pocket jacks, 9 big blinds. Probably just going in. Yep, and he does move all in. See if anybody has anything that can give him some action. Dan with king queen off 40 bigs, 44 bigs. Certainly a hand you would think about calling with, but decides to let it go. Maverick has an ace, but not good enough. And David, who only has 9 high in the big blind, so Ferenc gets that through. Probably slightly disappointed. May have been hoping for some action and getting a double up there, but he'll take the pot without any opposition. So yes, back with payouts. The spot at the final table is worth $18,800. All players in day 2 have secured a minimum payout of $1,940. We'll play down to a final table of 9 today. And they'll return at 1 o'clock tomorrow for final table. That'll be streamed as well. In terms of schedule for the commentary today, my colleague Liam Gannon will be taking over from me, and then we'll have Matt Savage and Tony Dunst take us for the rest of it. Complete small blind. Jack 3 off. He actually has Ferenc pipped in the big blind with Jack 2 off. Ferenc going for the raise. 25,000, and that's good enough to take the pot down. So nice play, Ferenc there. It's not really a hand that you want to be seeing a flop with. He min bets it and gets jammed on, he can just get away from it. The defending champion from last year, Tudor Periche, is still in the field. So let's see if he's able to make another deep run. Lars with King 10 suited under the gun. That's a go. Dan disposes of ace 3 off. Only with King 8 suited off 30 bigs, 33 bigs. That's a go. Keep 2 on the button with Jack 9 off. Goes fine open. Yes, our PS3 suited of 10 big blinds. May well be a 3-bet jam. Blocking better aces. Sides to flat. Oh, this could be some action. Queen 9-4 flop. SR with a nut flush draw. David with the second pair. SR checks. Continues bet 11,000. SR certainly won't be going anywhere. It's just a question of whether he moves all in or just calls or raises. I think at its stack size, it's really either a call or a raise. I don't think you have room to rebet. Decides to just call. Eight spades on the turn. He picks up a gut shot. Second pair. SR checks once more. He checks it back, keen to realise his equity. And he does indeed pick the river. Can't see Yassar getting out of line here. I think this will be an easy check fold. But just pondering what bet sizing to go for, how much value you can get here. That goes for around 2/3 of the pot, 40,000 into 7. Sorry, that's a good thing. This is the second year we've been at Chamada Prestige. The numbers just keep growing. This year we passed last year's total number of entrants by almost 16%. So live poker certainly seems to be in rude health at the moment. It's good to see. Mine pondering position with ace-4 off, just under 9 bigs, and he moves all in. Looks like we'll get it through. Does. And he's happy with that. Let's smile. Like the mini celebration. In terms of experience of the players, David 2 probably is is that player. Almost 1.4 million in live earnings. And a regular at these events, so he certainly won't be overawed by the stage. Action folds to David in the hijack with pocket sixes. All 50 bigs. In opens. Vardy with the very pretty King Queen suited in the next seat. And this may well be a 3-bet jam of just under 13 bigs. And it does indeed go in. And this is a interesting spot for David. Hijack versus cutoff. So Vardy certainly could be shoving worst pocket pairs. Off his stack size. I think David probably knows if he calls, there's a good chance he's flipping. I guess he has to decide whether Vardy also jams all the higher pocket pairs, and he decides to wait for a better spot. So Vardy gets another one through. Chipped up a bit from his starting stack. Johnny Salma under the gun with ace suited off 33 bigs. I would imagine this will be in the open. He does go for the open to 20,000. Vardy with King Queen again, this time offset. Got a different spot here against an under the gun opening range, which generally going to be reasonably tight. Because of that, he does dispose the hand. And gets rid of 6-5 suited in the small blind. Leonard in the big, Jack 9 off. He defends. And that is a beautiful flop for Leonard. Trip 9s. Checks back. Sorry, he checks Johnny. Goes for the c-bet for 1,000. Leonard obviously not going to be going anywhere. It's just a question of whether he just calls or raises. He does go for the raise to 55. I can't see Johnny continuing here. He doesn't have a spade. any potential backdoor flush draws, and he does get. Leonard will be disappointed there. He was actually hoping Johnny had an overpair with flush draw. And he continue with his high. Eights. Under the gun for Amine. Off the left, big blinds. This one Wells being all in. Yep. SR with a weak ace. It's given it some consideration, but against it under the gun range, can't see him getting involved. He does dispose of it. Johnny in the big blind with ace 9. Get rid of it as well. So Haven takes another pot down with a pre-flop shove. Seems like he was maybe hoping for some action there from his reaction, but the medium pair, you're never devastated to get short jam through. Players playing nice and quickly so far. Nobody's used the time bank apart from Lars using 2 on that 10 high, which was a wee bit strange. Yes, arm moving all in. Pocket 10s. Nice hand to wake up with. Dan gets rid of Jack 10 suited. Johnny has an ace, but isn't great. He gets rid of it. And I mean, you would imagine we'll be folding Queen 6 suited. Lars gets rid of ace 8 off, middle position. Dan up the ace 10 off behind him and it's to 20,000. Mine gets rid of his weak ace, and Bart gets rid of Queen High, big blind, so another pot taken down uncontested. It's the first hand Dan involved in the final tables. Be happy enough with that. SR with ace 10 suited, 10 big blinds. Takes a tank bank. +1, it's maybe a wee bit of an awkward spot later on. You would certainly expect it to go all in, but you know, it's absolutely fine to go for it here, I think. I just take jack off. Mark with the same hand. Get rid of that. See if it gets rid of suited ace 5 as well. Yeah, Mark gets that through. Dan gets rid of ace 2 suited position. Sorry, ace 2 off in middle position. King 9 suited off 27 big jack. Correct. Okay. It's a big blind. It's big. We'll defend this. It does. Come 10 3. Link ahead. Being C-bet. Small size 20,000. That is all approved. Gets approved, gets Frank gold better, so we'll be pleased with that. Lars gets rid of Jack 7 suited under the gun. To David, who the button, 10 for suited. To the open, 20,000. Star with pocket juices in the big blind. Second orbit in a row where David's raised the button and Yasar's woken up with a hand. This might be the spot where Yasar decides to go for it, but no, he just flats. And David goes in front with a pair of 10s on 10 ace 6 flop. Yasar checks. David bets 11,000. You would imagine Yasar will be letting this go. He does. Blinds are up, 6,000, 12,000, with 12,000, big blind empty. That may mean we start to see some of these previously 10, 11 big blind stacks start to get a bit more aggressive. Move it round to the rank on the button. Ring Farday. Let's go with King 4 off. Sar with Ace 5 off in the small blind. Now with less than 10 big blinds, you would imagine the jam. He does go for it. 100,000, and ours not going to be calling with 10 juice. Sar will be pleased to get that through. Let's go with Queen 9, marked with the same hand. Oops. Sar picks up another ace, this time Ace 10 off on the button. On 10 bigs after winning the previous pot. Goes for the open. 24 cards. That with King high in the big thing. And he does defend. What comes? 9 of clubs, 7 of clubs, 7 of spades. Another paired board. Check through. 3 of hearts will turn. Yasar still ahead, but Dan may decide this is what he can stab at, given it does favour the big blind's range, but he does check it back. As does Yasar, and that looks like a 10. Indeed it is. SR River's top pair has the check mark, and is now deciding to have a stab at it. But surprised if this worked. Goes for 18,000. It's a quick call from SR. Yes, may well have been the correct point to try to take that down for Dan. Was on the turn. Tried it on the river, but SR did top pair. Martin with Jackie and the clubs. Lets it go. Bearing lets go with the ace, the hijack. Hold it round to the blinds. Dan heel it with 9-2 suited. He completes. Leonard in the big blind with King 8 of diamonds, so has any flush draws covered, dominated. And he flops 2 pair. Difficult to see how he gets any action from Dan, but we'll see how the hand develops. Goes for the 12,000 C bet. Checked in.
I got it.
Dan just lets it go to Leonard's disappointment. Wry smile there.
Lucky you.
My colleague Liam Gannon is also providing coverage from the outer tables on WPT.com. You check that out. And that'll have start of day chip counts and full payout information on there as well. And 6 off for Dan on the button. It's 25,000. Leonard eyes is stacked with King 8 suited in the small blind. Has almost over double Dan's stack. 3 bets to 90,000, putting the pressure on. And an interesting spot for Johnny, big blind with King Jack off. Lets it go. Against Leonard's 3 bet. Does look a lot smaller when faced with the button open and small blind 3 bet. And Leonard gets that through. It's a nice down for him. 10 off for Martin Gun. The muck goes. And Gila with King 9 off in the cutoff. He opens to 25,000. Gets that through. Ours with Ace Queen off. Very nice hand. It's to 25,000. Off 15 bigs. We'll be hoping somebody wakes up with a hand that can give him some action. Doesn't look like it so far. We'll see what Martin has in the big blind. Oh wow, Martin's opening up pocket kings in the big blind. This is sides just flat. Off less than 10 bigs. And the flop does come queen high. Imagine there's going to be a double up for Martin unless the turn and river have some surprises. Martin decides to just jam from the big blind. Ours does call. Ours would be in need of a ace or a queen. Otherwise the double up's heading to Martin. Ours will be left with 67,000. Turn is the 4 of spades, brick. And the river is the 10 of spades. That's a nice double up for Martin. He goes up to 248,000. And large down to relative crumbs. I'm hoping to spin it back up.
95.
Martin will be delighted with that. It'd be surprising to see him just jam the flop from big blind, because really maybe only getting called by Queen X, but ours did indeed have Queen X.
90, yeah. It was 90. It was 90. It was 90. It was 90 for sure.
5,
Yeah.
50.
It was 50, right? Yeah. 50.
Yeah.
It's 90. It's 9 back. 5 back. Yeah. 5,000 back. Yeah.
5,000 back.
A dealer change, so a short delay.
Nothing you can do then.
Shout out to all the dealers, they're absolutely fantastic here. worked very hard. So thanks to all them for supporting the event, making sure it runs so smoothly.
Yeah, pineapple.
3 cards to start. A steal. Martin having a good giggle. Lot in middle position. Gold queen 9 off. Johnny 9-6 suited with the cut off. Gets rid of it. Pair of 4s on the button. And you would imagine if that moving all in, does indeed go all in for 82,000. And I would think this would be a call from David with King Queen suited. Doesn't indeed call. Off to the races. Pure 50-50 flip. Nene needs to hold to stay in it. And David couldn't flop much better. Second pair and flush draw and straight draw. Huge combo draw. Maverick down to 4%. And he's going to need a 4. And 1 out. 4 clubs, 4 of hearts, no good. It's the 9 spades. Taps the table and says everyone best of luck. That's a nice pick. The 570,000. Imagine we'll be getting a replacement player, but we'll see. Ace King for Yasar under the gun. Big slick. He min opens to 24,000. For some action. Hard with Jack 10 off in the big blind. Less than 10 bigs, decides to defend. Sar picks up got shot, and Ferenc has second pair. So we'd like to see some action here. Big checks. Sar bets 14,000. Frank goes for the check jam. 100,000. Seemingly unconcerned about Yassar's under the gun in range. Side second pair is good enough. I'd like to have the spade in his hand. He doesn't. Yassar's takes some time to get this. 2 overcards and a gut shot. But as we can see, Frank's a 68% favourite at the moment. Frank gets it through. Nice pick up from him. Aggression pays off. Bit of a frustrating hand for Yassar. Perhaps wishing he'd checked back. Saw a turn, but decided to go for the range c-bet and got punished. Now Lars with the ace king under the gun, and this will be going all in off 67,000. And he does indeed move all in. Hoping for some action, but thus far doesn't look like he's going to get any. And he takes the blinds, but nothing else, and looks disappointed. Certainly like a similar hand in the big blind coming up. Leonard gets rid of ace-9 off under the gun one. Pocket tens for Johnny. Then 23 big blinds. Raises 25,000. Threes for David, he gets rid of those. And Lars does indeed wake up with another premium hand in the big blind, pocket kings. That's what's going in. I think Johnny will be calling, given the stack sizes. And Johnny does indeed snap the call. Johnny, 2 outs. Flop is clear for Lars. It's 5-4. Rainbow. 8 turn. Only a 10. Oh wow, 7 for a chop. That is brutal for Lars. He's actually lost 3,000 there. That really is brutal. What a horrible card. He does his best to laugh it off, but he's not going to be pleased with that. Got unlucky 2 hands in a row, really. Ace King misses, and then chopping with 10s on board, bringing in 8 high straight. Both players. Leonard the ace jack up the gun. He'll open 25,000. Action round blinds. Large king queen. Three bet jams for 88,000. I think this would be a big call. Leonard. Less than 75,000 more. And he does call. Leonard ahead. See if Lars gets luckier on this run out.
Maybe it's the third one.
5-8-7, all diamonds. Nobody has the dime, so Leonard still looking in good shape. 10 of hearts. Lars needs a king or queen on the river, otherwise it's the end of this tournament, and it is a deuce. Taps the table, takes his leave. Got quite unlucky there in 3 consecutive hands, and sometimes that's just the way it goes in poker. Johnny building up quite a nice stack. Sorry, 11, sorry. Johnny seemingly thinking about something with 9-5 under the gun. Oh, he perhaps didn't realise it was on him. No, I don't think he did. Action. In the small blind, we need suited. This will be a complete. And he does limit the small blind. Leonard with Jack 10 suited in the big blind. Pretty hand. can mix raising and checking here. Don't mind to check back at all. Go to a flop. 2 pair for Dan. Be a bit concerned about the all spades. Fortunately for him, Leonard doesn't have a spade. He does have a gut shot. Checks the back. Ace of spades on the turn. And don't like that. That may kill the action. Leonard may decide to take a stab at this. He does go for a bet of 12,000. And it's not going to go anywhere at that size. Calls. And ace of hearts pairs the board. Another bad card for Dan, but he does have the check mark. Potentially. And he could get bluffed off here. And he goes for a big size. Or an overbet. Would be tough for Dan to find a call. Doesn't really have any showdown value, Leonard, and he does go for the bet. And it is 50,000 into 60,000. This could well work. Right, 45,000 into 60,000. And through. It's just got worse and worse for him since the flop. And looks like he's going to fold. Yep, that's a nice takedown for Leonard, and he moves towards 1 billion mark. 909,000. Nice play from Leonard there. Martin King Jack off on the gun. 20 big blinds. They fold, does fold. He's second suited for David. Comes to 24,000. And looks like he has a decision of some kind, just waiting for the pockets to register. Pocket sixes, he flats them up. And Johnny with ace 9 off in the big blind, he will probably come along for the ride as well. Does indeed. So 3-way to the flop. King, Queen, 8. Dan's still in the lead with pocket sixes, but pretty ugly looking board. Does have the advantage of position. Check through, Jack turn. Again, Dan's still ahead, but not a card will fill him with any enthusiasm. David looking like he's thinking about having a stab at this on the turn. Decides to check it. That's Dan. Dan's still good, going to the river. and gets the check mark after the King of Diamond pairs the board. I think if either of Johnny or David have a stab at this, Dan will be folding. It's just a question of whether they decide it's time for a bluff. David does go for it. $45,000, and Dan quickly folds, as with Johnny, and it's a nice takedown from David with the worst hand, getting both players to fold better. That's how you make your money in poker. Always nice to get people to fold better hands. Looks like Emil Abidahar is joining us. He started off the day with 426,000. See how the first session on the outer tables has treated him, but it does look like a similar kind of stack. Pocket jacks for ranked bar die. Playing just under 15 big blinds. Awkward stack size in terms of whether you open or just jam it. He does decide to move all in for 174,000. Johnny gets rid of 8-7 suited in the small blind, and Emil, first hand at the table, has 10-5, and will be getting that quickly. Frank gets that 2. I think that's the second time Frank's had pocket jacks and jammed and got no action. Easy it off for Dan in the hijack. Just 25,000. Emil flats in the small blind with King Queen off, with covering stack. Go to your flop. Jack 9-4, so Emil with the gut shot. Dan still ahead with ace high. Emil leads out with a bet of 25,000. Dan lets it go. Nice spot for ladle table. Sar with king queen off under the gun +1, just under 10 big blinds. He moves all in. Leonard asks for a count. Pocket nines, imagine it would be at least a call. Does call. Johnny gets rid of it off. And Martin folds pocket sevens, good fold from Martin.
Good luck.
So off to the races, Leonard's favourite at the moment, pocket nines. Sar needing some help from the board to stay in it. And king in the window. Put Sar in front, king 3-2. Leonard out. 8-9. Another deuce on the turn. And the 10 of hearts on the river, so that's double up for Sar, who's up to 262,000. Leonard down to 787. Always nice when you're in a flip and the card you want to see is in the window. Brief delay while there's another dealer change. And we've got another new player, Samer Sadaka. Sat down beside Yasar. Here he is, his first hand at the table. He's playing 57,000, so short stack. Pocket sixes for Dan in the middle position. Opens to 25,000. Leonard with ace queen in the next seat. I think this would be a free bet.
65.
And he does free bet to 65,000. Johnny with the suited ace 8. So probably have to send that to the muck given the action ahead of him. Does let it go. Dan with 21 big blinds behind. Spot. Let's go. Really want to be involved in 3-bet pots with no pocket pairs out of position. That stack size, he couldn't really flat all them four elected. To take a better spot. On the next hand. That gets rid of the 7 off. First button that David's folded. And Frank has ace 3 off in the small blind. He moves all in for 180,000. Under 15 big blinds. Get that through against Hussars. 5-3 off. Pocket 8s for Leonard under the gun +1. Seems to be picking up quite a few hands. 30,000. 2.5x. Doesn't look like he'll get any action. Nope, gets that through. See in the background there how busy the card room is. It's been absolutely packed here for the entire week. Hugely successful festival. Guarantee comfortably broken. Last year's numbers exceeded as well. And we're all looking forward to the championship event in August as well. Pocket 8s again for Leonard. To 24,000 this time done. Rank, let's go with ace 9 off in the cutoff. Dan with 6-5 suited in the big blind. Nice hand to defend. Does call. Queen Jack high, Queen Jack 4. Leonard's still ahead, but against 2 overcards. On the board, goes for the small C bet, gets it through. He'll be happy enough with that. The chip leader coming in today was Kyprianos Kyprianou, who bagged up a quite unbelievable stack of 1.2 million with a 30 starting stack in day 1A. Nobody managed to catch him. Samer Sadaka was the only other player starting the day with a million. Both those guys will be deep one. Leonard gets a walk in the big blind with Jack 4 off. Happy with that. Emil, final table this event last year. I think he came either 5th or 6th from memory. So he certainly knows what's required to go deep in this event. Picks up King 6 under the gun. Folds. Jack 10 suited. Rank. Good position. And he decides to move all in. $17 big. Get that through against 7-2 in the big blind. Maybe again. Yeah. Get rid of that. Another nice uncontested pickup for Ferenc. An awkward stack size there for a hand like Jack 10 suited 17 big. Quite like the jam. You can be called by pairs that you're going to be flipping against. If you run into Ace King, Ace Queen, you're not in terrible shape, and then you've got potential flush equity as well, and also make straights whenever those type of hands, Ace Queen, Ace King, hit the flop. So nice play from Ferenc. Queen 10 suited for Samer, and he'll get his 28,000 into the middle. Looks like he's thinking. He has 3 off. Raises to 50,000. And that will be enough to isolate Tamir. Dan a slight favourite. And Tamir thinks a queen and has a pair of 3s, so 3 are an ace. Also picks up wheel draw with a deuce turn. 9 outs. But it is a jack, and Tamir gets the double up, puts him up to 86k. Plenty of work to do to still get back in it, but gives him a lifeline. Garbage in the 30 positions. Tamir all in again, this time with ace jack off, 86,000. Nice hand. And he gets that through. Moves him up to just shy of 10 big blinds. These back into the realm of having a playable stack. Stack at the room to maneuver.
On your original table on 14 when you come back. So let's go ahead and finish the hand. We'll do the chip race. You guys can enjoy your break. We'll move the chips down. So when you come back to break, just right here on 14. Thank you.
Queen jack off for SR under the gun +1. Just under 20 bigs. That's it go. Move it round to Emil on the button. He folds 6. Up with his feet. 1,000. He 7 suited. Nice hand. Personally, love suited necks. He will a flop. And he does pick up a gut shot, but Martin's still ahead. He is high. He does just pile it in, 157,000, and that will probably be enough to get the job done. Indeed it is, and he chose the bluff. Even taps the table, and that is the last hand before the break. That'll be a 15-minute break. There are the current chip stacks and V pips. Leonard definitely being the most active, but has also picked up a succession of nice hands. And we'll be changing up the table whenever the break concludes. And
The World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.
you saw him in the small blind with King Jack. 25 bigs. Could be a potential 3-bet jam scenario. Decides to flat. Maverick in the big blind, whose real name is Amin Karameh, calls with 7-6 up. Flop comes King Deuce. Johnny loving it. Checks his option. Lars c-betting with the 10 high. Johnny takes the call, not wanting to lose a customer. Turn comes to 3 of clubs. Expect Johnny to check again here. Decides to leave out this time. It's a bet of 27,000. I would imagine ours is going to let this go. Taking a time bank at Hollywood, unless he's thinking of getting a bit funky here. Burning through another time bank. These you are a relatively precious commodity. You don't want to be running out of them, that's for sure. So surprised to see him burn through 2 of those, and he does let it go. Johnny will be disappointed. Lars didn't have anything he could continue with there. Casino, and they take care of players and staff really well, so you should get yourself out here for next year's edition if you can. And there's also a championship event here in August, I think, with a $3,500 in event buy-in, so hopefully we'll see somebody there. Leonard with his 6 off and a cut off. He opens to 20,000. Martin defends the big blind with Queen 7 off. Both players miss. Expect Leonard to take this with a small c-bet. It's his range. Decides to check back though. 10 of diamonds. Does give Martin up and down straight draws and gives Leonard gut shot. Martin has one of his outs. Do that straight. As you can see, Leonard is still the favourite. Does now go for the delayed c-bet. 25,000. Martin makes the quick call. Go to the river, 6 clubs. Leonard picks up a pair. He gets some showdown value. He may decide to check this back, but let's see. Might barrel to try to get Jack X to fold. He is now feeding any flush draws that might have called on the flop and would have otherwise missed. He does check back and he'll take the pot down. Nice 10 big blind pot for Leonard. Lars with King 10 suited under the gun. Lets it go. Dan disposes ace 3 off. Only with King 8 suited off 30 bigs, 33 bigs. Lets it go. Keep 2 on the button with Jack 9 off. Goes 9 open. SR is 3 suited off 10 big blinds. May well be a bet jam. Blocking better aces. Sides to flat. Oh, this could be some action. Queen 9-4 flop. SR with a nut flush draw. David with the second pair. SR checks. Continues bet 11,000. Sar certainly won't be going anywhere. It's just a question of whether he moves all in or just calls or raises. I think at his stack size, it's really either a call or a raise. I don't think you have room to rebet. Decides to just call. Eight spades on the turn. He picks up a gut shot. There. Sar checks once more. He checks it back, keen to realise his equity. And he does indeed pick the river. Can't see Yasser getting out of line here. I think this will be an easy check fold. But just pondering what bet sizing to go for, how much value you can get here. That goes for around 2/3 of the pot, 40,000 into 7. Sorry, that's a good thing. Let's go with Queen 9, mark with the same hand. Oops. Sar picks up another ace, this time ace 10 off on the button. On 10 bigs after winning the previous pot. Goes for the open, 24,000. Down with king high in the big thing. And he does defend. What comes? 9 of clubs, 7 of clubs, 7 of spades. Another paired board. Check through. 3 of hearts on the turn. Yasar still ahead, but Dan may decide this is what he can stab at, given it does favour the big blind's range, but he does check it back. As does Yasar, and that looks like a 10. Indeed it is. Yasar rippers top pair, has the check mark, and is now deciding to have a stab at it. Not surprised if this worked. Goes for 18,000. It's a quick call from Yasar. Yes, may well have been. Ours with ace queen off. Very nice hand. To 25,000. Off 15 bigs. You'll be hoping somebody wakes up with a hand that can give him some action. Doesn't look like it so far. See what Martin has in the big blind. Oh wow, Martin's opening up pocket kings in the big blind. This is decides to just flat off less than 10 bigs, and the flop does come queen high. Imagine there's going to be a double up for Martin unless the turn and river have some surprises. Martin decides to just jam from the big blind. Lars does call. Lars would be in need of an ace or a queen. Otherwise the double up's heading to Martin. Lars will be left with 67,000. Turn is the 4 of spades, brick. And the river is the 10 of spades. That's a nice double up for Martin. He goes up to 248,000. And Lars down to Lars in middle position. Gold queen 9 off. Johnny with 9-6 suited with the cut off. Get rid of it. Pair of 4s on the button. And you would imagine if that moving all in, doesn't he go all in for 82,000? And I would think this would be a call from David with King Queen suited. Doesn't he call? Off to the races. Pure 50-50 flip. Nene needs to hold to stay in it. And David didn't flop much better. Second pair and flush draw and straight draw. Huge combo draw. Maverick down to 4%. And he's going to need a 4. One out. 4 of clubs, 4 of hearts, no good. The 9 of spades, taps the table and gives everyone best of luck. That's nice pick. The 570,000. Big slick. He min opens to 24,000. For some action. Hard with Jack 10 off in the big blind. Less than 10 bigs, decides to defend. Sar picks up got shot, and Ferenc has second pair, so we'd like to see some action here. Big checks. Sar bets 14,000. Ferenc goes for the check jam, 100,000. Seemingly unconcerned about Asar's under the gun in range. Side's second pair is good enough. Like to have the spade in his hand. He doesn't. Sarge takes the time to 2 overcards and a gut shot. But as we can see, ranks a 68% favourite at the moment. Frank gets it through. Nice pick up from him. Aggression pays off. Leonard gets rid of ace-9 off under the gun 1. Pocket 10s for Johnny. Then 23 big blinds. Raises 25,000. Threes for David. He gets rid of those. And Lars does indeed wake up with another premium hand at the big blind, pocket kings. That's what's going in. I think Johnny will be calling, given the stack sizes. And Johnny does indeed snap the call. Johnny, 2 outs. Flop is clear for Lars. It's 5-4. Rainbow. 8 turn. Only a 10. Oh wow, 7 for a chop. That is brutal for Lars. Actually lost 3,000 there. That really is brutal. What a horrible card. Both players. Leonard the ace jack onto the gun. He'll open 25,000. Action round blinds. Large king queen. Rebet jams for 88,000. I think this would be a big call. Leonard. Less than 75,000 more. And does call. Leonard ahead. See if Lars gets luckier on this run out.
Maybe it's the third one.
5-8-7, all diamonds. Nobody has a dime, so Leonard still looking in good shape. 10 of hearts. Lars needs a king or queen on the river, otherwise it's the end of this tournament, and it is the deuce. Taps the table, takes his leave. Got quite unlucky there in 3 consecutive hands, and sometimes that's just the way it goes in poker.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the WPT Prime out here in Cyprus. This was an $1,100 buy-in and $1,391 total entrants. These players are all guaranteed some sum of the prize pool, but they're all looking for the $200,000 to first place. We have a table of 9 here, biggest stack 47 big blinds, and shortest 8 big blinds. If you want to go check out all the live updates brought to you by yours truly and Rich Hayes, who was in the commentary booth before me, go check out WPT.com, and the live updates will be there. All right, we're starting off. No stacks. 47 is the biggest stack. No stacks that are super deep, given the table, given the dynamics of the tournament at the moment. Not much you can do there. All right, these small blind versus big blind confrontations are always interesting. It's always curious to see how certain people navigate. Barris, I believe, has the biggest stack, so he's going to play King 8 as a call. And in the big, Armin has about half the stack. Oh, they're both sharing a king. Now, this flop is most likely going to go to Barris. The question is, can he get Armin to put any money in the pot? Oh my, quads. Set first hand in, and we already have 4 8s. Now, do you continue to lay rope, or you got to spring it? All right, looks like he's springing it. Oh, and Armin comes along for 1 street. King High can be good against a variety of things. Oh, well, now he's going to get paid. If King High was good before, then 8s full of 3s will certainly be good now. So Barris will likely get called with another bet, depending on his sizing, unless he goes too meaty, in which Armin could credibly put him on a 10. Considering a 10 and quads, I mean, both would probably play this line similarly. Now, how big does Barris want to go? 125 is the bet. So just a little over pot. So what Armin has to figure out is, does my opponent have some kind of Jack 9, Jack 7, something that he'd be turning into a bluff that is probably no good at showdown, although I think some of the hands that would be better suited for that would be like a 9-7 or a 6-7. As it stands, 1 point over pot is pretty strong. So he just has to wonder, can my boat beat anything? It can't beat any value. Oh, he's going to see the bad news, as Barris is off to a big start, winning with 4 8s. What a good start to this stream table for him. Interesting spot on the river with 8s full, and a blind v blind confrontation often plays as one of the more interesting dynamics.
Other tables losing with lots and lots of shit.
Welcome to Paris Live.
It's a hard life.
You only make it 2 times today.
Only.
Very low, right?
Come on, guys, don't play with my luck.
Don't waste
Once I should run
don't
as
waste
well,
all the
right?
quads now. You need to save some for later.
Good point.
I should have a run sometimes.
Brings up a good point. While it is important to stay lucky in these parts of the tournament, it's those later moments that you really want those good hands to come through.
I'm really good from 50 plays out to about 15 plays out.
So now Barris has extended his lead, kind of handcuffing some of the other players at this table, like Sinan sitting here off of what is the second biggest stack at the table, with ace-8 and the hijack. Something that I think plays as a raise sometimes, but people do fold in these situations with the chip leader on their left. Not the direct left, mind you, but still there. Raise to 30,000. Marios is going to fold this. Although King 8 worked well for his table mate last time, I don't think it plays too well against a hijack open from the cutoff. Barris is going to pass here. Armin is going to flat from the small with Queen 10. And now in the big blind with King Queen, this could be a potential squeeze spot or a flat, depending on how Francisco wants to play this. King Queen is very likely to be the best hand, and sometimes you just want to see 3. But there's often a school of thought for jamming and seeing if you could just take the pot down there. So while Sinan flops the best hand, I doubt he's going to feel too comfortable on this particular board, given this is a board that is going to, favor the range of blinds in general. Armin jamming is the one he's probably less concerned about hitting that flop, but it could be exactly what it is, some kind of combo draw with overs, in which his 8 is beating them, but again, as seen by the percentages, it's not a huge favorite. It looks like he's leaning into the reluctant call camp, with that ace of spades backdoor certainly being a little bit enticing, I'm sure, but he has to wonder, is there a chance my opponent just has Jack 10 and just flopped with no spade and just flopped and just wanted to pile, get called by some combo draw? All right, he makes the call. He is correct at the moment. Let's see how the run out goes for Sinan. All right, paired on the turn, 8s and 7s for Sinan. He has to fade a Jack, 10, Queen, or 6. And it's 10 on the river. Looks like Armin is going to secure the double up with 10s up. Interesting spot. I'm sure if Armin did expect the jam, he expected it from the big blind and not the small blind, but as played, I think there's not much either camp would have done differently. All right, now Armin has recovered most of the losses that he got courtesy of the quads. And with that, a lot of the other stacks now flat. Now Barris is in a great situation because he can just apply so much pressure to all of his opponents, given he has the only stack above 50 bigs and everyone else is sitting in the roughly 10 to 30 big blind range, kind of handcuffing all the hands that you could play. These aren't particularly interesting hands to play, like King 4 off from early position, but like if you have King Jack and the hijack, it becomes a rather interesting situation. I don't think 5-4 is seeing any more than the 2 cards in front of him. Now let's see how aggressive Barris wants to go. I don't think he'll open this, given that the second biggest stack is on his left. And now we have another small blind versus big blind confrontation. King 9. I don't recall how deep big blind is. King 9 with 15 big blinds seems like a relatively standard jam. Osden is likely not going to call with Queen 4 suited. While yes, your spades are likely to be live, and you could, like he is right now, have 2 live cards. You could also just be dominated by a lot of Queen X, a lot of pocket pairs that just you don't want to be flipping at this spot in tournament 4 for that much of your stack, about half of your stack going in on Queen 4. All right, nice pickup for Francisco. So as I said before, the plan today is to play to the final table. 9th place at that final table will get $18,000, with 1st place receiving $200,000, as well as a seat to the World Championships next December. on top of being labeled as a prime champion. Our defending champion, Tudor, he was eliminated earlier on the day, so we will have a new champion today. And WPT Prime is making its return to this casino in August for another $1,100 buy-in. All right, letting the Jack 5 go. Now, are we opening any ace from the hijack? That is the question that the chip leader, Barris, must answer. If we're opening this ace, then I have to assume we're opening every single ace. The only problem is, if it faces resistance, it doesn't play too well post. All right, Francisco with king on the button. Let's see how he plays this one. Letting it go, all right. And now, once again, we are back to a small blind versus big blind confrontation. Jack 10, a hand that you often want to see 3, even out of position. And I think that's what Osden's going to do, and he does. Let's see what we are going to do in the big blind. Daniel is likely going to check his option with 9-8. These hands are very related to each other. And so, if either one of them hits the flop, well, maybe he's thinking, yeah, if either one of them hits the flop, it will likely mean some fireworks. All right. Chance no fireworks here. Osden's likely going to check, and Daniel is going to bet his top pair with a 9. It is a good hand, but it is also very vulnerable to lots of different turns that become much harder to play. So he'll likely bet. He wants to get value from random 7x, random diamonds that are in there. He bets 125. I think that, never mind, he bets 25. I miscounted. I thought those were 25Ks. So the question is, does Osden want to peel with backdoor, backdoor? Looks like no. And top pair is good for Daniel to take down the pot. So the WPT has quite an exciting schedule coming up, including a stop at the Seminole Hard Rock later this month, starting the 19th and ending on the 8th. And then after that, WPT Choctaw, April 16th through May 5th. And of course, we have the WPT Slovakia Passport to the World Championship running from May 22nd to the 2nd of June. Go check out WPT.com for all of these exciting updates and promotions. And be sure to stay tuned. We will have multiple guest commentators on today, including Matt Savage and others. Ace-9 in the cutoff, off of 19 big blinds. Let's see, are we probably playing this as an open? Looks like we're going a little above 2x. Interesting. We go to 35 rather than what is often seen as the standard open of 2x. And Yildiz is going to continue. The question is in what capacity? Is he going to play his hand as a jam? But one thing he has to keep in mind is that Francisco isn't super deep. His opening range is going to be smaller. He does happen to be out-pipped here. Let's see the flop. Oh my. Well, ace is up. The dead man's hand for Yildiz. He's going to check. Francisco is going to bet. The question is, how do you proceed? Given there are quite a lot of scary turn cards, you do not want to see 9s and, oh, we're doing a little bit of the wincing. I don't think this is Hollywood. I think that he's actually thinking of the decision, whether to call or to jam. All right, he jams. Ace-9 calls, and now Francisco is queen hunting. Or some backdoors. There are some backdoors. Nobody has spades, but Francisco's got that backdoor 10 jack. Backdoor 9. Well, 9's not backdoor. Let's see if we have a fun sweat on the turn. We do not. He just... So Yildiz needs to fade a queen or a 9 to stay alive. Ooh, paint, but it was the right suit, so... Yildiz doubles up, and now Francisco sits as the shortest stack at the table with under 10 big blinds. He is in the danger zone, as they say. And now Yildiz is in the camp of many of the other players at this table, in that sort of handcuffed middle stack. Because he still can't get too out of line given the dynamics. But as you see, the three stacks all next to each other all sit with about 300K. And Barris is still sitting with a chip lead. But if you look, Yildiz, Mustafa, and Sinan all are sitting with around the same chip stack. So none of those three really want to play against each other. It benefits none of them. Unless they want to clash with these guys, it doesn't make too much sense to do so. UTG Jack 5 folds, pretty standard. 9-4 also gonna fold. So we haven't seen Barris getting like wildly out of line, given the dynamics of the table. It seems he's going to play chip lead, but he's not going to go insane. All right, we have a queen in the hijack. What do we do here? Francisco's going to let that one go. Now Ozdan the cutoff with ace-8. We just saw an open with ace-9 from a seat over. Looks like we're doing ace-8 open here. And ooh. Well, Yildiz is going to play this hand. The conventional way, I believe, would be to 3-bet. Oh, we're going to jam. So this will most certainly get through. Ozdan is very unlikely to call. I mean, he's going to get a count just to see that it's not like for peanuts. And then he's going to fold. He can't really be ahead of too much of what Yildiz is jamming with. And given that he just won a huge pot, I don't see it being too likely for Yildiz to get out of line this next hand. There's the old conventional wisdom that, you know, maybe the first time they get it in a week, but the second time is never a bluff. There are new chips in play from the last level. Those little white ones in front, those are 100,000 chips. For anyone asking about the sizes.
Well, yeah, but now you can do it.
The chip denominations. It is a beautiful room out here at Chamada in Cyprus. For those of you that don't know, we have Cyprus is an island just south of Turkey. That is the location on the map. Hi. All right, Marius under the gun with the Queen Jack suited. I think this is as good of time as any to go with it. All right, Marius jams all in with Queen Jack suited under the gun. He has 8 big blinds. King 10, a little too early position to do anything. Armin is going to let this suited ace go. Pocket pair with the other short stack. Likely a fold as well, given you can never really be ahead. You can only be flipping. Now this would be interesting. We just saw King 10 pitched. And Queen Jack is a hand pretty interconnected with King 10. I'd be surprised. So he's going to give it some thought. So one thing that is playing into Ozdan's mind is that Marios is going to have a quarter of his stack in, a third of his stack in the following hand. And so he's wondering how light is Marios jamming. Now it just so happens Marios has a pretty good hand to jam. But this call makes sense under that kind of if you just think about, he could be jamming almost any 2 just to steal the blind's ante. The big blind ante is very important for the players. Oh, there's a queen and a 10. So there's 1 10 left in the deck, 2 kings left in the deck, 2 queens left in the deck, and 3 jacks left in the deck based on what we have seen so far. A couple of hearts have been pitched as well, so that's not going to be good news to Marios. I wonder if anyone has told Ozden that they folded king 10, or whether anyone has told Marios that they folded queen 10. So let's see what kind of flops we are going to see.
They're going to win now, 100%. 100%.
Oh boy. Well, we know there's only one. There's not 3 outs, there's only 1. So it is looking very dire for Mr. Marios. And unless he can find that last hand of the deck, he will be eliminated. He does not. Marios is the first casualty of this stream table. Good game, sir. Ozden breaks in the pot, and now putting a little bit of separation between himself and the other stacks that were all kind of handcuffed in the same way. If you want to get new fresh WPT gear, you can go to shopwpt.com. Get your hats, get your hoodies, get all of your favorite poker merchandise that you can wear at the tables or anywhere. I have found that poker merchandise is quite malleable as to how it can be applied, how it can be used. Oh, card went a little bit high. All right, now Francisco sits alone at the bottom of the totem pole of this table. 9-3 off is still not going to be enough to pile it in there, but the clock is ticking as the blinds come around. Now, Ozden, having just won the pot, a suited ace in early position will probably play as an open. You do want to see 3. You know, steel wheel draws are the thing. That's what all the computers say are very good jams. Open. Yildiz is just peeling his cards a little bit slowly. He is going to toss this one into the muck. King 9 on the button. Depending on how Mustafa's feeling, I think he might. If he does play this hand any further, it will likely be as a 3-bet, not as a flat. Now, King Jack in the small blind. Now, Sinan has to be conscious of the fact that he can get stacked by Ozden. But King Jack is quite an enticing one, especially of clubs. Looks like he is going to jam, and it is going to get through, barring Bear is waking up with a monster. He does not. Ozden will likely ask for a count just to make sure he knows what he is going to fold. Fold 2, rather. Suited low aces play much better as a jam than they do as a flat of a jam. So even though he was ahead in this situation, the fold is quite understandable, and I think most poker scholars would agree correct. All right, we have 112 players left in the tournament. Francisco has to be aware of the fact that in one hand he is going to have a third of his stack in the center, and then in another hand his stack will be reduced to less than half. So 10-8 off, not good enough to go with under the gun. 10-9, probably not good enough to go with in that spot either. Let's see who else, if anyone else continues. King 4 in the hijack, depending on how people are feeling at the moment. Let's see if Yildiz, he opts for the fold. 7-6 suited, these are pretty ones, especially to play a cutoff button and even hijack. Arguably, they're more fun to play in those spots than they are in the big blind. So Mustafa will likely open this one up and will want to see 3. Not a hand he's comfortable with stacking off against, but a hand that he does want to see 3. Now Sinan with sixes. We just saw him play King Jack rather aggressively in the small blind. So let's see how the sixes play. Looks like he's going to play a similar strategy. Jam it in here. Well, there's no sixes left in the deck. Barris is going to pitch this 6-3 suited, and the 7-6 will follow into the muck shortly after, unless Mustafa's got some sick deck read and just is like, well, I know there's no sixes left in the deck. The deck reads and the jinxing, those are an underrated part of poker play. When you can figure out how to win from behind, it's all gravy after that. All right, at this time, Francisco is going to be putting 30,000 of his 100,000 into the center. Let's see how Mr. Francisco opts to respond with his predicament. Osden with King 10 off under the gun. It can play as open sometimes, but does he want to get involved with all of these stacks behind him after he's just seen a couple of jams? Yeah, the fold seems understandable. Pocket twos and +2. Fun spot. Muck. Now King Queen off in the cutoff will likely play as an open. I don't see much reason to jam in this spot, given you've got 2 stacks that cover you on your left. The only one you're going to get called by is... You're only going to get called by monsters. Now does Barris want to... Looks like no. 8-6 off is going to C3. And Francisco, oh, one of these interesting spots where you are short and you want to C3. He just probably wouldn't if he knew Armin had 8-6 and so connected with his hand while also being slightly better. All right, let's C3. And this flop looks to be all Sinan, so it's going to go check, check. And I don't see a world where Sinan checks this, given the myriad of draws that he has to fade if his opponents have connected with that flop in any significant way. Top 2 is a pretty good hand. Now, it just so happens it's going to go snap, fold, snap, fold. And it does. Another pot for Sinan. Unfortunately for Francisco, now he has to put another third of his stack into the center in the small blind. He's going to be quite short. We've all been there, Francisco, looking at the stack. Yeah. The struggle is real. Tournament poker is brutal, folks. A lot of those highs, a lot of those lows. It can be quite painful at times. Now let's see who wants to get involved. We have 105 players left, so we have lost 70 players since the beginning of play, or nearly 70 players since the beginning of play. Oh, hello. Best unpaired hand there is Barris with Ace-King off in the cutoff. So it's not a question of if you're going to open, it's how you're going to open. Min raise it is. And looks like Francisco, oh wow, he woke up with an ace. It's just an unfortunate situation, he's dominated. So what Osden is trying to do some quick calculations is figure out whether or not Barris can reopen the pot. That's what's going through his mind right now, because if he can't open the pot, then this is an easy call. But if he can open the pot, he doesn't really want to face any resistance against Barris, who has him covered. One of the only stacks at the table that has him covered. So those are some of the calculations that are going through his head at the moment. Looks like he figured out that Barris could open the action, didn't want to risk any of the clashes. All right, Francisco's wheel hunting, looking for some wheels or some fours. See, he knows what he needs to find. Straight, yeah. He knows exactly what he needs to hit.
There's no chops. It's all enough and nothing.
There's no chop in this one, and it looks like Francisco is eliminated from the tournament. Good game, sir. Another stack for Barris as he nears 1 million.
Big blind. Oh, were you big blind now? Were you big blind? Yeah. Alright, it's my big blind.
The field is getting closer to the 100 player mark. Always a little special feeling you get when you get in the top 100 of any field above 1,000. Sinan opens with ace queen in the hijack. And Barris with a pretty suited connector in the cutoff. He's gonna let this one go. Armin's gonna let this one go. Now, Osden with queen 10 in the small blind. A lot of the Broadway hands do often play from the small blind. He opted against it. Now Daniel getting a good price to C3 with a suited 10 deuce, the suited Doyle Brunson. All right, ace 9. 9? Looks like this flop will be going to Sinan. There just really isn't anything for Daniel to hang his hat on in this moment. Well, maybe. Sinan's going to try and let him catch up a little bit. That's not going to really change too much unless Daniel feels compelled to start representing a 9, which would be the only credible value hand he could represent in this situation. I wonder if Sinan checks again, trying to help him improve. Because I think at this point he's pretty confident he has the best hand. The question is, can he get value from any hands? The answer is not this one.
Holidays time.
Why do you try to hold the card?
It's too fun. It's alright.
He's trying to block, like...
It's okay, that was good. Keep doing that. Do that again next time we close it. Like we agreed you would do it.
Little bit of a fib that Daniel's telling on stream, but kind of a fib that everybody at the table recognizes as one. Nobody believes that he actually did fold ace 10. That would be
nothing to do with any of that.
Yeah, there we go.
5-4 off.
The truth rears its head.
I had none of the suits, none of the...
That's why I checked. For you to start bluff.
I know, but I was thinking...
I think we need at least one player here.
I called. Seat open! Race 45.
Armin is opening the 9-8 off in the cutoff. He's opening a little bit larger too. We are doing a 3x open. Interesting. I wonder if this has been a strategy that Armin has been employing, opening larger sizing with some of his weaker hands. This so happens to be a situation where he is dominated, and Yildiz might let it go to the pressure of a 3x open as opposed to the standard 2x. He doesn't seem too happy about his predicament. Or perhaps he has an itch on his eyebrow. Looks like a win from Armin. Employing a upsizing raise for some of his weaker hands. Gotta stay hydrated out there, folks. The temperatures are warm out here in Cyprus at Chamada. Oh, look, everybody's drinking some water. Always a good thing. 4 is under the gun. Pairs under the gun. How do we play those pairs? Looks like Sinan's going to open to 30,000. Becomes one of those hands that is often very challenging to play against resistance. Will it come in the form of Barris? No, it will not. Will it come in the form of Osden? No, it will not. No, one of your sets are out. Let's see if Daniel can just get this through. He will not. As Yildiz has a pair of kings in the small blind that will play as it continue. Whether or not he jams or 3-bets, looks like he is going with the latter. It's 115. Mustafa's going to get out of the way, and now Sinan has to decide whether he's going to do some set hunting or whether he just lets his hand go. He's going to let that one go.
You want to see? You want me to look? Yeah, he wants to see. No, I don't want.
All right, he said no.
It's free info. It's going to be on telly anyway.
He said he did not want to see that one.
Let it happen. Just see when it's the time.
Yeah, but then I won't be playing him anymore. At that time, I won't be playing him anymore.
You might be playing with him.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I definitely will be playing with him now. That's.
How much it matters for you to see this? How much?
It's the most important thing. It's better than not seeing it.
It's not about. Obviously, but like.
So why do you say I don't want to see it?
It's like a very small fraction of.
That might make the difference. That could be the difference, man. It's a game of thin edges.
Goal chance.
Suited queen under the gun. Barris lets it go. We haven't seen Barris getting involved in too many hands. So offsuit king on the button. Now, does Yildiz want to play this as an open or just let this go and wait for a better spot? Looks like the latter. Now, an ace in the small blind is a weird one. Sometimes people often go with the limp jam approach. Sometimes people raise. Looks like he is raising.
Raise to 35.
Goes, and Sinan's going to continue, and the question is just how is he going to continue? Is he going to raise? There we go. Yep. He jams, and now all in the call. I think this gets in no matter which way it happens. Whether or not he raises or he limps, I think Sinan is going to move all in from this situation. All right, wheel hunting. Sinan's got to be wheel hunting. Let's see. Oh, but everyone's got a live suit. Each player has 2 flush draws. Oh my, we have a 5 on the flop. Mustafa is going to need some backdoor help in the form of Broadway or a 10. Or running ace. Oh, that will be it for Mustafa. Good game, sir. As Sinan makes trips on the turn with his trips best kicker.
I like it.
Bir bol şans dedin. Çağlar. Bir bol şans dedin. Güzel
Now Sinan sits pretty close to Barris as far as chip counts are concerned. It just so happens he's in the unfortunate situation of still being out of position against the big stack. Now it looks like we're going to be bringing a player in to the table. Looks like Sinan is sitting with about 800,000.
I'm big blind.
Maybe a little less.
Yes,
We've got our new table mate wearing a orange boss shirt.
I tried to save you, but she objected.
And he's coming right into the big blind. So there will be no single big this hand. Or wait, there wouldn't be a single big anyway. Never mind. Be sure to stay tuned later today. We will have multiple guest commentators, including Matt Savage. Osden opens with King 10 suited in the hijack, 230. Daniel's going to let his inferior queen go. Now, does Yildiz let his inferior king go, or does he proceed in some form? Looks like he's going to let his inferior king go as well. Sinan with the pocket pair in the small, going to let that go. Still reeling from the fours, I guess. Now, it's one of those situations where you are quite short in the big blind. Looks like he's going to call, and Krister's going to hope to smash this flop, but not too hard. He kind of wants to pair up his kicker. He doesn't know that yet, but he wants to pair the kicker up. And that is not going to be a flop. He's got a backdoor draw. He's got the backdoor coming down with the king high straight, or the backdoor coming up. Oh, that's it. All right, looks like Krister picked up a little bit of equity with this 9 on the turn, which could be troublesome. Because Krister has to wonder how many times does Osden check back a king. And it looks like he is going to get called by King Queen. Krister is in much worse shape than he realizes, given that, or that he initially realized when he jammed. So let's see if Krister can find one of those 2 9s left in the deck to stay alive in this tournament. He does not. Good game, Krister. A brief stint at this feature table. But with his elimination, we now have less than 100 players in the field. The eliminations keep coming.
Seat open.
Adam dayanmadı.
Abi şortu getirmişler yani. Tamam, Hüsnü getirmişler.
Looks like we're going to bring some more new players into this final, into this featured table.
100 kişi var abi.
Abi şey bir saat ya. Bir de az atmaya başladı. Dünkü gibi değil yani Liverpool light'ların atışması. Yavaşladı oyunu.
Now that separation is starting to happen between the haves and the have-nots at the table. The few who have not been super involved in the pots are now drifting away. Whereas Osden, Sinan, and Barris are all kind of sitting alone at the top of the chip counts. Oh, Queen. Don't look.
No. Pardon.
Chamada Hotel and Casino is beautiful here in Cyprus. Just a pretty room. Look at those walls. We have a big screen behind them. All right, a couple of hands that are not super playable, even at a 6-handed table as they're at. Now one of those, I think we've seen a lot of them here on this stream so far, but those small blind versus big blind confrontations. Well, 10-3 suited in the small blind. Barris is going to play it as a call. And the big blind, snap raise from Armin with ace-3, dominating Barris, but he doesn't know that. But he's going to let it go anyway, giving Armin the pot. Looks like we have a new player coming into the big blind. Gotta stay hydrated, folks. While also getting sun. Sunlight is very important, especially spending long hours in casinos like this. Can't get a view on our new tablemates chip stack. I believe there were multiple racks. Ace-4 suited for Daniel, +1. The prettiest ace-4 suited too, with the spades. It almost looks like suited aces. He's going to open off of his over 20 big blind stack. Yield is just giving this one a little bit of thought before letting it go. One thing that's always interesting to see is just the different ways people fold. Sometimes you've got the pitch, sometimes you've got the slide, sometimes you've got just always quite a variety of different ways. All right, that's a pop for Daniel. One thing that is lovely about this casino is there is a buffet on the other side of the room where you can have just delicious food. Absolutely delicious. So these players are given the opportunity to feast upon many different dishes. Armin on the button with 8 deuce. Looks like he's going to open. He did implement a bigger sizing, not his 3x that he did before with the 9-8, but he did go 2.5x. Marek's going to let this one go in the small blind. Actually, it's more than 2.5x. Ozdan, the big blind, is in better shape than he realizes, given that he has a dominating deuce. And the warring deuces are going to see 3. The 2 double down hands in blackjack. These are hands that you definitely want to double down on in blackjack. All right. A flop that neither player is super comfortable with. Obviously, Ozdan has bottom pair, but with limited means to improve. He has that backdoor king, or he's the backdoor diamond draw with a king, but yeah, there isn't too much to be super excited about on that flop. The button is going to have more of those stronger hands. And so he lets it go as Armin takes down the pot with his 8 high.
Thank you.
All right, since the beginning of this table stream, so we see Sinan and Barris kind of climb up higher, but at this point, nobody is shorter than 30 big blinds. A far cry from where we were before, where we had multiple under 10. Looks like we have a lot of fellow countrymen, a lot of Turkish players at the final at this feature table, and Daniel Charlton from the UK. So with Barris having such a big stack, and with Barris is actually in a really great seat. Oh, looks like a card flashed. Looks like it is a 7, a black 7. I don't think it impacted the fold of the 8-6 too much, but you know, it's hard to make your straight now, and there's one less 7 in the deck. Ozdan with some wheel potential in the small blind. It can also make it can make other straights too, but when I look at the 5-3, I think of all the wheels that it can make. And unfortunately for Daniel, he can't flop a wheel, but he is dominating him. So that is a good thing for Mr. Charlton. He's going to turn it into a raise. In the hopes just to take it down now that Austin has limped with exactly what he's limped with. More or less. A kind of not great hand that really doesn't want to put too many chips into the pot voluntarily.
Welcome. How many million? Oh no.
Looks like we have another new addition to this table.
That's back easy. This is stolen for a lot of.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
Looks like our new stack has just about Andres. Oh, he has over $1 million. And he sits down with a very pretty ace under the gun. Looks like a time to flex your muscles, show everyone who's the new table captain. Barris with a pair of 3s and +2. A lot of players play this either as a fold or a call. Looks like Barris opts for the former. Merrick with a very pretty 10 in position, a very pretty ace in position with a pretty 10 to go alongside it. He's going to play it as a call, hopefully to play a pot in position against the chip leader. Have that advantage of seeing what he is going to do first. Andras lets another ace go. Yildiz has 6s in the big, a pretty easy call. You're getting a great price to set mine if you are behind, and if you're not, you can just hold. Let's see what we've got on this flop. 8-10-4, a flop that Yildiz isn't super unhappy about. He's got backdoors for straights. His 6s could very well be the best hand if both of his opponents remain unpaired. It's unfortunate for him that Mark has not only paired, but he's top pair, top kicker. So check, check. Mark is wondering whether he should bet his hand to get value from the draws that exist, or whether to check in and disguise the strength of his top. Looks like he has opted for a third pot bet, or no, it's a little bit. And now Yildiz has a weird spot with 6s. I think letting it go seems to make the most sense. And now Andres with 2 overs and no backdoor flush draws. This could just be a little bit of posturing, but he might flat. Top pair, top kicker is good for Mark. One thing that is nice about the biggest denomination chips is that they are significant. I always love the giant discs. They're so appealing to the eye, and they're so satisfying to shuffle. And so when you have a lot of them, and you just shuffle that massive stack, it's quite an enticing goal to get as many of those as you can. Barris is going to let Doyle Brunson go. Looks like a lot of nothing hands so far. Except, well, this one is an interesting one. Queen 9 suited in the cutoff. Ozan's going to open this one. It's a very pretty hand. Plays pretty well against multiple players. And Andras sees an equally pretty hand. Well, depending on whether your preference is spades or diamonds, I think the 9 of diamonds looks far prettier than the 9 of spades, but the Queen of spades looks far prettier than the Queen of diamonds. Defend. And now let's see These are always fun ones to see. Okay, so both of them flop an open-ender. Osden has the advantage of having a backdoor along with it to scoop. But Andres with a board that should pretty heavily favor his range. And might, there we go, entices him to lead out for 25. Osden, I don't think is going anywhere. The question is whether he wants to raise or just flat. Looks like he has opted for the raise. These are always interesting ones, where both players have the same hand, and then it becomes about the aggression shown by each player as to who is ultimately awarded the pot. So let's see how Andres wants to continue. He's going to call. And both players turn their straights. Both players are thinking, oh, I hope he's got two pair. Well, they're both actually thinking, oh, if he's got 8-7, I can get some value here. Andres leads out for a second time. We're doing the old lead. And let's see how Osden responds to this. We've got the straight. Not too, I guess 9-10 is the, and it's gonna go jam call, and then good to get a count just to see. I don't think the 9 is ever finding a fold in this situation, but the 9-10s do loom, they do exist. And they are scary considering you're drawing dead to scoop against them. And now we are gonna chop this one up. They have straights with the same kicker. Always an interesting one. If what's interesting is whether or not if the straight doesn't come home, what do these two players do? Who gets awarded the pot? Is the one who shows more aggression? Most likely, but I'd be curious to see in an alternate universe who would be getting that pot. All right, back to our regularly scheduled. Now let's see. Barris is under the gun. We haven't seen him go super crazy with the hands that he's been playing. Let's see if this one opens him up a little bit. 7-4 suited. Definitely a pretty one in the cutoff and button areas of the table, but under the gun, not quite as pretty. Osden with an ace in the hijack, what some consider to be the worst ace, given it is the worst ace that cannot flop a straight. It cannot make a wheel, at least not on the flop. Opens, looks like he opens to 35, and now Daniel seems to be thinking about something. He's gonna let it go. Curious to see what his thought was. Now on the button. Another fold. Now Andres, still having the chip lead, he can apply pressure in certain situations. He's going to play his hand as a flat from the small. Let's see in the big blind what Sinan's going to do. Usually the one-handed grab for chips means call, and that's what we have. All right, 10-10-4. Andres flops best with 10s up. Sinan with 5s and 4s, not hating it. Ozden with ace high. He's going to check his option and see what happens on the turn. Now Jackson 10s for Andres on the turn. Feeling a little bit better about his hand. Obviously the formed 4s do still loom, mostly in Sinan's hands, as less in Ozden's. But still a good enough hand where you can get value from ace-jack, king-jack, queen-jack, and even some 10s. So he's going to bet. Let's see if Sinan is going to stick around with his 5s and 4s or whether he lets it go. Looks like it's going to get 2 quick folds. And just so the people know, Andres has 1.3, not 11.3. That is the decimal's in the wrong spot there, folks. But a nice pot for the table captain. Looking to extend his stay and dominance over this feature table. The blinds have gone up, folks, with 10,000, 20,000, with a 20,000 big blind ante. The blinds, day 1 of this tournament had 40-minute blinds, and day 2 has 60 until the completion. As you see on the table, there are the nice yellow time chips. They can be used at any point to grant the player additional time for his decision, his or her decision. Jacks for Armin. Always a fun one to see under the gun. I know jacks aren't the most popular of the suited pocket, of the painted pocket pairs, but it's still a painted pocket pair. A lot of 7x and 5x going into the muck. Varus with, yeah. He'd fold even quicker if he knew all the 7s and 5s were out. Hard to make a good straight there. All right, Armin takes one down with some jacks. He hooks in the pot, if you will, with some hooks. We have a lot of variety of fits on this final table too. Everyone seems to be donning a different kind of style and outfit. We've got what looks like some athletic wear from Merrick. We got a nice zip-up jacket from Armin. Not too many interesting hands. 8s, a pair of snowmen for Yildiz. The hijack. Looks like we're going to open this one up. Now with the blinds up, Yildiz is sitting with just 20 big blinds. It's going to open this one up to 45K, just above the minimum. Barris in the small blind with a wheel ace. Not a suited wheel ace, but a wheel ace nonetheless. Let's see if he chooses to take the aggressive approach, or does he let this one go and wait for a better opportunity? He's going to let this one go. And now let's see if Armin has... Oh, he does not. Okay. Oh, a nice pickup for Yildiz. Every pot is worth something, and acquiring chips by any means necessary is an essential part of tournament survival. Every player that plays a tournament feels that urge to always get pots, and even just taking pots down without showdown still feels pretty good. Feels a heck of a lot better than losing them. Ooh, we've got Butch and Sundance under the gun here in Ozden's hand. Once again, we see more players implementing this 4.45K open rather than the traditional min open. Just a little bit more. It's a little bit more of your opponent's chips into the middle. Sinan with a pair of 7s. We've seen him play pairs aggressively earlier. We saw him jam 6s on the button against an open. The question is, does he do the same in the hijack against an under the gun? Given that Ozden can take a much bigger chunk out of his stack than his other opponent. Looks like he's going to play 7s as a flat. Look to find a slot machine flop. Get that 7-7-7. King Jack in the small blind. Armin is going to peel. And now let's see what Merrick is going to do in the big blind with what? Pocket 10s. Ooh. Now, depending on how Merrick's feeling right now, this could be a big pot. 10s is a very strong hand, sitting at 25 big blinds. And with the pot having, if he shoves and this gets through, I mean, we see that it won't. It looks like he's opting for the 3-bet option. This is going to be spicy. Now, Ozden isn't going anywhere. The question is, does he flat to try and let his opponents see the flop? The problem is, at that point, you play kings out of position against a couple of players. And so I think Ozden's going to burn maybe one time extension and then pile, which will get Sinan out of the way and Armin out of the way. And Merrick has a decision at that point. Yep, Ozden has decided to pile, giving the door for Sinan, and now Armin is going to let King Jack go. Now the question is, does Merrick want to call? Just hope he's up against Ace King. Depends on how many hands does he think that Ozden is doing it with. All right, he calls. Pocket kings for Ozden, who is at risk only slightly. Merrick has him covered by 10K. So if Merrick were to lose this pot, he is going to be all in the next hand in the small blind. We did see one of Ozden's outs folded early. Well, not outs, he is ahead, but one of the kings has been folded. I don't recall seeing any of the 10s folded, and Merrick has one live suit in the form of the hearts. Let's see. Moment of truth. Oh. 9, 4, 3, 2 hearts. A little bit of backdoor help there for Merrick. Oh my, we have a 10 on the turn. Set for Merrick, and now Ozden is looking for one of those two, but in fact we know it's one of one. Only one card left in the deck. Is it there for Ozden? It is not. Good game, sir. Merrick spikes the 10 to eliminate Ozden from the tournament, just barely covering him. And an unfortunate feeling many a poker player has felt in tournaments. Your big hand cracked in a huge spot. And with that, I believe our field goes down to 87. We're just counting to double check and make sure that Merrick did have him covered. Good game, sir.
GG.
And walking right over to the cashier, right in the camera shot over there. And now Merrick with a healthy boost to his stack, courtesy of that 2-outer on the turn. 60 bigs now. He sits second on the table, just behind Andres. And now he is in the position to apply pressure. So that means we have 3 stacks at the table, all hovering around 1 million. The 50 big blind stacks. Nobody that short. We also have a variety of eyewear at the final table. Looks like Charlton has some glasses. We got some sunglasses for Andres. When we cut to the other side of the table, I'm going to see what other eyewear. I believe Barris has some sunglasses too. Short sleeves or long sleeves? What do we like at this final table? Do we prefer the short sleeves or do we prefer the long sleeves? Andres with King Jack in +1. Given your stack depth, I think if he was shorter, he might let this go, but right now it's going to play as an open. And he opens to 40,000. And Mr. Andre is all in for his last couple of blinds with a pair of threes. Barris with a very nice hand in the cutoff. The question is, does Barris think Andres is really strong? All right, he flats, which might give the... And Merrick with sixes. Wow, everybody's got some hands. Now, Merrick's going to let this one go. The best hand pre, but not a huge favorite against the hands that are in the mix right now. Now, does Andres want to peel in C3? I don't think that shoving is in his plan right now. Given that when Barris flats, he can have, well, I mean, he does have a hand that's stronger than him, but he can have a hand that's stronger than that. So the question is, do we peel C3? Just try to get Andre out and try to... Looks like we're going to peel C3. So Andre needs to fade a lot of high cards. And unfortunately for him, he does not have a live suit. He will be looking for the triple up. A queen high board, that looks like it's all Barris. Not even a backdoor sweat for Andre, unfortunately. He will be drawing to just one of 2 threes left in the deck. Let's see. Andres is going to check. Now the question is, Barris going to check it back and just try to get the showdown, eliminating a player? Or is he going to use top pair, top kicker to hunt for value? 90. Looks like he is going to go with the latter, going 90,000. Hope that Andres has a worse queen, or maybe just some 10-9, Jack 10, some kind of combo, some kind of draw. All right, looks like he got out of the way. Andres looking for a 3 of diamonds or a 3 of clubs. If not, the pot will go to Mr. Barris to put him over 1 million. Ace is up for Barris. Doesn't change too much. He's drawing a 3 on the flop. He was drawing a 3 on the turn, and unfortunately, he misses. Good game, Mr. Andre. Barris wins that pot, pushes him over the 1 million chip mark. Good game, Andre. And now I believe the field has been shrunk down to 83. Playing for that $200,000 to first place, as well as the title of Prime Cyprus Champion.
Sit open.
Nice hand, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. One in like
and
40 hands.
For those who missed it, Andres would have made Broadway had he somehow gotten to the river. So, lucky for Barris that he did bet the flop. Again, there's... It would be a little bit challenging for Andres to make it to the river, but if he did, he would have made the nuts and taken the pot himself.
That was your chance there. You had the nuts against his top 2. That was the... It just came out and we were rolling.
Oh. Barris knocked over a stack of chips. Whoops. Always happens after you win a pot. You get a little excited and stuff, and you're just knocking your stacks over. All right, Merrick with a pretty bad hand on the button. We're going to use it as an open. He has a significantly bigger stack than either of the 2 players behind him. Daniel with Queen Jack O on 20 big blinds. One of those interesting scenarios. Do you jam? There you go. Daniel has his answer. And it's going to get through, barring some sick feelings of Merrick just wanting to spin the wheel. The I've got live cards kind of call. Looks like he does not opt for that. And Daniel takes down the pot. Good for Daniel. Those Broadway cards in the small blind off of the sub 25 big blind stacks are always interesting situations. They always feel a little bit uncomfortable. All right, now everybody at this table, pretty deep. We could be seeing a lot of interesting post-flop spots. Barris with a suited wheel ace and +1. Likely going to come in for an open. You're sitting there with 55 big blinds. I feel like ace-4 suited is going to play as a raise more often than it is not. Open to the min. Armin has a propensity, it seems, to see flops. King 10 suited is as good a hand as any to see a flop with. And looks like he's going to call. Play a hand in position against one of the table captains. Most of the table captains are all sitting around the 1.1 to 1.3 mark. Daniel's going to let go of his button. Yildiz is going to let go of his small blind. And let's see if Andres does have a hand to play in the big blind. Ace-8 suited, you're getting quite a good price. You could be dominated, but your clubs are always live. And your 8 is likely going to be live against the ranges of the players that you are playing against. Interesting. So Andres with the backdoor nut draw. Barris with the nut draw, and Armin kind of whiffs. He has backdoor Broadway as well as an overcard with the king, but not too much going for him. So depending on Barris's sizing, Armin will likely fold. And then that leaves the decision whether Andres wants to make a flat. 55,000, that is going to get Armin out of the way. Does Andres want to call with his backdoor nut equity to play a turn against one of the biggest stacks at the table? The only one that can, well, one of the only two that can really put a huge dent in his chip stack. It does feel so pretty though, 3 to a flush. All right, it is my pleasure to introduce Matt Savage, tournament director, founder of the TDA. Matt, welcome into the commentary booth. Good to hear from you.
I'm good. I'm about out here in California, about ready to start up the Rolling Thunder, but happy to be back for the Chamada Poker Prime Championship.
All righty.
How's it going out there?
It's going great. It's going great. It's a lot of fun. A beautiful place, a beautiful casino. And I believe I'm going to...
I remember.
Yeah. It's lovely. And with that, I think I will leave you to it, Matt. Have fun, sir.
Thank you, Liam. All right, here we have Barris with ace-6. He's under the gun. He lets that go. And Armin with queen-7, who also folds. Now Merrick with 10-3. If you haven't had a chance to get to Chamada in Cyprus, you need to do so. It is a beautiful property. There's plenty to do there. They have beautiful pools, restaurants, and pretty much eating 24/7 there. So it's a great event. We have another one coming up in August. It's going to be a main tour championship. Excited to be a part of that one. I will be out there for that. Daniel now raises to 40,000 with the ace-5. Gildies with a suited 10-4. He folds. Andres jack-5. He is also gone. And now to Sinan with jack-3. He folds. And Daniel's going to win another pot here with his ace-5s. This event started with 1,391 entries, easily clearing the $1 million guarantee. 177 players have made the money, and actually 4 players cashed more than once, meaning that they had the best stack forward. So 4 players did double bag, double cash in this event. First place, 200,830. And there you see our chip counts. Varus, our chip leader at this feature table, 63 big blinds with 1.2 million in chips. 22% of the chips at this table. Little short stacks here, but 19 and 21 big blinds. Not forced to just shove at this point. And again, we are playing down to the final table, I believe, today. This is the second year we've been at the Chamada Prestige in Cyprus, and this event surpassed last year's entrance by 15%, 189 entries. So good. Always love to see growth going on. As you know, I'm a big proponent of growing the game around the world, and this is just another stop that has seen some growth. I'm happy to see that. Eric now with Jack 10 offsuit, raises to 50,000. Daniel folds. Yildiz now with King Jack, he folds. Andres lets his Queen 6 suited go, and Sinan with the Queen 6 also folds. Now Varus with 9, 8, 9 of clubs.
What's it in that big blind? 25k.
20k.
25.
He doesn't make the call. Flop is Jack 8 and 6. Both players flop a pair. No clubs up there for Varus for the back door, but he does flop middle pair up against Merrick's Jack 10. And now Merrick does make a bet of 40,000. Makes the call with his middle pair. Turn card is ace of spades. Let's check, 3 of spades on the river. Now there are 4 spades on the board. Let's see if anybody tries to make a move with this pot. A check from Merrick. Check from Varus, excuse me. Merrick now, having no spades in his hand, will probably just show this down and take down the pot. But let's see if he takes a stab at this with the 4 spade board. He does check. His jacks will be shown, and they will be good. Merrick's going to win this pot. All right, we're getting a new player to the table. Seat number 3.
Again.
All right, Merrick now is 7th. He does raise to 50,000. And 10-3 lets it go. We do have the action clocks in play here. Players with 20 seconds pre-flop. Really love the flow of that. Speeds up the game. And who doesn't love a faster game? All right, Armin now with ace king. He will shove all in. He's all in for 360,000. Merrick getting a count here. Merrick looks perplexed here as to what to do. Trying to get some information here. He does fold, and Armin gets that through ace king of clubs. Shoves and goes all in, wins this pot. Increases his chip stack. All right, we'll get our new player's name here. He is under the gun. That's Vladimir. Vladimir has ace deuce. New player to the table. And he will fold. Daniel now with jack deuce of diamonds. Folds. Yildiz with the 9-5. We'll let that go. Phenom folds 8-6 suited. Sada is out with jack 5. Harris with the worst hand in poker. 7 deuce off will fold. Now Armin with ace queen. All right, he's going to shove all in one more time with ace queen of clubs. And Merrick's going to find the call here with his 2 kings, quickly calling ace queen versus kings. Had Liam call those Butch and Sundance kings? I've never heard that before, but thank you for that one, Liam. Ace queen of clubs versus kings. Armin 32% in this hand here. Flop is 7-5-3. Armin will need one of the remaining aces to win this pot and stay in the tournament. An 8 of hearts on the turn, down to 3 outs, 7%. Where Armin can be eliminated here. We're down to a king on the river, and Merrick does make a set of kings, and we're going to lose Armin. Eliminated in 81st position. Good run for him. All of these players are in the money. 177 players cash. First place, don't forget, is 200,000 US dollars.
I think this might be your tournament, bro. I think this could be your tournament. You don't want to waste it all now, though. You gotta save some for later, man.
I should be like finishing sooner after 2 hours. They somehow keep me.
Yeah. Where you from, bro? Nice. We're from England.
All right, Daniel now queen 10 suited. Does make it 40,000. That's a min raise. We're playing 10 and 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind ante. And Yildiz now with jacks. He makes the call. Everybody's favorite hand, jacks. Enon and Sod get out of the way. Barris now with 4 deuce of spades also lays that down. Merrick with king 8 and Vladimir ace 9. Vladimir folds. All right, we're gonna see a flop here. Queen 10 versus jacks. And the flop is 7-7-5. Daniel the pre-flop raiser here. And first to act on that flop of 7-7-5. He checks. And Yildiz does make a bet of 30,000. Fold from Daniel. Yildiz gets his first pot here in a while.
I'm pretty sure he hasn't. Can you get the flop? I don't think she's supposed to play it. I want to take it. Flop. Can you get the full please? I don't think she's supposed to play it. I don't think she's supposed to have to play it. I might be wrong, but I don't think she is.
Come on.
Yeah, can you get the floor please? Floor.
All right, Merrick now with 82 bigs, 1.6 million in chips. And Sod, our short stack here with 260 at our 10 and 20,000 level.
I just like to make sure.
These tournaments stay fairly deep for WPT Prime. Structure is very good. It's 40-minute levels day 1, 60 on day 2. And we do have those action clocks in play as well for protection poker.
I'm having a rough series, but I need the extra 600 bucks.
Xenon with 6s. He made a bet of it. He called 20,000, excuse me. Barris now with ace 10, calls with ace 10 suited.
Can I get a chai, please? And some water? Water and chai.
All right, you get a check from the big blind 9-7, and the flop does come 9-7-6. Look at this, a set for Sinan and 2 pair for Daniel. No clubs on this board, so Barris is going to get out of the way, and I think we're going to see some fireworks here. Possible all-in situation as Sinan has flopped a set. And Daniel leads the betting, bets 35,000. Sinan makes the call with his set of 6s. And with the gut shot straight, Barris also makes the call. Turn cards to 3 of hearts. Daniel's got to be liking his top 2 here. There's possible straight draws out there, but top 2 looks pretty good on that flop, especially when you were in the big blind. and would have likely folded to any raise pre-flop. All right, now Daniel leads one more time, this time for 150,000. And he moves all in. And Daniel has to be a bit concerned. Gut shot, draw goes away. Daniel makes the call. He has 9s and 7s to pair up against a set for Sinan. He's got 4 outs, 9s and 7s. Daniel putting his jacket on, a move we see quite often. Seems to work a fair amount of time, but here comes the river card. It's an 8, and that will do it. We're going to lose Daniel.
If I could hold until river.
He would have made the straight with the 10, but didn't happen. They got him out on the turn with that big bet, and Daniel makes his way to the payout cage.
Biz üçümüz kaldık galiba sadece.
Evet,
Türklerden mi?
Hayır, masa ilk
Aynı
kuruldu.
masa.
Ha, ilk kurulduğundan beri.
Bol şans.
Teşekkür ederim. Thank you.
This is moving day here at the WPT Prime Championship here in Chamada Prestige in the island of Cyprus.
Ben de bir soğuk alayım olacak. Ben sadece soğuk su istiyorum.
Red Bull'u ben
Stop it.
söylüyorum.
Grey Deuce of Spades lets it go. Merrick with ace-10.
Soğuk su.
Puts out a call of 20,000. All right, we're going with limp strategy now, and Yildiz with 7-4 in the big blind. I'm assuming that Merrick did raise there, since Yildiz did not have to put any more chips in if it was just a
Can you cut your
20K
chips by
limp.
20 or 40 or 30 whatever? Huh? Yeah,
Yes, he does need to stack his chips in
ruling,
20. You guys are listening.
You cannot just
Thing over
like
there.
cover like cash games.
That is
Either
correct.
20 or 40 is the rule.
20, I think, is the
That is correct.
There's no
Yeah.
40.
There's no harm. There's no harm doing 40 as well, but not like random.
Yeah, it's not personal.
All right, see now with 8-4.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, they just want to find out how much he
Yeah,
has.
exactly. Even for short back.
Yeah, of course. I can change you it by the 100. By the 100.
Ace-6 for Vladimir. Vladimir with 290,000.
40 each, yeah?
And he does shove. Moves all in for 290. Yildiz folds. Andras with ace king will be making the call, and he does. Ace king versus ace 6. Andras with the ace king of diamonds up against ace 6 for Vladimir. Vladimir 27% to double up here. And the flop is a queen, jack, and a 7. Vladimir looking for one of the 3 remaining 6s. Jack on the turn, down to 4%, as it is a diamond and a flush draw for Andras. And the river card is a 6 of diamonds. Wow. So he did catch the 6, but it was a diamond 6, and therefore a flush was made, and another elimination. I believe we're down to 75-ish players here.
From the original table, only 3 of us left. Like 8 changes.
Maybe more. Huh?
And we're going to get a new couple players up here on our featured table when they break a table.
Yeah, like in every pot there's an all-in. Or a big pot or something.
All right, Saad now with ace deuce of clubs. He's under the gun. He will fold. Fold now. Merrick with jack 7. He folds Yildiz with king, queen of hearts. He's got 450,000. He's going to make a raise from the button here. He'll raise to 45,000. Andras with 4-3. Lets it go. And now Sinan in the big blind. Makes the call. Yildiz has him dominated pre-flop with that king queen, a 9 on the flop, and now Sinan has turned the tables here and flop top pair. It does go check check, 1 hard on the board, a 7 on the turn. Sinan still with top pair. Now he does make a bet. It's out 65,000. Yildiz now just 2 overcards. Will likely think better of it and let it go. And he'll win the pot. We are in Cyprus here, Chamada Poker. They do a fantastic job here. It's sponsored by WPT Global. I really enjoyed my trip here last time. A new player to the table. And we'll see who that is. Barris under the gun with 8s. Puts out 40,000. And our new player is Ahmet. Ahmet with ace-6. Welcome Ahmet. He folds. Merrick now with 7s. He makes the call. Andras fold. Sinan is out as well. Side with the queen 4. Will fold. And so now we have heads up action. 7s versus 8s. 7s for Merrick Barris with 8s. And we'll go to the flop. And it is an 8. King and a 4. And Barris has flopped a set. Also has the 8 of spades with 2 spades on the flop. Gotta love it. However, don't think we're going to see much action on this pot. Unless he bets out 30,000, and we'll see if Merrick wants to make the call. A jack of spades on the turn. Again, Barris has had the 8 of spades in his hand. And he does make the check. Merrick checks. And the river card is a 5. And Barris check this one more time and maybe extract a few chips from Merrick. And we do have the 20-second pre-flop clock out there. And Barris is going to bet. Puts out 125. Merrick here with the bluff catcher here. 7s. Let's see if he can make the call. Not going to like it either way, I don't believe. Even if he calls or folds, I think he's going to feel like he may have had the best hand, even though he was very dominated all the way through this hand, and he does let it go. Good fold there by Merrick. Barris wins the spot. Merrick still 1.6 million. Saad, our short stack, he's got 220,000. I'm Matt Savage, Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour. Happy to be with you from Chamada Prestige. This is the Prime Championship. The $1,100 buy-in, 1,391 entries started this event. Currently down to, I believe, right around 70 players remaining. We're playing down to the final table today or close to it. First place in this event is 200,000 US dollars. And again, if you've not been to the Chamada Prestige, you need to get out. We have another event coming up for the World Poker Tour in August. Make sure you check it out at WPT.com for the schedule. That will be a main tour championship. And I will be out there for that one. All right. Saad with the 9-8 on the button. Hasn't been involved as of late. Makes the call of 20,000. Barris now in the small blind. Oh. He's actually in the big blind, and he moves all in for 1.18. Sensing weakness there from Saad, and does take this one down. Sergio in the background, he's our tour manager, making his scene on the live stream. It's the Merrick race to 50,000 with King Queen and scene on with King 10. Lets it go. Saad also folds. Now Barris with 6-4 in the small blind. He makes a call. Suited one gapper, and Ahmet with 10-7 in the big blind. Flop is 7-6-5. Ahmet did make a call. He flops top pair. Barris now with a pair and a straight draw. And Merrick checks his king queen. Turn card is a deuce. Barris here with a pair. Ahmed with top pair. Apparently folded pre-flop, but he still showed him being in there. Barris with the middle pair and straight draw. Makes the bet of 65,000. Merrick is going to have to let this go. We're going to move on to the next hand unless he wants to make a move, but he doesn't. And Barris wins another pot. Great staff and dealers here at Chamada Poker.
Welcome.
If you've not yet been there, again, like I said, you need to come out for our event in August. They have food 24 hours a day in the poker room, which is free to all players. It's a highlight there, in addition to the amazing pools and the weather in Cyprus. It will be warm. Saad here with sixes. He does move all in for 200,000 with those sixes. Barris with queen 5 folds. On that with queen 10. He's got 655,000, be about a third of his stack to make this call here. Doing some posturing here. And that action clock is counting down. Have to use at least one time essential at this point. See that time extension's going in, so he's used at least 2. So he really is pondering a call here with his queen 10. Does lay it down. Merrick now with 10-9 suited. He makes the call. We see these hands, 2 over cards for Merrick. 10-9 of clubs up against Saad 6s. Saad looking for the double up here. 72 players remaining. Tables are being played 8-handed. So it means we are down to 9 tables. We'll see the flop here. And flop is a 9, a king, and a 4. Saad trailing in the spot 8%. 1 club on the board as well. Turn card is a jack. Saad is down to 1 out, a 6. The last remaining 6. And it's a jack on the river. 9s and jacks will win the pot. Saad has been eliminated and finishes in 72nd place.
I hit kings.
At some point of the tournament.
2 days ago.
You had 2 days off, right? So you are well prepared.
Exactly.
I played like 36 hours before day 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Twice bubble twice.
Wow.
12 hours, 12 and a half.
I busted with set over set in the first three levels. Then the second bullet made it.
This is the crying story.
No. It's not a crying story. It's a good story. I made it from 1-8.
Raise 40,000.
All right, a race 40,000 with Andras with queen 9 of hearts. Paris now with king 6 of diamonds. He folds. Ahmed lets the 5-4 go.
$1.3.
Merrick with king 10 of clubs. He makes the call of 40,000. Miata is new to the table, and he makes his call with a suited connector. 9-8 of diamonds. The flop is ace, ace, queen. 2 pair for Andras. Also 1 heart on 40 as queen 9 of hearts. Andras has flopped 2 pair. Merrick with a straight draw. And then Mihiata only has the 9-8, the backdoor flush draw. Andras continues here, bets 30,000. See if Merrick wants to take one off. He does. He makes a call. Mihiata doesn't let it go. We'll go to the turn card. It's a 5 of clubs. And now Merrick has the flush draw in addition to the straight draw. Andras is going to continue to put pressure on this pot with 55,000 bet. Merrick now with that flush and straight draw. does make the call. Go to the river, and it is a queen. So aces and queens on the board, and Andras has the full house. Merrick now with the king high. Could be making a call here if he thinks that his king high is good.
They will be moved. Thank you very much. 9 numaralı masaya
Depending on how much Andras bets on this hand.
Çipli oluyor mu onlar?
Yok yok. Çipleri onlar hallediyormuş.
He does make the bet. 60,000. I think Merrick's going to make the call. But we will see. Maybe he's not going to make the call here. He does not. He lets it go. Good fold by Merrick. And he will not show him. And so he has to wait 30 minutes because we're on a 30-minute delay. And with that, I believe we're going to go on a short break here. When we come back, we're going to try and make our way to the final table. The blinds will be going up to 15, 25, 25. And
We break.
I believe we'll have a new table up here as well.
I'm in the table.
The World Poker
Take a
Tour
short break.
returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.
Not much you can do there. All right, these small blind versus big blind confrontations are always interesting. It's always curious to see how certain people navigate. And Barris, I believe, has the biggest stack, so he's going to play King 8 as a call. And in the big, Armin has about half the stack. Oh, they're both sharing a king. Now, this flop is most likely going to go to Barris. The question is, can he get Armin to put any money in the pot? Oh my, quads. Set first hand in, and we already have 4 8s. Now, do you continue to lay rope, or you gotta spring it? All right, looks like he's springing it. Oh, and Armin comes along for 1 street. King high can be good against a variety of things. Oh, well, now he's going to get paid. If king high was good before, then eights full of threes will certainly be good now. So Barris will likely get called with another bet, depending on his sizing, unless he goes too meaty, in which Armin could credibly put him on a 10. Considering a 10 and quads, I mean, both would probably play this line similarly. Now, how big does Barris want to go? 125 is the bet. So just a little over pot. So what Armin has to figure out is, does my opponent have some kind of Jack 9, Jack 7, something that he'd be turning into a bluff that is probably no good at showdown, although I think some of the hands that would be better suited for that would be like a 9-7 or a 6-7. As it stands, 1 point over pot is pretty strong. So he just has to wonder, can my boat beat anything? It can't beat any value. Oh, he's going to see the bad news. As Barris is off to a big start, winning with 4 8s. What a good start to this stream table for him.
Once I should run
don't
as
waste
well,
all the
right?
quads now. You won't need to save some for later.
Good point.
I should have a run sometimes.
Brings up a good point. While it is important to stay lucky in these parts of the tournament, it's those later moments that you really want those good hands to come through.
I'm really good from 50 players out to about 15 players out.
So now Barris has extended his lead, kind of handcuffing some of the other players at this table, like Sinan sitting here off of what is the second biggest stack at the table, with ace-8 and the hijack, something that I think plays as a raise sometimes, but people do fold in these situations with the chip leader on their left. Not the direct left, mind you, but still there. Raise to 30,000. Arios is going to fold this. Although King 8 worked well for his table mate last time, I don't think it plays too well against a hijack open from the cutoff. Barris is going to pass here. Armin is going to flat from the small with Queen 10, and now in the big blind with King Queen. This could be a potential squeeze spot or a flat, depending on how Francisco wants to play this. King Queen is very likely to be the best hand, and sometimes you just want to see 3. But there's often a school of thought for jamming and seeing if you could just take the pot down there. So while Sinan flops the best hand, I doubt he's going to feel too comfortable on this particular board, given this is a board that is going to, favor the range of lines in general. Armin jamming is the one he's probably less concerned about hitting that flop, but it could be exactly what it is, some kind of combo draw with overs, in which his 8 is beating them, but again, as seen by the percentages, it's not a huge favorite. Looks like he's leaning into the reluctant call camp, with that ace of spades backdoor certainly being a little bit enticing, I'm sure, but he has to wonder, is there a chance my opponent just has Jack 10 and just flopped with no spade and just flopped and just wanted to pile, get called by some combo draw? All right, he makes the call. He is correct at the moment. Let's see how the run out goes for Sinan. All right, paired on the turn, 8s and 7s for Sinan. He has to fade a Jack, 10, Queen, or 6. And it's 10 on the river. Looks like Armin is going to secure the double up with 10s up. Interesting spot. I'm sure if Armin did expect the jam, go check out WPT.com for all of these exciting updates and promotions. And be sure to stay tuned. We will have multiple guest commentators on today, including Matt Savage and others. Ace-9 in the cutoff, off of 19 big blinds. Let's see, are we probably playing this as an open? Looks like we're going a little above 2x. Interesting. We go to 35, rather than what is often seen as the standard open of 2x. And Yildiz is going to continue. The question is in what capacity? Is he going to play his hand as a jam? But one thing he has to keep in mind is that Francisco isn't super deep. His opening range is going to be smaller. He does happen to be out-pipped here. Let's see the flop. Oh my. Well, ace is up. The dead man's hand for Yildiz. He's going to check. Francisco is going to bet. And the question is, how do you proceed? Given there are quite a lot of scary turn cards, you do not want to see nines and, oh, we're doing a little bit of the wincing. I don't think this is Hollywood. I think that he's actually thinking of the decision, whether to call or to jam. All right, he jams. Ace-9 calls, and now Francisco is queen hunting. Or some backdoors. There are some backdoors. Nobody has spades, but Francisco's got that backdoor 10 jack. Backdoor 9. Well, 9's not a backdoor. Let's see if we have a fun sweat on the turn. We do not. He just... So Yildiz needs to fade a queen or a 9 to stay alive. Ooh, paint, but it was the right suit, so... Yildiz doubles up, and now Francisco sits as the shortest stack at the table with under 10 big blinds. He is in the danger zone, as they say. All right, Marius under the gun with the Queen Jack suited. I think this is as good of time as any to go with it. All right, Marius jams all in with Queen Jack suited under the gun. He has 8 big blinds. King 10, a little too early position to do anything. Armin is going to let this suited ace go. Pocket pair with the other short stack. Likely a fold as well, given you can never really be ahead. You can only be flipping. Now this would be interesting. We just saw King 10 pitched. And Queen Jack is a hand pretty interconnected with King 10. I'd be surprised. So he's going to give it some thought. So one thing that is playing into Austin's mind is that Marios is going to have a quarter of his stack in, a third of his stack in the following hand. And so he's wondering how light is Marios jamming. Now it just so happens Marios has a pretty good hand to jam. But this call makes sense under that kind of, if you just think about, he could be jamming almost any two just to steal the blind's ante. The big blind ante is very important for the players. Oh, there's a queen and a 10. So there's 1 10 left in the deck, 2 kings left in the deck, 2 queens left in the deck, and 3 jacks left in the deck based on what we have seen so far. A couple of hearts have been pitched as well, so that's not going to be good news to Marios. I wonder if anyone has told Ozden that they folded King 10, or whether anyone has told Marios that they folded Queen 10. So let's see what kind of flops we are going to see.
They're going to win now, 100%. 100%.
Oh boy. Well, we know there's only one. There's not 3 outs, there's only 1. So it is looking very dire for Mr. Marios. And unless he can find that last hand of the deck, he will be eliminated. He does not. Marios is the first casualty of this stream table. Good game, sir. Ozden breaks in the pot, and now putting a little bit of separation between himself and the other stacks that were all kind of handcuffed at times. Now let's see who wants to get involved. We have 105 players left, so we have lost 70 players since the beginning of play, or nearly 70 players since the beginning of play. Oh, hello. Best unpaired hand there is Barris with ace king off in the cutoff. So it's not a question of if you're going to open, it's how you're going to open. Min raise it is. And looks like Francisco, oh wow, he woke up with an ace. It's just an unfortunate situation, he's dominated. So what Ozden is trying to do some quick calculations is figure out whether or not Barris can reopen the pot. That's what's going through his mind right now, because if he can't open the pot, then this is an easy call. But if he can open the pot, he doesn't really want to face any resistance against Barris, who has him covered. One of the only stacks at the table that has him covered. So those are some of the calculations that are going through his head at the moment. Looks like he figured out that Barris could open the action, didn't want to risk any of the clashes. All right, Francisco's wheel hunting, looking for some wheels or some fours. See, he knows what he needs to find. Straight, yeah. He knows exactly what he needs to hit. There's no chop in this one, and it looks like Francisco is eliminated from the tournament. Good game, sir. Another stack for Barris as he nears one. Suited queen under the gun. Barris lets it go. We haven't seen Barris getting involved in too many hands. So offsuit king on the button. Now, does Yildiz want to play this as an open or just let this go and wait for a better spot? Looks like the latter. Now, an ace in the small blind is a weird one. Sometimes people often go with the limp.
And we are back here at WPT Prime Cyprus, the championship from Chamada Prestige Hotel and Spa. I am Matt Savage, Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour. Happy to be back at Chamada Poker. We have a new table. Fabian Rolli is our chip leader at this feature table. 106 big blind. Sami Benjima is in the short stack position with 11 big blinds. Very international field, as you see the flags over there on the left-hand side. It looks like we have maybe 9 different countries represented here at this table, which is an amazing thing to see, as we're always trying to grow the game around the world. We are the World Poker Tour, and there's a reason why there's a world in it, because this final table, or feature table, has a wide array of players. All right, Adrian with the queen 3, he will fold. Iman lets it go. Fabian here. He puts out 50K, which is a raise. Blinds are now 1525 with a 25K big blind ante. Johnny with the ace 3. He's in the small blind. He folds. Boss puts out the call with the king 8. Flop is a king, a 10, and a 5. Both players the top pair. Fabian with the jack kicker, though, in good shape. And select boss. doesn't know what's about to hit him because he does check, but Fabian does continue. That's 40,000. And Fabian with top pair. He puts out a raise to 85,000. And the call from Fabian. We'll go to the turn card. Turn card is a queen. Now Fabian has the up and down straight drop in addition to his top pair. Select boss. First act, we'll check it. Fabian has those 100K chips now, the white and red chips, and he will put one out as he makes a bet of 105,000. All right, select boss. Puts out a time extension. We are using time extensions and 20-second clocks pre-flop. Protection poker action clocks. A second time extension. Select boss with the top pair here. Really has to be thinking about it. It would be a big percentage of a stack here if you were to make this call 105,000. Another time extension, a third one. Now those time extension chips are worth 30 seconds. So we're already 2 minutes into this decision here. And it looks like he only has one remaining. Players receive 4 time extensions on the bubble. Another additional 4 for day 2. Another 4 at 24 and a final 4 to make the final table. So 16 total chips. Does make a good fold there. As it turns out, Select Boss lets down. Let's go top pair, and Fabian wins a nice little pot here. Okay, and this tournament started with 1,391 entries.
How much you have, Omar?
Under 70 remaining. Looks like they're going to play down to the final table or close to it today. First place in this event is over 200,000 US dollars. 66 players remaining. Of the 1,391 that started this event.
Very small, simple one. You look at it. I never looked at cards like that before.
And your Jack 8 folds. Iman with 6-4, Dan folds straight deuce. Fabian now with King 9 of spades and a big stack. He raises to 50,000. Select boss with the 10-4 offsuit. Lets that go. And now we're to Omar with 7-8. Looks like he's going to make the call. Flop is 3 hearts, queen, 9, 6. Middle pair for Fabian. Neither player with a heart in their hand. And Omar checks. He has a open and straight draw. Fabian now with position. And he was a pre-flop raiser. He does check this one. Turn card is a 10. A straight has been made by Omar. Now he's going to bet 100,000. Flush draw out there, straight draw. So let's see how Fabian plays his third pair here with King 9. He makes the call. And the river card is a deuce of diamonds. Omar with the check mark here, it's made straight. Wow, now he throws out 300,000. Fabian knows that river card unlikely to have helped Omar, but he still makes the prudent fold here. And Omar takes down a nice pot here. 165,000. All of these players are in the money at this stage. We're deep on day 2. As I said, 177. We're in the money. This tournament is sponsored by WPT Global. Join us at the next WPT event by winning a passport dollars on WPT Global. We have passports around the world for WPT Global. Make sure you check it out if you are in an area where you can play. And also on Club WPT, Josh Wyndham is a doctor who plays on Club WPT, qualified for 4 WPT championships, and he cashed in all 4. So make sure you check out his Sun Run Bounty Tournament on Club WPT. If Josh cashes live, we'll double your payout. Use code word SUNRUN. All right, Ace King versus Queens here. They call this the classic clash. They raised 50,000. Now Iman is going to 3-bet to 135. Handle Jack 6 of clubs, still fold. Fabian's going to get out of the way. 9-5 for Johnny. He folds. Sadaka boss with Jack 3. We'll get out of the way now. The action is over to Omar, who has 2 kings. What a pot we're going to have here. Omar with the call. And Eric with 10-9 of hearts. He will fold. Now, what will Sammy do? Facing that 3-bet with the queens. Sammy moves all in for 270. Iman with 135 more to call. A massive pot brewing here on our featured table. Oh, Iman has moved all in for 1.35. And the call is made. Wow. 2 players all in here. Ace King versus Kings versus Queens. A very, very, very big pot here. Pot is 860,000. We're going to go to the flop. The flop is 4 trade deuce. A 5 would make a straight. An ace would be a bigger pair for Aman. Sammy in 3rd place here with queens. Still a lot could happen here on the turn and river. Iman not drawing dead by any stretch here. A 7 of hearts on the turn. And Omar has just eliminated some outs because he has a king of hearts with 3 hearts on the board. We're going to go to the river. It's a queen of diamonds. That's unbelievable. Sammy's going to triple up here in this pot. Iman's going to be eliminated. Sammy catches a 1 out. Queen of diamonds. Wow, that's exciting. Somer will take down the side pot there.
Magnifique, thank you. If I go far, I tip you. Don't worry. I will find you.
He's offering the dealer.
Magnifique. Il just call de roi. Moi j'ai 20 blindes, j'ai 15 blindes. J'ai 2 dames. I'm all in. Et lui il a 1 milliard. Il a 2 millions. All in.
What a card on the river there. Or Sammy. Big triple up there.
One out. Yeah, but I have 15 blinds. Can I get like you one time? Of course not. Can I get like you one time, guys? Possible? No, I can't. Only you guys. Huh? Only you can get. Me never. Full flop lose, aces lose, kings lose. Sorry guys. Huh? Yeah, now I fold aces and kings and I just pay queens, okay?
Is good fortune for Sammy as he triples up here. A massive pot. Omar does take the side pot. And we lost him on there with the ace king. Upcoming stops on the World Poker Tour include where I am at today, Thunder Valley. Also Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown coming March 19th through April 8th. WPT Chaka April 16th through the 5th. WPT Slovakia Passport to the World Championship May 22nd through June 2nd. And we'll return to Chamada Prestige in August. The festival dates there are the 7th through the 18th. Please join me. I will be there as well. Chamada Poker. Beautiful location.
Some entertainment. Yeah.
Omar raises to 70,000 with 9-6 suited. Eric now all in for 350,000 with King Jack of clubs. Sammy with Jack 8 offsuit. Going to hold on to those newly found chips.
But look, it's first time I saw a card like this. What is this? Hein? Non mais c'est un absent. Huh? Yeah, it's like umbrella. Yeah. But like, when I look it, like I say, what this card is? Is this the new day? Huh?
Yeah, it's good. Need more people like that.
Sammy is from his voice here.
No complaint. It's about the figure. Come on.
All right, King Jack will win the pot there. Adrian Govea has 35 big blinds. He's got 885,000.
How much is 15? Amazing.
Dan raises with King Queen to 50,000. Select boss with Jack 6. You guys are in for a treat. The veteran commentator Tony Dunst will be joining the live stream coming up.
Yes.
Make sure you tune in for that. Just about 45 minutes from now.
Everyone likes it. Well, 90% like it.
Adrian King 5 in the big blind. He does fold. Dan wins his spot with King Queen.
I'm just hopping in late, guys. Don't mind me.
New player coming in.
Serious?
Player with over 1 million in chips. We'll see who it is.
Encore Suisse again. Team
Home game.
I recognize this guy. Maybe from the last year I was at Chamada Prestige. They have a concert hall there that they have concerts right on the water. Beautiful location. Dan is under the gun with A6. He will fold. Body unfolds A7. Johnny with the Jack 9. Let's go. Alec Boss folds. Eric with 5-4 in the cutoff. He will also likely let it go, but maybe not. He reaches 4 chips. You got 65,000. Adrian with the Jack 9 suited. He folds, and Eric's going to get this raise through with 5-4 offsuit. Nice little raise there from the cutoff from Eric. We'll win the pot.
Wait, stay here. 1 minute.
Johnny folds a 6-3. Select boss with 10-5. Omar with the Jack 9 lets it go. And Eric 7-6 also out. Adrian on the button here with 8-4. He folds, and out of the small line, Leonard with 9-5. Leonard, our new player here at the feature table. We're down to 62 players of 1,391. And Leonard puts out a raise to 80,000. Dan lets his 9-3 go, and Leonard wins a pot. Welcome to the table, Leonard.
55 gut, der Flat, der Flat da, jetzt kriegt man nach 25.
Ja, das ist Gegenteil hier.
Er hat 5,6 Euro, weißt du, bei der Flop 200. Sagt, er ist Karte, der macht es machen.
Okay.
Und nur so, gell?
Johnny here with ace 8. He's at 300K. He folds, select boss with king 10. A fold from Leonard. Now Dan, queen 5 in the small blind. Suited. He limps to 25,000. Now Fabian with Jack 3 offsuit. He raises to 85,000.
Time, 6. 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Action now back to Dan.
275.
And the re-raise to 275. There you go, Dan. Nice play. And wins this pot.
6 p.m.
King I put That would have been good, right?
Very nicely done.
I would say you'll never find out, but
Yeah.
you'll probably find out.
True.
It is day 2, playing 8-handed with 60-minute levels on our WPT Prime. Tournament had a $1 million guarantee. Prize pool ended up being about 1.4 million. Threes get folded right away. Sammy now with ace deuce offsuit. He lets it go. Adrian now jack 6. He folds. Leonard now with queen 9 in the cutoff. Raises to 50,000. Dan makes the fold. And Fabian now with 2 9s in the small blind. Makes the call. And folds. So we'll see a flop here. Queen 9 versus 2 9s. Leonard with the queen 9. Flops a queen, a jack, and a 4. Top pair now for Leonard. Fabian does have the 9 of clubs with 2 clubs on that flop. Fabian checks his 9s. And now Leonard with queen 9. Also checks an 8 on the turn. That makes a straight draw for both players. A 10 would be a straight and a split pot. However, Fabian trailing in this pot to the queens for Leonard with 1 to come. And so now Leonard puts out a bet. That's 60,000. And Fabian does make the call. The river card is a 10, and so both players now with a straight, also a possible flush out there. Let's see how this hand plays out with both players in a split pot situation. That's 100,000, and Fabian with a quick call. He shows Queen 9 for that straight, and Fabian will show the same. Both players chop it up.
Happy to not face B200 or something like that. I'm happy to not face B200 or something like that. Something annoying.
All right, Omar with the aces. And Adrian ace king.
Okay.
Omar's had some big hands here at this featured table. Adrian uses a time extension here. Reaching for raising chips. Adrian raises to 245. Leonard with 10-6, he will fold. Fabian folds Johnny. Now with Jack 9 on the button will also fold. Selig Boss with the 6-5. To go. Now the action's back to Omar, who has number 1. Some Hollywood going on. Huh. And he makes the 4-bet raise to 1 million and an all-in and call. Aces versus ace king. Omar has them covered and has aces up against ace king for Adrian. All in for 820,000. A massive pot here at the feature table. 56 players remaining. And a king on the flop. Still down 2 outs here. Adrian, the all-in player, possible backdoor straight draw for a split pot. We'll see what happens on the turn. It's a 7. So now Adrian's going to need one of those 2 kings, or he's going to be eliminated in 56th position. And the river card is a 4. And we're going to lose. Adrian says GG. Heads to the payout window. And we're down to 55.
Not easy game, guys. Easy game. Never say easy game with this.
That was very tough to play, I agree.
Du sagst das Wort. Ich glaube, du siehst. Huh? If I go, let it go. Yes, you do.
Yeah, I go all and do, Holly says. Little Hollywood pays off there for Omar.
schon weißt, dass der hat und acht Wenn du schon weißt, dass der hat, dann ist raus.
All right, Omar with that pot, 144 bigs, 3.6 million, 34% of the chips at this feature table. And again, we have 8 countries represented here at this feature table. Love to see it. Truly an international feel. Eric under the gun with King Queen.
You have to say no.
He's kidding, yes or no?
He raises 50,000. Sammy passes ace deuce suited.
I have like 600, right?
King Queen for Dan. He makes the call. I'm sorry, he raised to 125. 3-bet to 125. Fabian with ace 8. He folds. Johnny is going to fold the 9-3. And Salikbas with pocket sixes. Only got 310 remaining. It'd be a shove spot for Salikbas as he looks at his stack. And he doesn't let it go. All right, so we have King Queen versus King Queen. Oh, he does let it go as well. So Dan does take it down. Increases his stack by 115,000. Sammy's 9-7 under the gun. Folds. Dan 10-5 lets that go. Fabian folds. Johnny with Queen 3. Also folded. Salikbas now with ace 6 looking for that shove spot. Could this be it? And it is going in. 310,000. Eric with the king queen makes a quick call here. And we're going to see these hands. Ace 6 versus king queen. Ace 6 of hearts versus king queen offsuit for Eric. As we go to the flop. Salikbas, the all-in player. The flop is Jack. 7, 6. Pair of sixes for Salikbas. Kings and queens, the outs here. An 8 on the turn. Eric down to 6 outs to eliminate Salikbas. And the river card is an ace. Salikbas, 2 pair, doubles up. Nice little hand there for Salikbas. Full double up.
300.
300. 10.
Yes, 300.
We are at the Chamada Prestige in Cyprus. And this is the WPT Prime. I am Matt Savage, Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour. Tony Dunn's coming up in 20 minutes. Dan with Jack 10, offsuit, folds. Fabian with Queen 7. Johnny with the 8 deuce of diamonds, also forward. Been completely uninvolved at this point. Not had many hands, has Johnny. Select Boss now with ace 8. More than just a shoving stack with that. He's in the cutoff with ace 8. And Select Boss does raise to 50,000.
6.
Sammy now with King 10 in the big blind. Already invested 25,000 as the blinds are 15 and 25.
Just good.
Okay.
Sammy makes the call. The flop is Jack 9 deuce, 2 diamonds, Sammy with the king of diamonds and the straight draw. Select Boss still in the lead with the ace 8. Turn card is a 6. Sammy now leads, makes it 60,000. And Select Boss lays it down. Sammy wins this one. Nice little bet there on the turn.
They make tactic, yeah? He was not here, they was making tactic. Tactic. I saw it, yeah, they was making tactic.
Tactic. If you make more than 3x, he has aces.
When they open 3x, you have aces. Sorry, it's 10 or 15? Yeah, right.
Dan under the gun with 8-7 of diamonds.
We put Arnautovic
Raises to 50,000. Fabian now with 9s.
We put Arnautovic titulaire.
Don't think that Tony Dunn's coming up in about 15 minutes would like that under the gun raise to 50,000. Fabian makes the call, 50,000. Select Boss with the 8-4. He folds. Trade deuce for Eric. fold. Sammy now at king 7. Lets it go. And Leonard in the big blind with queen 9 suited. Leonard Dordewanger definitely commentated on another one of his final tables. Can't quite remember where, but I'll look it up. And the flop is ace 6-4. Fabian in the lead with his 2 9s. Let's see if Dan tries to represent an ace here. He was the pre-flop raiser under the gun. Looks like he will try.
65.
And he bet 65,000. He makes the call. Leonard lets it go. To the turn we go. It is a jack of hearts, 3 hearts now on the board. Fabian with a 9 of hearts in his hand. Dan with a straight draw. Dan's going bigger here on the turn. He makes it 225. And Fabian lets his hand go. He's down to 2 9s. He'll find out in 30 minutes that he had the best hand. All right, Fabian now under the gun with king queen. Raises to 50,000. Select boss folds, 7-5. Omar with 10-4. Eric folds Jack 7. Danny and Leonard fold. Now Dan with 10-6 in the small blind, or the big blind, excuse me. In the big blind, he lets it go. And Fabian will take this one down.
Siehst du nicht mal, wenn ich hier rauf schaue und auf das Tablet schaue, sehe ich nichts. Ja.
What it means, I have it like front.
Yeah, with me it's a little bit similar, I don't know.
Really like in my head.
Yeah, especially if I look up and then I try to see the clock on the tablet, it's like no chance.
No, why? Because the light is white.
These players playing for the first time underneath the lights, apparently. Johnny folds. Love to ask Tony how impatient he would get. He's in Johnny's spot. constantly folding. Not played, I believe, a single hand here at our feature table. Eric now with ace-8 of clubs. He moves all in. Falling for 135. He was looking for that spot. Dan with ace-6. In the small blind.
135.
No call. Action now. To Fabian with Queen Jack. He makes the call. Ace-8 for Queen Jack. It's a fair fight.
35, right?
135.
Eric 59% to win the hand and double up here.
Yeah.
And he'll go to the flop as a 3-2 favorite. And the flop is deuce. Deuce, 3. One club. Fabian now with queens and jacks. That's the cards he needs. Turn card is another deuce.
Take a 3. It's okay. Take a 3, right? Yes. Yeah, a deuce.
The river card is a king. And a double up for Eric with the ace high. Eric now up to 310,000.
Yes.
The problem is I had the calling hand and not
Two wins?
I had the miss as well, but that much. No, this one. 15.
I will take some random if we are make it till tomorrow or do the hoodie.
But
Like
with
this,
hoodie you're gonna
be much better. Okay.
But you're gonna be, I guess, insanely hot in there.
I will ask you about what's the odds and how much we can put maximum.
Stock boss under the gun with Trey Deuce. Let's it go. Omar with 5-4.
This is for cards. It's not for chips.
Yeah.
I want to see you folding ace jack, ace ten. Tactic.
Very talkative table. Love to see it. Sammy folds. Hands on the button with Jack 6 suited. Raises to 50,000. Now Johnny in the big blind has 9-5. He lets it go. And the Jack 6 raise on the button for Dan will get through. He picks up the blinds and the antes.
And then he jumps again and then you have to show.
I skipped the three bet. Yeah.
Feature table pressure.
TV table pressure. It's like a pro conduit, you know. I
Yeah,
cannot do it anymore.
You know, people are gonna watch and then they'll be like, what is he doing? They're gonna be like,
They say, what is... The problem is, my friends say, what is he doing when they see what I folded? You know? This is a little bit the problem.
Bro, how can you fold ace-9 off there? Who cares about blockers?
Omar with ace-9 of diamonds. He raises to 65,000.
Queens or what? Wait. Okay. Yes, good. Card inside. Card inside.
You really want to see what he has, right? Tactic.
Yeah.
Sammy folds.
Sometimes just
You see like
Leonard folds. Dan is out.
sometimes.
it doesn't help anyway. It doesn't have.
Fabio now on the button. Let's King 5 go. Johnny with the 8-5 in the small blind. He folds and select boss with 6 deuce off suit.
How many left? Can you see? It's 52.
The ladder is like 40.
47.
Select boss folds. Omar takes down another one. Omar, one of the chip leaders in the entire tournament, with 52 left of the 1,391 that started. Please go to shop WPT. Check out some of the poker apparel we have now. Some high quality merchandise that you may have seen at the Win in December for sale. Pokerware has gotten a lot better. Go to shopwpt.com for more information. Eric folds a 9-7. And he's out now. Leonard here raises to 50,000. And folds. Fabian's out. Johnny with 5-3 on the button. Lets it go. Omar calls 50,000. We'll see the flop. Flop is 2 clubs, the 8, 5, and 10 of spades. Omar with a flush draw. Leonard with ace high. Goes check on the flop. Turn card is a 3. And so Omar's picked up a pair and a flush draw. And now he'll lead for 100,000. And he makes the call. 1 to come. And it is a 6 of diamonds. Omar makes a bet that we're going to have to count, but it looks like the graphics team already says it's 355,000. Leonard here with no pair.
Put the cards inside. Put the cards inside.
All right, Leonard's using a time extension here.
All right, hello, Matt Savage.
Hey, there he is. Tony Dunst is here.
And happy to be joining you in a big pot where Omar, I believe his last name is Lakandi, is putting Leonard in a real bind here. I played a lot of poker with Omar at our event in Cannes a few years ago. Very friendly guy, and a guy who on the table creates an image of sort of being crazy, but as we can see here, he has the goods, and I think his image partially gets him paid off there. A really well-sized bet, firing out basically full pot with the river 2 pair on the beautiful run out for his 6-3 of clubs.
Yes, absolutely. Tony, how you been?
Well, previous month was not great, as we spoke about in text. I was sick with pneumonia for basically a whole month, but now I'm about a week removed from starting the antibiotics that the doctors gave me for it, and I feel way better. I basically feel like myself again, which is great. And I've actually, spent that time when I was at home for so long studying a lot of poker, playing a lot of poker, so I do feel very dialed into the game right now. How are things with you?
Absolutely great. I'm actually here in Thunder Valley. We're about ready to start the championship in just about an hour. That's why I've got to dip out. I'd love to hang around and learn some poker with you, but got to head on out, and good luck here. And if you get a chance, you need to go to Chamada Poker at some point. It is a beautiful location, and happy to be a part of the show today.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be there in August when we run a WPT Championship event, I believe, and have a good time over at Thunder Valley. Wishing them the best of luck in their championship event starting today. Always really well-run events over at Thunder Valley with Ben Irwin and his team. So thanks for holding down the fort, and I'll speak to you soon.
All right. Okay, take care. Bye.
All right. Over to Celebus on the button here with the ace-6 of spades. They are playing 15,000, 25,000. So he's at a stack size around 20 blinds that has a decision between open raising and open shoving. Arguments for both sides. Omar in the small blind. I'd actually like to see Omar find a way to get to the flop there with King Jack, especially having such a significant chip lead over the table. I think his hand probably is worth a shove, considering the short stack in the big blind behind him. He could also play his hand as a call there, but I do think Omar should be looking to get involved in some way, and Eric here in the big blind has a close decision. Strictly for chips, I do think this shove that he's making is the best play available, and see Celebus with a close decision here with the ace-6 of spades. This would be for about half of his stack. Now speaking strictly for chips, this ace-6 of spades should be worth a call. However, because we are so deep in the tournament, there takes on an ICM factor that makes the decision much closer. I think that's why we see him deliberate there before calling this 11 big blind jam here. Even in the money, players become a little more conservative with their short stacks, but both players coming to the right decision here. Fairly likely we end up with a chop. Eric would like to see a chop at this stage. That's what he's hoping for if he can't drill the deuce. But we go to a flop, and it's ace queen 10, just the one spade. So far, so good for Eric's hopes in finding a chop at this point. 6 on the turn, though, a real dagger for Eric. Now rooting for a queen or a 10 to deliver that chop. And it is a 5, so Eric with the ace deuce. His dagger on the turn by the ace-6 of spades. But he did get a cash in this event. Tremendous turnout here. in Cyprus, over 200,000 first. 177 players cashed.
Level up 15,030.
All 8 players at the final table taking home guaranteed 24,000. We see excuse me.
Hello.
Ari, our big chip leader at this table, with 4.1 million. Fabianoli, next closest with 2.37. Fairly international table, as we can see here, about a half dozen.
No, no, I'm not against. I mean, I have some against some of the players, but not Modric. His class.
Hard to say that. Hard to not say he was brilliant. Super Mozart.
What's your favorite team? PSG?
No, Nisa.
Nice?
I was hoping to be at this event, but as I mentioned to Matt before he departed, I was sick with pneumonia for about a month, and unfortunately that led to the cancellation of my trip. So hoping to see Chamada Poker in the future, as Fabian looks down at a pair of aces.
Raise 60,000.
Blinds have gone up to 1530, so he'll make them in raise to 60,000. Johnny right behind with just 6 blinds holding the Queen Jack. Certainly a hand, if the action had folded to him, I think he would have been all in, but now facing the open from Fabian, he lets that one go, and if this hand gets shown down, he'll be quite relieved. Celebus on the cutoff with 10-9. Contemplating getting involved here. He's out of there too. Omar, no interest on the button with the 10-7. And now in the big blind, Sammy with the 6-5 of clubs. A great hand to take a flop.
10.
Okay, match. Go. Tunisia, Switzerland. Let's go.
So he will face off against the second biggest stack on the table with the aces cracker in the 6-5 of clubs, but no help on king 7 deuce with 2 spades. Good looking board for Fabian's aces.
Check.
Also holding the ace of spades, but not one where we expect him to get any action. He'll likely follow through with a downsized c-bet.
40,000.
Shakiri.
Which is 30,000.
Pass.
When I say this, you can give them.
Okay.
Guys, I cannot see from here.
15.
15?
Yes.
50 remain.
1530.
And bet at 40,000. All that's needed to take it down.
Possible massage?
I'm not sure, but we can. But I think.
Massage possible, no?
Now, a total of 1,391 entries in our 1,100 buy-in WPT Prime Cyprus event, creating a prize pool of just under 1.35 million. As I said earlier, just over 200,000 for first. You get 200x your money in this tournament. An incredible first prize payout with a strong turnout here at Chamada Poker in Cyprus. Dan on a stack of about 1.5 million opens our action with the 10-9 of diamonds under the gun. Now, this year's event grew nearly 16% by just under 190 entries, so poker alive and well in Cyprus. Celebus folds a pair of deuces there, but Sammy in the small blind with the ace-8 of clubs. He's working on 25 blinds, has one of these hands that under ICM generally likes to mix calling and 3-betting. Facing an open from the small blind around this stack size. I do think that fold is going to be a little too tight there from Sammy. But Leonard in the big blind with the 7-6 of hearts. With take a flop here. Both players with suited connectors. And Sammy would like his ace-8 of clubs back very badly. You can see him wincing in the corner of the screen. And this will be a board that turns out favorable for Dan under the gun here, as he gets to represent the Broadway cards. Leonard with the 7-6 of hearts has nowhere to go.
I was close to 3-bet, but I don't have time bank. I didn't have time to think about, huh?
Yeah, they have rabbit hunting craft. They allow it to...
Ace-8 of clubs, I thought.
That was a good hand. Huh? That was a good hand, especially on that.
I was close to call, close to 3-bet. But I hear 3, 2, 1. And I prefer to keep my time bank against this guy. Makes sense?
Definitely.
There's also action on this Sunday on WPT Global. Jamie Kersetter was just tweeting about the schedule getting built out. Today they've got a 10K free roll, 215 buy-in, 50K guarantee, 110 buy-in, run good year ring event, and 110 buy-in, 150K guarantee. A strong schedule of events over on WPT Gold on Sundays.
10.
Johnny here on the short stack.
Fold.
Lets his 10-9 go. It's Lucas on the hijack with the ace-jack.
10. Raise 60,000. Fold.
Min raise. Drive out both players in position.
Fold.
And in the big blind, not quite good enough there with the 9-6. So stakes down. A pot unopposed. We're on WPT Global, meanwhile. You can join us at the next WPT event by winning passport dollars on WPT Global. At least 2 times a $12,400 WPT passport dollars guaranteed every week. 1,060 Sunday passport dollars. Satellite qualifiers for the Sunday satellite start at $5. And they're even running daily re-rolls into those $5 qualifiers, so you could be attending the next huge WPT event absolutely free. Use your package to any WPT stop around the world, including the WPT World Championships at Wynn Las Vegas in December. You can get involved and join WPT Global with bonus code WPT50 for an exclusive offer for WPT.com players. Of course, you must be 18 plus and please gamble responsibly. Now, Johnny here, deciding whether he wants to gamble for his last 6 blinds with Jack 10 under the gun. Sort of a dire situation when you're about to pay 2 blinds. It's big blind ante format. These are difficult situations. Once you get around 5-6 big blinds in poker, many of us don't spend much time studying these stack sizes because we really have such a binary decision between all in and fold. So spots like this in Johnny's shoes are quite awkward. Use time extensions by himself. 30 seconds. Get this one over. My concern about using time extensions in a situation like this is it does make your hand a little weak, a little borderline. Usually all-in decisions are a bit more automatic when you're around 5 or 6 blinds. So I can understand why Johnny felt this was one that he needed to contemplate before moving in. But I do think it's best to avoid using your time extensions in these short stack situations so it doesn't clue your opponents in about the strength of the hand that you're moving in with here. Omar, the 5-4 on the hijack, just gonna enjoy himself for a moment. I don't expect him to call. Maybe making Johnny sweat a little bit for his own amusement.
Page up.
5.
Appreciate the support, guys.
Sounds like there may be a page up at play here, so Johnny's table mates buying him time on an outer table, and he can make that page up, so some camaraderie here. Leonard with a closer decision, but holding just 20 blinds himself. With the King 10, he can't get in there. Dan with pocket queens in the small blind will, of course, take Johnny up on his proposition.
10.
320.
Raise it up to 320. Just in case Fabian finds something in the big blind that would tempt him to see the flop as well. He knocked out of here. He'll also buy Johnny a little bit of time for a potential pay jump. Pretend to think about his jack deuce of diamonds. They go in the middle, and now Johnny with the one chip behind. And of course, knowing about the pay jump, that's why we saw him use the time extensions. I thought he may be considering the jam or a fold with this borderline hand, but understanding there is a pay jump at play, we now know why he was using those extensions. And so he just call off his last chip. With the Jack 10, which is in very good shape against pocket queens, he was of course hoping to have some live cards here. Dan has him drawing to just 13% equity going to the flop. Let's see if he can find a sweat. Well, not much there. On the 7-6-3, he would need a runner straight. Nine does create the possibility, so an 8 on the river, a clean out for Johnny.
This is how you set it?
6 cards straight to the jack. Yeah, but it is a 9 of diamonds to prepare the top card. So we lose Johnny.
Yeah, you fight hard, bro. GG, you fight hard.
You got it?
Yeah, thank you.
Pocket queens up there.
Sit open.
Not sure if he made the pay jump. So. Good to see Omar sitting behind a big stack.
Now,
In quite an impression. That will extend the WPT Prime event in Cannes.
Okay.
That would have been about 6-7 years ago. One of the more talkative players on the table. That was a beautiful stop on the poker tour. Put a bad beat on him near the bubble that helped me propel to a final table run. Omar also went rather deep in that event.
Maybe better luck here. Blackjack. Play here.
Call. Check.
Folds around to our blinds and it goes limp and check. King deuce deuce on the flop.
30,000.
Small blind more likely to have the king. The big blind more likely to have the deuce here, so the small blind does need to be careful about driving the action. A 3 on the turn. Put straight and flush draws on the board.
Check. Check.
Let's go check check on the turn. So A deuce peels off on the river. Not likely either player holding quads here. I would expect the big blind to bet turn almost always holding a deuce, if not raise the flop. Of course, with that third deuce landing on the river, the likelihood goes down even further. So one more check from the small blind, one more check from the big blind, and it looks like it's just going to be jack high here for the small blind. But it is pocket jacks from the big blind, or is that queen jack? I'm gonna guess that was queen jack. Otherwise, I think we would have seen either a raise pre-flop or a value bet at some point after the flop.
Where is Sandro?
Queen jack, very free hand to just work towards the showdown with there. Especially when you're holding the queen and the jack, when you have queen high there, if you're looking to make some really thin value bet when the board runs out that way, you've got to hope that your opponent calls you with a jack high. And jack in your hand, that's not very likely, even though that is what the small blind had here. And pretty difficult to get that call for most people unless they think you are really overcooking it with your bluffs.
Raise 60,000. Call.
Yeah, they do like crazy.
Sammy, make it 60,000.
Yeah, amazing. But it's cool to reopen. Yeah. Really cool.
I think they had like space issues a lot. It was like not really good experience, I believe.
Yeah, the campaign is amazing.
Long wait lists and was like not really fun.
They will do it well.
Yeah.
Now.
PokerStars just told us does this shit once, right? Second time they nailed it normally. Yeah, same. First time,
small
second
blind.
time remains, yeah, exactly.
Call.
It's a call, no?
Call. 30,000. You already hit?
Sammy takes that one down.
Wow. No action, unbelievable. My friend, you want to do something? I saw you want to raise. I feel you want to raise.
Fold.
Tamam.
Tamam.
Good fold, very good.
This queen I fold now.
I was feeling like you want to do something. My feeling was that. Yeah. Campion is gonna be a nice stop. Really. It was really big before, but now they will manage it well. Alright, we go again.
Raise 60,000.
Sammy here under the gun with the fives opens our action with Leonard right behind. 20 blinds.
Raise 140.
They're working off this stack. Decides to make a 3-bet, small size to 140.
Seriously, a lot better. Sorry? A lot better like this. But
Arguments to be made for both the small 3-bet size and just shoving open. In these earlier positions, whichever option you choose will certainly look quite strong. Sammy here, perhaps, doing a little math to figure out whether he has appropriate odds to take a flop here. The concern in Sammy's shoes is most of the time your opponent makes this play, they have an overpair and not over cards, and so I do like that fold for pocket fives. I think these players were a little deeper, perhaps around 30 blinds. Facing such a small 3-bet size, there is an argument to be made for Sammy taking a flop, proceeding cautiously.
They always have deep in the
bounty. No more bounty, yeah? Kyprianos. Bounty is completely different.
Leonard Now with ace queen, finding
Raise 60,000.
back-to-back quality hands. Right behind Dan with the queen 10 of diamonds. Also with a holding that has a decision between calling and 3-betting.
Raise 140.
140 is the raise. I like Dan's decision to 3-bet here. I think were he on the cutoff or button, a call is usually going to be his best option, but in these earlier positions, doesn't really want to see players overcall behind him, and he has a hand that can drive out some dominating hands. King Queen and Ace 10 come to mind. He can drive out Ace Jack as well with this 3-bet.
Fold. Fold.
And even with Ace Queen, Leonard will have an awkward decision here. I can't speak to the dynamic between these two players or Dan's image at this stage of the tournament, but we'll learn something about how Leonard perceives Dan based on what he does here with the Ace Queen.
Raise. Fold.
And Leonard does find the 4-bet all in for his 22 blind stack. Well played there with the Ace Queen. Dan's decision to 3-bet Queen 10 suited does backfire there, but I like his choice given the positions.
45 plus
How many we are?
45, 39.
And speaking to Leonard's decision there, while Dan clearly has enough aggression in his game to make 4-bet shoving the Ace Queen the correct play, sometimes he'll be up against players who only 3-bet those positions with really strong hands, and Ace Queen suddenly shrinks in that situation, and the decision becomes much closer towards a fold against the wrong kind of player.
Yeah, it's like good life, you know. Kings against queens and ace king, aces against ace king, then you just have to play good cards at the end.
What do you say? Every button raise hand. Every button raise. How much?
Raise 65.
Round to the button where Kyprianos with the Jack 3 of spades goes a little over minimum. Sammy with the Ace 5 of hearts and small blind has a hand I do believe should be all in here. He's going to go to 225. I like that he has chose an aggressive route here, but I do think just over 20 blinds, his Ace 5 suited will perform best as an all-in. Either way, Kyprianos with the Jack 3 of spades doesn't have much decision beyond folding. Sammy will show him the Ace of hearts. Keep the other card as a mystery.
You don't know what the next first 3-bet? 3 hours first 3-bet.
Charlie Connor the Shaw, Veš, on desi non è più dovolj, pa se če dvorec.
You will see in the stream, I was not right. What's the goal?
Ja, är okej, så är det.
Fabian under the gun here.
First high roller, direct.
At this short-handed table, it's not truly under the gun in the sense of a 9-handed full ring table, and so I'll make a little bit of a loose open with the Queen 10 here. Immediately behind him, Douglas folds King 10 of clubs, which is an awful close decision there. Omar tosses out a raise with the Ace Jack of diamonds, himself holding a hand that can mix between calling and 3-betting here, but Omar perhaps picking up on the fact that Fabian is opening a bit wide, wants to broaden his value 3-bet range here, but Ace Jack suited and Ace 10 suited, a couple of those hand situations like this that can get a little awkward when you 3-bet, because if you are 4-bet, you're forced to fold these very strong hands, and when you call, you keep in dominated hands. However, when he is 60, 70 blinds deep with his opponent. Sometimes there's merit to building a pot in position with such a strong hand, and so Omar there electing for the more aggressive route, making the 3-bet, the ace-jack of diamonds, and taking it down pre-flop.
I think he did. He did it like the beginning. I think like even if you put it like. Yeah, it's just very short. Like, normally, I think they would say something.
So we see Omar
If you don't put it normally,
well over 4 million, nearly 140 big blinds. Quite a significant stack at this stage of the tournament. Now, if I remember right, the WPT Prime structure has 40-minute levels on day 1 and hour levels day 2, as well as the final table until they reach heads up, when they are reduced to 30 minutes. So, on day 2 of the tournament, you have quite a steady structure that allows you to be patient. Back around to Sammy on the cutoff here. Yet another suited ace. Yeah, that is again going to be too tight of a fold. It may work out for him as Leonard right behind the ace-10 of diamonds.
I was never say something else.
Raise the button, but I do think Sammy is playing a little conservative with his suited aces so far at this table. And behind Leonard, Dan in the small blind has a hand that can alternate between calling and 3-betting. This time he chooses to 3-bet up to 190, and Leonard will have a close decision here. A lot of merit to calling. Some players would prefer shoving. Started this hand around 30 blinds. He's going to go with the call, go to a flop, and he's in great position as he does dominate Dan here. I like his decision at this stack depth to just make the call. I think ace-jack would be worth a shove, ace-10. Especially suited ace-10 is going to perform best as a call. And a good flop for Dan, of course, making top pair. If he bets quite small, which we expect him to, Leonard will have a close decision with backdoor draws, diamonds, Broadway, and various straights with the 10. To bet a 140 feels awful close for Leonard here. But a lot of backdoor equity, and of course, he can still have the best hands some of the time. It's not perfect. That 7 and 8 on the board will connect with some of the 3-bet bluffs that Dan has with hands like ace-7 and ace-8. I like Leonard's decision to take one off here with so much backdoor equity and the chance that he has the best hand. And now with a 10 on the turn, Dan makes top 2 pair, Leonard makes second pair. And on such a coordinated board, I expect Dan to continue betting here. And since they have about 2/3 pot to play, there may be a lot of merit in just shoving, hoping to get called by something like King Jack or King Queen. Yeah, he is going to move all in here, and oof, tough decision for Leonard. Having turned that 10, knowing that there are hands that Dan can be bluffing with, hands like ace-9, Queen Jack, heart combinations. Even ace jack would make a lot of sense, drawing to a 9 or a queen. And so a perilous decision for Leonard here. I do not envy the spot that he's in. What will he do facing this all in? And he does make the right fold there, showing some discipline and getting away from a spot where he would have been drawing to 3 outs on the river. So Leonard will live to fight another day. If he gets some information from the stream later on, he'll be very pleased to see that he evaded catastrophe.
Chamada.
Omar here with the ace-4 clubs under the gun. Working with the big stack, he will not be passing on the opportunity to raise here. Going with the larger sizing of 75,000. Leonard with the ace-queen of diamonds now. On the cutoff here. Move his stack in under 20 blinds. And behind him on the button, Dan has ace-queen. And a close decision to be made. And with Omar opening under the gun and still to act, I'm not sure what the right decision is here for Dan. Not only are you not in tremendous shape against Leonard's shoving range, but you also have to be concerned that Omar could reshove pre-flop and you're forced to fold a quarter of your stack. So, a tricky decision for Dan here. He will make this call though. Fabian with a pair of sevens. Forced to fold out of the small blind after all of that action. Zelekbus, of course, in big blind will not come along. And I do expect Omar to let his ace-4 clubs go. Yes, he does. So these two players holding essentially the same hand. But Leonard, the one with a little flush draw equity. Looking for diamonds as we go to the flop. There is one there. There's also two hearts, and so both players with backdoor draws, but the 8 of clubs will ensure that we see a chop pot here. And these two will chop up some profit from Omar and the blinds. Not a terrible result for Leonard once Dan makes the cold call of a 19 big blind shove.
You can live with the chop in this situation, I believe.
I was like, maybe
maybe tens.
Teşekkür ederim.
Yeah, Leonard there, very relieved to still be alive after Dan cold called there. Folds around the Dan on the cutoff, but he's got garbage. Fabian on the button with the ace-9 of diamonds, though. Will raise into our chip leader's big blind.
Last 2 hours. Just at the start, first hand we played. Yeah? Give me a shot.
Adrenaline.
Omar staying caffeinated over there. Had a hand with Queen 5, I think is worth a defend. facing a button raise, especially having heavily out chip. But deciding he would just prefer a handoff, lets that one go.
6-3 suited defense, 6-3 up, 3 bet guaranteed. Haydi Kyprianos Kyprianou, anti haydi. Kardeşim. Haydi Kyprianos.
Sammy now with the ace king. Fabian on the cutoff of the king 6 of spades. Feels his hand is borderline and worth considering, but elects to fold. Selkbus on the button. No interest in 5 high. And around to Kyprianos in the big blind with the queen 9. And he will take a flop. And a favorable flop for our big blind, 9-6 deuce. Looks like Sammy rechecking to see which of his cards was a diamond. Kind of board that I think if he were to bet, he should size up. Some merit to checking back as well. He will size this up. Nice bet sizing from Sammy here, going to 90,000. Kyprianos with a strong top pair and a diamond of his own will make the call. I think they are too deep to consider a check raise here with the queen 9. And with another 9 on the turn, Kyprianos is a certainty to win this pot. No fear of being drawn out now. Perhaps considering a lead, certainly a 6 would be a great card for him to lead. Some merit to leading a 9. He does have more 9s than Sammy here. Yeah, and so he will toss out about 1/3 pot. Nice play to make, both a 9, a 6, and some of the draws that we'll have here. 7-8, diamonds, 10-8 suited. And an awkward spot for Sammy. Questioning how likely it is that Kyprianos would lead a 9 as opposed to checking. But he does make the right play here and gets away from his ace-king that was drawing dead. Leonard to open our action, but no interest in his 10-6. Excuse me. Omar with a oddly sized raise on the button here, over 3x, up to 100,000. And Sammy with the queen jack of hearts, one of those hands that could consider shoving or calling if you know that Omar is liable to make these big raises with mediocre hands like 8-7. I think his hand will play best as a jam. However, at these stack sizes, I do think call is the preferred option most of the time against a button. And now Omar will bet 40,000, and certainly for that price, Sammy cannot fold. We know he's got the best hand, but he also has backdoor draws, and he's facing a very wide range on the button. The 8 of hearts, an interesting turn card, provides Sammy a flush draw, Omar 2 pair, and now Omar will bet 130. Sammy stuck in a bind where he can't reasonably fold, and yet we hear him elicit a sigh. That look on his face. Tells you that he does not feel good about his hand here. But getting nearly 4-1, I don't think he can give up the Queen Jack of Hearts so easily there. Feeling stuck on the short stack, not wanting to put more of his chips at risk.
My bad, I just should go in. Huh?
All right, Dan with the ace-5 of hearts. Lead off our action here.
Raise to 60.
Fabian with ace-king right behind. Takes a 3-bet up to 175. Kyprianos with 5s on the button. Can't get to the flop there. Same for Leonard's Queen 9 of spades. Now Dan does have a hand that at these stack depths actually likes to do a fair bit of 4-betting as a bluff. Some merit to calling as well. Of course, all of this depends on what you think of Fabian's style as a player. But yes, he is going to make the 4-bet. Tremendous play from Dan here. I'm not sure it'll work out considering he's run into an ace-king from Fabian. But when you're in Fabian's shoes, 5-bet jamming for 70 blinds at this stage of the tournament does not feel good. And yet I do think it's probably the best play available to him. Especially against Dan, who has shown a tendency towards a lot of a pre-flop aggression with his 3-bets. Some tremendous play here at WPT Cyprus. Dan finding the correct hand to make the thin 4-bet.
975.
Fabian, instead of going all in, is going to click raise here to 975. Interesting choice. Perhaps trying to represent an even stronger hand than ace-king.
Little bit.
Now, I expect that is the end of Dan's adventure in this hand, but perhaps he believes that Fabian made this raise size because he's leaving himself room to fold. I just don't know. We're in uncharted waters here when it goes 5-bet, 6-bet. Oh my goodness, Dan with the 6-bet all in.
Good luck, guys.
Fabian does make the call. While I loved Dan's 4-bet with the ace-5 of hearts. I don't know about that 6-bet when your opponent has put in 40% of his stack, and most players are going to be rather unbalanced with their clicking range. And so Fabian playing Dan like a fiddle here, gets him to put it in very bad and flops him almost dead, although backdoor draw potential here to the wheel and to the hearts. Dan hoping to see a low heart on this turn. It is the Jack of Spades, and so now he's just drawing to a chop, praying for a queen in this massive 4 million chip pot. Can he find it? No, it is a 6 of spades. Fabian going to eliminate Dan here as he induced him into a 6-bet bluff for 70 blinds with the ace-5 of hearts. Certainly a gutsy play from Dan, but what ends up being a misstep.
Bravo Kyprianos. Les livraisons à la maison. Papa.
Das ist richtig viel, gell? Das ist
J'ai fait 3 millions là.
Ich höre das. Normalerweise Kohle in diesem Spot. Aber er ist so gefühlt, dass ich höre das. Immer noch das Türchen offen.
Bon appétit, bro. Bon appétit.
I feel that he will do something like that.
How the people they level themselves against you, like it's so nice. So nice, like if at home, direct king, front, Dorcal king.
So 4 million chip pot
Jack, 10,
for the ace king. Now 2 players on this table, holding massive stacks here at WPT Prime Cyprus. We are on day 2 of the tournament and in the money as these players work towards a final table where an eventual winner will take home $200,000. It is an $1,100 buy-in. Just under 1,400 entries in this prize pool. Winner also takes home a $10,400 seat to the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. Join us at some of our upcoming stops, including the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, March 19th through April 8th.
Now we can play big pot. It's okay.
I believe the championship event runs April 4th to April 8th. I will be at that event. WPT Choctaw in Durant, Oklahoma, running April 16th to May 5th. And then there's the WPT Slovakia Passport to the World Championship, May 22nd to June 2nd. And we will return to Chamada Prestige in August for WPT Cyprus, August 7th through 18th. I am hoping and expecting to be at that one after missing this event. I was supposed to be here for the Prime, but unfortunately the pneumonia I had blew up the possibility of that trip, and so looking forward to visiting in August. Sammy here, a pair of queens, raising into Fabian's button.
At least. You're correct.
And he gets top set on Queen 8-5. Fabian, though, with the gut shot to the nuts and a backdoor draw to the 10 of diamonds.
Good, it's good. I see.
I think Fabian look for the down bet sizing, and he does for 40,000. This is a texture where we don't have that many down bets, as it's a fairly connected board with a lot of gut shot possibilities, but holding top set. I like the small sizing choice from Sammy. Fabian, of course, with the gut shot and the backdoor draws, some possibility even his jack and 10 outs are clean. We know that's not the case. An ace on the turn will provide Fabian with some extra outs, but also a card that we expect Sammy to barrel.
Bet 90.
He will bet 90,000, and that might be just the right price for Fabian to see the river here. So little does Sammy know. There are some outs on this river that will cost him his tournament life. It would be hard not to go bust if it is a 9 or a king on the river. Fabian will make the call and see if he can make a nut hand. It is a jack, though. Fabian will make a pair. Seems doubtful that he will pay off Sammy's inevitable shove. Sammy rechecking his hand. Yes, it is top set, or excuse me, second set with the ace of hearts out there. And he is all in. Quick fold from Fabian.
On the turn? Sorry? You call a jam on the turn? What the stream? You will see if I don't.
Do you call a shove on the turn? He asks. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Alright guys, we go on this dinner break here in 4 minutes. We're moving you guys back down to
Players will be on a 30-minute dinner break in 4 minutes here, so a couple more hands, then we'll have a break.
you will see I'm a champion. You will understand.
Okay.
Sammy says, you watch the stream, you will see I'm a champion.
0%. You are on the turn.
That's not possible.
Yeah, you will see.
Not possible.
He says, you're 0% on the turn. Fabian tells him, that's not possible. He did have 8 clean outs against the set of queens.
Yeah, I definitely called bro. Can't trust him.
I was worried about it.
Sammy just taking a breath here before he releases queen deuce.
Even, you know, from here, I cannot
Leonard will open the action with the king deuce of hearts on the button. And right back on our new 4 million chip stack, Fabian makes up with pocket jacks in the small blind. And he's just going to move in here. I like that play, considering Leonard is raising off of less than a 20 big blind stack. Sadaka's with under 30 blinds in the big blind. I actually think moving in here looks weaker than making a small 3-bet. But with the king deuce, Leonard can't participate.
Net das noch etwas Dummes machen. Der hat auch gerade einen Klick kassiert.
Wir haben 600 Spieler, also die Promotional costs.
Ja, das ist wirklich so. Das ist true. Aber das ist nicht ein neues Phänomen für dich. Ja, krass. Leider.
Sammy here with Jack 7. Leonard wakes up with aces now.
At 20 seconds to act, Omar. As everyone else have. I do something. I have a reason.
Omar in the big blind with the 7-4 of hearts. And it looks like he 3-bet to 130,000. This is an awkward play from Omar. I can't say I really get it. He doesn't even have a relevant blocker to the kind of hands that Leonard could put all in here. Leonard does have a real decision between calling and shoving there. I think there's a lot of merit to just calling and let his opponent do the betting for him post-flop. Perhaps he feels that facing a small 3-bet from the big blind, it's so likely that Omar has a hand that can call his shove that he should just put the money in now. But certainly worth considering a call there in position, and with such a shallow stack size that if Omar connects in any way, he'll likely end up putting the money in on a later street. Sammy will fold. Leonard's gonna go out on the Fabian. And with the 9-7 on the cutoff, he's gonna make a loose raise here. Perhaps feels that on the last hand before the dinner break, everyone will just look to get out. And he's right. Zelikos on the button should never be folding that queen 10 of clubs. That is a monster in this scenario. But perhaps the hunger is getting to him. He lets that one go. Fabian making a savvy raise there with the 9-7 offsuit. Our players are on a 30-minute dinner break. We'll have more from WPT Cyprus coming up in half an hour.
Wat snel? Wie hat dir den rausgefallen, der mit 1 gemacht? 1,4.
The World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.
All right, Marius jams all in with Queen Jack suited under the gun. He has 8 big blinds. King 10, a little too early position to do anything. Armin is going to let this suited ace go. Pocket pair with the other short stack. likely a fold as well, given you can never really be ahead, you can only be flipping. Now this would be interesting. We just saw King 10 pitched. And Queen Jack is a hand pretty interconnected with King 10. I'd be surprised. So he's going to give it some thought. So one thing that is playing into Osden's mind is that Marios is going to have a quarter of his stack in, a third of his stack in the following hand. And so he's wondering how light is Marios jamming. Now it just so happens Marios has a pretty good hand to jam. But this call makes sense under that kind of, if you just think about he could be jamming almost any two just to steal the blind's ante. The big blind ante is very important for the players. Oh, there's a queen and a 10. So there's 1 10 left in the deck, 2 kings left in the deck, 2 queens left in the deck, and 3 jacks left in the deck based on what we have seen so far. A couple of hearts have been pitched as well, so that's not going to be good news to Marios. I wonder if anyone has told Osden that they folded King 10, or whether anyone has told Marios that they folded Queen 10. So let's see what kind of flops we are going to see.
They're going to win now, 100%. 100%.
Oh boy. Well, we know there's only one. There's not 3 outs, there's only 1. So it is looking very dire for Mr. Marios. And unless he can find that last hand in the deck, he will be eliminated. He does not. Marios is the first casualty of this stream table. Good game, sir. Osden breaks in the pot, and now putting a little bit of separation between himself and the other stacks that were all kind of handcuffed. Now let's see who wants to get involved. We have 105 players left, so we have lost 70 players since the beginning of play, or nearly 70 players since the beginning of play. Oh, hello. Best unpaired hand there is Barris with ace-king off in the cutoff. So it's not a question of if you're going to open, it's how you're going to open. Min raise it is. And looks like Francisco, oh wow, he woke up with an ace. So it's just an unfortunate situation, he's dominated. So what Osden is trying to do some quick calculations is figure out whether or not Barris can reopen the pot. That's what's going through his mind right now, because if he can't open the pot, then this is an easy call. But if he can open the pot, he doesn't really want to face any resistance against Barris, who has him covered. One of the only stacks at the table that has him covered. So those are some of the calculations that are going through his head at the moment. Looks like he figured out that Barris could open the action, didn't want to risk any of the clashes. All right, Francisco's wheel hunting, looking for some wheels or some 4s. See, he knows what he needs to find. Straight, yeah. He knows exactly what he needs to hit.
Spades working for them,
5 over spades.
There's no chops. It's all or nothing.
There's no chop in this one. And it looks like Francisco is eliminated from the tournament. Good game, sir. Another stack for Barris as he... Suited queen under the gun. Barris lets it go. We haven't seen Barris getting involved in too many hands. So offsuit king on the button. Now, does Yildiz want to play this as an open or just let this go and wait for a better spot? Looks like the latter. Now, an ace in the small blind is a weird one. Sometimes people often go with the limp jam approach. Sometimes people raise. Looks like he is raising. Goes, and Sinan's going to continue, and the question is just how is he going to continue? Is he going to raise? There we go. Yep. He jams, and now all in the call. think this gets in no matter which way it happens. Whether or not he raises or he limps, I think Sinan is going to move all in from this situation. All right, wheel hunting. Sinan's got to be wheel hunting. Let's see. Oh, but everyone's got a live suit. Everyone, each player has 2 flush draws. Oh my, we have a 5 on the flop. Mustafa's gonna need some backdoor help in the form of Broadway or a 10. Or running ace. Oh, that will be it for Mustafa. Good game, sir. As Sinan makes trips on the turn with his trips best kicker. It's quite an enticing goal to get as many of those as you can. Barris is going to let Doyle Brunson go. Looks like a lot of nothing hands so far. Well, this one is an interesting one. Queen 9 suited in the cutoff. Ozan's going to open this one. It's a very pretty hand. Plays pretty well against multiple players. And Andras sees an equally pretty hand. Well, depending on whether your preference is spades or diamonds, I think the 9 of diamonds looks far prettier than the 9 of spades, but the queen of spades looks far prettier than the queen of diamonds. Defend. And now let's see. These are always fun ones to see. Okay, so both of them flop an open-ender. Osden has the advantage of having a backdoor along with it to scoop. But Andras with a board that should pretty heavily favor his range. And might, there we go, entices him to lead out for 25. Osden, I don't think is going anywhere. The question is whether he wants to raise or just flat. Looks like he has opted for the raise. These are always interesting ones, where both players have the same hand, and then it becomes about the aggression shown by each player as to who is ultimately awarded the pot. So let's see how Andras wants to continue. He's going to call. And both players turn their straights. Both players are thinking, oh, I hope he's got 2 pair. Well, they're both actually thinking, oh, if he's got 8-7, I can get some value here. Andras leads out for a second time. We're doing the old lead. And let's see how Osden responds to this. We've got the straight. Not too, I guess 9-10 is the, and it's going to go jam call, and then good to get a count just to see. I don't think the 9 is ever finding a fold in this situation, but the 9-10s do loom, they do exist. And they are scary considering you're drawing dead to scoop against them. And now we are going to chop this one up. They have straights with the same kicker. Always an interesting one. What's interesting is whether or not if the straight doesn't come home, what do these 2 players do? Who gets awarded the pot? We've got Butch and Sundance under the gun here in Osden's hand. Once again, we see more players implementing this 4.45K open rather than the traditional min open. Just a little bit more. It's a little bit more of your opponent's chips into the middle. Sinan with a pair of 7s. We've seen him play pairs aggressively earlier. We saw him jam 6s on the button against an open. The question is, does he do the same in the hijack against an under the gun? given that Ozden can take a much bigger chunk out of his stack than his other opponent. Looks like he's going to play sevens as a flat, look to find a slot machine flop, get that 7-7-7. King Jack in the small blind. Armin is going to peel. And now let's see what Merrick is going to do in the big blind with what? Pocket tens. Ooh. Now, depending on how Merrick's feeling right now, this could be a big pot. Tens is a very strong hand, sitting at 25 big blinds. And with the pot having, if he shoves and this gets through, I mean, we see that it won't. It looks like he's opting for the 3-bet option. This is going to be spicy. Now, Ozden isn't going anywhere. The question is, does he flat to try and let his opponents see the flop? The problem is, at that point, you play kings out of position against a couple of players. And so I think Ozden's going to burn maybe one time extension and then pile, which will get Sinan out of the way and Armin out of the way. And Merrick has a decision at that point. Yep, Ozden has decided to pile, giving the door for Sinan, and now Armin is going to let King Jack go. Now the question is, does Merrick want to call? I just hope he's up against Ace King. Depends on how many hands does he think that Ozden is doing it with. All right, he calls. Pocket kings for Ozden, who is at risk only slightly. Merrick has him covered by 10K. So if Merrick were to lose this pot, he is going to be all in the next hand in the small blind. We did see one of Ozden's outs folded early. Well, not outs, he is ahead, but one of the kings has been folded. I don't recall seeing any of the tens folded, and Merrick has one live suit in the form of the hearts. Let's see. Moment of truth. Oh. 9, 4, 3, 2 hearts. A little bit of backdoor help there for Merrick. Oh my, we have a 10 on the turn. Set for Merrick, and now Ozden is looking for one of those two, but in fact we know it's one of one. Only one card left in the deck. Is it there for Ozden? It is not. Good game, sir. Merrick spikes the 10 to eliminate Ozden from the tournament, just barely covering him. And an unfortunate feeling many a poker player has felt in tournaments. Andres with King Jack in +1. Given your stack depth, I think if he was shorter, he might let this go, but right now it's going to play as an open. And he opens to 40,000. And Mr. Andre is all in for his last couple of blinds with a pair of threes. Barris with a very nice hand in the cutoff. The question is, does Barris think Andres is really strong? All right, he flats, which might give the... And Merrick with sixes. Wow, everybody's got some hands. Now Merrick, yeah, Merrick's gonna let this one go. The best hand pre, but not a huge favorite against the hands that are in the mix right now. Now, does Andres want to peel in C3? I don't think that shoving is in his plan right now. Given that when Barris flats, he can have, well, I mean, he does have a hand that's stronger than him, but he can have a hand that's stronger than that. So the question is, do we peel C3? Just try to get Andre out and try to... Looks like we're going to peel C3. So Andre needs to fade a lot of high cards. And unfortunately for him, he does not have a live suit. He will be looking for the triple up. A queen high board, that looks like it's all Barris. Not even a backdoor sweat for Andre, unfortunately. He will be drawing to just one of 2 threes left in the deck. Let's see. Andres is going to check. Now the question is, Barris going to check it back and just try to get the showdown, eliminating a player? Or is he going to use top pair, top kicker to hunt for value? Looks like he is going to go with the latter, going 90,000. Hope that Andres has a worse queen, or maybe some 10-9, Jack 10, some kind of combo, some kind of draw. All right, looks like he got out of the way. Andres looking for a 3 of diamonds or a 3 of clubs. If not, the pot will go to Mr. Barris to put him over 1 million. Ace is up for Barris, doesn't change too much. He's drawing a 3 on the flop, he was drawing a 3 on the turn, and unfortunately he misses. Good game, Mr. Andre. Barris wins that pot, pushes him over the 1 million chip mark. Good game, Andre, and now I believe the field has been shrunk.
It's under the gun. That's Vladimir. Vladimir has ace deuce. New player to the table. And he will fold. Daniel now with jack deuce of diamonds. He folds. Yildiz with the 9-5 will let that go. Phenom folds 8-6 suited. Sada is out with jack 5. Barris with the worst hand in poker. 7 deuce off will fold. Now Armin with ace queen. All right, he's going to shove all in one more time with ace queen of clubs. And Merrick's going to find the call here with his 2 kings, quickly calling ace queen versus kings. Did Liam call those Butch and Sundance kings? I've never heard that before, but thank you for that one, Liam. Ace queen of clubs versus kings. I'm in 32% in this hand here. Flop is 7-5-3. I will need one of the remaining aces to win this pot and stay in the tournament. An 8 of hearts on the turn, down to 3 outs, 7%. Where Armin can be eliminated here. We're down to a king on the river, and Merrick does make a set of kings, and we're going to lose Armin. Eliminated in 81st position. Good run for him. 160 on day 2, and we do have this action box in play as well for protection poker.
I'm having a rough series, but I need the extra 600 bucks.
Xenon with 6s. He made a bet of, he called 20,000, excuse me. Barris now with ace 10, calls with ace 10 suited.
Can I get a chai, please? And some water? Water and chai.
All right, you get a check from the big blind, a 9-7, and the flop does come 9-7-6. Look at this, a set for Sinan and 2 pair for Daniel. No clubs on this board, so Barris is going to get out of the way, and I think we're going to see some fireworks here. Possible all-in situation, as Sinan has flopped a set. And Daniel leads the betting, bets 35,000. Sinan makes the call with his set of sixes. And with the gut shot straight, Varus also makes the call. Turn cards to 3 of hearts. Daniel's got to be liking his top 2 here. There's possible straight draws out there, but top 2 looks pretty good on that flop, especially when you were in the big blind. And would have likely folded to any raise pre-flop. All right, now Daniel leads one more time, this time for 150,000. And he moves all in. And Daniel has to be a bit concerned. Gut shot, draw goes away. Daniel makes the call. He has 9s and 7s to pair up against a set for Sinan. He's got 4 outs, 9s and 7s. Daniel putting his jacket on, a move we see quite often. Seems to work a fair amount of time, but here comes the river card. It's an 8, and that will do it. We're going to lose Daniel.
If I could hold until river.
He would have made the straight with the 10, but I see now with 8-4.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, you just want to find out how much he has.
Exactly. Even for short back.
Yeah, of course. I can change you by the 100. 100. Yeah.
Ace-6 for Vladimir. Vladimir with 290,000.
40 each, yeah?
And he does shove. Moves all in for 290. Yildiz folds. Andras with ace-king will be making the call, and he does. Ace-king versus ace-6. Andras with the ace-king of diamonds up against ace-6 for Vladimir. Vladimir 27% to double up here. And the flop is a queen, jack, and a 7. Vladimir looking for one of the 3 remaining 6s. Jack on the turn, down to 4%, as it is a diamond and a flush draw for Andras. And the river card is a 6 of diamonds. Wow. So he did catch the 6, but it was a diamond 6, and therefore a flush was made. In addition to the amazing pools and the weather in Cyprus, it will be warm. Saw it here with 6s. He does move all in for 200,000 with those 6s. Paris with queen 5 folds. On that with queen 10. He's got 655,000, be about a third of his stack to make this call here. Doing some posturing here. action clock is counting down. Have to use at least one time extension at this point. See that time extension's going in, so he's used at least 2. Oh, he really is pondering a call here with his queen 10. Does lay it down. Merrick now with 10-9 suited. He makes the call. We see these hands, 2 over cards for Merrick. 10-9 of clubs up against Saad 6s. Saad looking for the double up here. 72 players remaining. Tables are being played 8-handed. So it means we are down to 9 tables. We'll see the flop here. And flop is a 9, a king, and a 4. Saad trailing in the spot 8%. 1 club on the board as well. Turn card is a jack. Saad is down to 1 out, a 6. The last remaining 6. And it's a jack on the river. 9s and jacks will win the pot. Saad has been eliminated and finishes in 72nd place.
No, it's not a crime story. It's a good story. I made it from 1-8.
Raise 40,000.
All right, a race 40,000 with Andras with queen 9 of hearts. Paris now with king 6 of diamonds.
Pass.
He folds. Ahmed lets the 5-4 go.
$1.3.
Merrick with king 10 of clubs. He makes the call of 40,000. Mihiata is new to the table, and he makes his call with a suited connector. 9-8 of diamonds. The flop is ace, ace, queen. 2 pair for Andras. Also 1 heart on the 40 as queen 9 hearts. Andras has flopped 2 pair. Merrick with a straight draw. And then Mihiata only has 9.
Welcome back to our WPT Prime Cyprus stream. We are returning from dinner break with a fresh table.
I'm 20.
Yeah, 40. Oh, you're 40. Blind.
There are the 6 players around our current streamed table, representing 5 different countries. This very international event. Biggest stack on the table belongs to Matt Sussen, 3.6 million.
I don't know, they take it from me.
Aye, aye, aye. No drinks?
What should I do with the cards?
So just
Here?
spread it here, yes, and then.
And then I can take it?
Yes, then you can look at it.
Attila under the gun with the ace 9 of diamonds. will lead off our action. Playing 20,000, 40,000 with the 40,000 big blind ante. Ilwin in the Golden State jersey with the King 9 of Hearts on the cutoff, holding 15 blinds. Forced to fold there. Will take down the first pot, post and rake. At this stage of the tournament, we are in the money as our players contend to reach a final table. Where 9th place is guaranteed 18.8 thousand USD. First place over 200,000. Second place also taking home 6 figures.
Okay. Standard.
For 125,000. This is the second consecutive year at Chamada Prestige in Cyprus, and this event surpassed last year's entrance by nearly 16% and grew by 189 entrants. Elon with the ace jack on the hijack here. On his stack size, kind of a decision between just raising and shoving. He elects to raise up to 80,000. Rolls over to Attila in the big blind, and with pocket tens, do you believe that he should move it in against Elon?
We need drinks.
All in.
And he is going to move all in. Difficult decision here with the ace-jack. Certainly ace-queen worth the call. Ace-jack, I believe the decision hand. Ace-10 a clear fold. What will he do? Well, he'll need to use a time extension and buy another 30 seconds. Since this is the first hand of our streaming this table, we don't know anything about the dynamic or history between these players, or what anyone thinks of Attila. Going to get a read with some table talk, asking, do you want me to call you? Ooh, he is going to make the call. I think he'll be relieved by the results to see he's flipping, which really don't want, of course, is to be dominated.
Classic.
Considering the price that Ilin was getting, I believe that is the correct call if he could see the cards. The tens, as we see, though, a solid favorite headed to the flop.
Good luck, guys.
I imagine a little bit bigger favorite than usual because an ace or a jack was folded. But an ace on the window, along with a jack, delivers top two pair. But the tens holding the only club in this hand, as we see, still has 40% equity, looking for a 10 or a club. Four spades, scary when it first turns over. Now Attila with a 3-to-1 shot on this river. Can he get it? No, 8 of spades. It does run out black. Ilin with the flopped top two wins this crucial coin flip for his tournament life.
Much appreciated. It's not a good flop. It's good, but
yeah, it gives.
It's dangerous.
Very dangerous flop. Very
Must hold the breath, cannot
Yeah.
breathe.
It's hard to see the clubs, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
Different
this
cards.
Is, this is
Yeah,
the thing.
I saw the clubs. I was
you
like,
saw?
I saw the clubs. I was like, please, just give me hearts.
You say ace the go three.
So an exciting run out for our first hand. This new stream table.
Raise 85,000. Call.
Alex here with the King 9 of Hearts opens our action to 85. Silly in the big line with a couple of hearts of his own, holding the 7-5. Nice looking hand to take a flop with. So heads up to the flop. 7 on the window with 2 hearts. So we will see an interesting hand play out here. As we can see, Alexander still 50-50 essentially, looking for a King 9 or heart. Starts with a bet of 90,000. And Silly, with both the pair and the flush draw, I imagine will look to play this passively, and he does with a call. Six of spades on the turn. And now an interesting choice for Alex here as to whether he wants to barrel down with this hand or not. The 6 is not an ideal card, as 7-6 offsuit is part of the range that Silly will get to the flop with here and then continue. But Alex does want to barrel. He makes it 250. And of course, Silly still with too much hand to let go, and he's going to shove here. That is a little surprising. Usually these pair plus flush draw hands play as calls, but Silly with pair and flush draw wants to jam it in here, and this is why I think Alex has kind of an interesting decision on the turn. When you bet the size and get jammed on, now you're in this bind where you're either folding a lot of equity or calling in a very marginal spot. You see that Alex is going to have to do some math here and try and figure out whether he has enough equity to make this call. He probably believes he has 12 outs most of the time. Well, you know, he's actually got a little bit more.
Can I open the hand?
No, you can't.
A King 9 or heart. We think about that. 7 and 6. Yeah, he has 13 outs here. Going to the river.
It was 5 seconds to decide.
And he's going to need a time extension. So we see here why at these stack sizes there is a lot of merit to checking back the turn. In Alex's shoes with these type of hands doesn't mean that barreling isn't a good choice as well, but worth considering so you don't face exactly this predicament.
855.
I think holding the 9 of hearts is actually quite a bad card for Alex here, because some of the most likely hands that Silly would check shove as a bluff that you currently beat are 8, 9 of hearts, 9, 10 of hearts, 9, 5 of hearts. So for that reason, I think if he's on the fence, he should let this one go, but it's getting 2-1 going to this river, and as we can see, that's about the amount of equity that he has. It's essentially a break-even call. I think it would be slightly losing in terms of the math.
Too much.
He says, I cannot call, it's too much, and that is correct, Alex. He will let it go, and that's a good fold.
Show one card. Just one.
It's a show one card,
Interesting card.
and it was the 5 of
What can
hearts.
be this? Ace 5? Wow. So the heart I was. No, you were good. You were good with that. No, you were good. I see the TV later.
I see the TV later, Alex says.
Good, now you have TV. You can fold.
Yeah, he will be pleased with his fold there. Wasn't quite getting the right price to call off against the 7-5 of hearts with his 13 outs.
What can be with the 5, man? It can just be ace 5. It cannot be nothing else.
4-5, 4-5.
Impossible.
5-8.
No.
8-5. 7-5.
No, it's ace 5 for sure.
Ace 5 for sure, he says, but not this time.
5-4. Wow.
5-7.
5-7.
5 is a pair.
Action with Dylan under the gun.
Very strong. I have to watch out with you, man. Respect. Big chocolate.
Round to Sammy on the cutoff with the ace 3. A little bit of a loose raise here, but certainly in the territory of hands that should get involved on the cutoff. Also depends on what Sammy thinks of the players behind him, if he believes they're playing a little too tight or a little too passive. This raise starts to become good very quickly. And now in the big blind, Matt with pocket eights has an interesting decision. As these two are 30 blinds effective and the raise is coming from the cutoff, I do think shoving is the best play available for Matt. But it is close, and a lot of players, especially as we get deeper in the tournament, prefer to play these pairs a bit more passive. So Matt will make the call and we'll go to a flop. And it is 7-4 deuce, all spades. An interesting board for these two, as Sammy actually becomes the favorite here. Outs to a 5, an ace, or a spade. But Matt has an overpair and a spade here, so his hand feels quite strong in the moment.
7 of hearts was on the board. Was not.
So he's facing a bet of 75,000. Yet again, a decision to be made between raising and calling. And this time, he wants to put some money in. And if I'm Sammy, I'd be awful tempted to just rip it in. Certainly a lot of merit to calling as well. But with so many outs, worth considering the shove. Depends how often you think Matt would check raise and then fold. A lot of players on monotone boards have a very value-centric check raising range out of the big blind. But Sammy, with the ace 3 and the ace of spades, finds the jam, and now the decision to Matt.
Yes, exactly.
It's certainly an awkward decision here where sometimes you're just absolutely killed by a pair over your eights. And usually when Sammy is jamming cards, it's with a spade, and so Sammy will end up having somewhere around 14 outs. And so in Matt's shoes, the concern that you have is that I'm either way behind or roughly flipping. So should I be calling off another million, getting 1.5 to 1, given the range I'm up against? Let's see what Matt decides. Do you think that a situation like this speaks to why the eights often prefer jamming pre-flop? It's even in a favorable board like this. It's hard to proceed with a lot of confidence. Matt can see the cards, definitely call. He's gonna let this one go. Concerned up against a superior pair. Or a 15 out hand like the one that Sammy had. Nice 3-bet shove from Sammy on the flop. Hitting his opponent to fold a ton of equity there. And what was, for the moment, a hand in the lead. Edgar's ace jack of clubs. Here in middle position.
Raise 85,000.
Goes to 85. Silly with the ace-7 of spades on the button. On a stack size where he could consider 3-bet folding or calling. Not a big fan of the fold on the button. I think that's going to be a little too tight. Although perhaps he's played with Edgar's for a while and believes him to be quite a conservative player. Matt, even with the close decision of the small blind, holding the king 7 of clubs. Elin in the big blind holding garbage will let that one go.
I think we need to go back to the other table.
40,
to,
40.
yeah, 40, 40. It's a lot. I'm fine. We need to go back to the other table to drink alcohol.
They must bring here.
Yeah, I asked, but they kind of stopped.
No, no.
They asked for approval and stopped.
Approval?
I think so, yeah.
Wow. I think you can.
No,
I know. You have to go off table and
okay.
take a shot, come back.
Gungor under the gun with a pair of kings. Let's see if his Cowboys get action here. Attila on the hijack with ace-10. In a spot I think his hand could do a little bit of 3-bet folding for a small number. I don't know about calling in these positions from an under the gun open off 20. Do think the best play available is folding there, so I like that he let that ace-10 go. Alexander now in the big blind with ace-jack. I think given these positions and stack depths, call performed bust for him. He does agree. Wants to go to the flop. We know one of his aces has been folded. So he's drawing pretty thin here up against the kings. Jack high flop could be disastrous. But it's king 9-4, top set for Gungor. And although Alex is holding the ace of diamonds, I don't know how much action there is to be had for Gungor's top set. Gungor with a small bet of 60,000 though, going with the down bet, and that's enough to keep Alex around with those backdoor draws. Deuce of clubs though, essentially a brick on the turn, does add a second flush draw. Not a card where I think Gungor will get cute and slow down. If I were in his shoes, I would bet somewhere around half pot. Maybe slightly more.
Must bet big.
That's 150.
He does go in the territory of half pot, a little bit under with 150. This time, Alex forced to fold with his ace-jack.
Of course. Jack of diamonds action.
Jack of diamonds with the action, he says. Now that would have made him live going to the river, but still in very bad shape. Sammy here. Under the gun one with the 10-7 of diamonds. Certainly looks for reasons to get involved. Alexander with the ace-9. Seven, the diamonds raise does get through for Sammy there. So right now, he's building up a nice stack with his aggression. That ace-3 hand paid dividends for a little bit of a loose open on the cutoff. Beautifully played by 3-bet jamming the flop.
One of the best. One of
Yeah,
he has
there's
also
many good.
Carlito way.
Oh, this
Remember?
one is good too.
Very
yes,
good.
Yes.
We're gonna put. Remember GTA Vice City?
Yes, of course.
Based on Scarface.
8-6 will not get in there,
Now
Sammy.
I think GTA 6 will also be Miami.
Huge. Yes,
Huge,
Miami.
Huge game. They plan it for years. This game.
Yeah.
Like a big production.
And then opening the cutoff with the king-8 and Gungor 23 blinds in the small blind, elects for the shove. Elin gonna feign some interest here. We all know he will not be calling king-8, but wants to posture a little bit. Convince people he's not opening hands as weak as king-8.
950.
You got it.
Take the chip back. It's too far for her.
Make them
Try
fold.
to. She give them intact for you.
Also the card, you have to give them back. You can't have them for the next hand. No, no time. You wanna sell him one? No.
Highest bidder.
You're a chip leader in time bets. Yeah, very fast, huh?
Attila under the gun here with a king-10. Close decision there, but he lets it go. So Edgar's limping in on the small blind here. Sammy isolating with the 8 deuce of diamonds. I like his hand selection here. He's very gapper heavy, suited hands, can do some isolation raises. Edgar's has a hand that is certainly too strong to fold. Yeah, I was going to ask, does he ever limp jam here? I think that is a very nice hand selection from Edgar's. Even when it folds to him in the small blind around that stack size, his hand is already kind of close to open jamming, and so electing to limp jam against an aggressive player like Sammy ends up being a great decision from Edgar's there.
What? Hello. Sense that you want something? What on? Anda. Ne?
Alex there folding the queen 4 of hearts, Gungor out on the cutoff. Edgar's with king 4 on the button. Usually a little bit weaker than people like to get involved. He does agree, somewhere around king 6, king 7. Usually sees a raise, and Sammy now, Mr. Aggression, in the small blind with the 4-3 of diamonds. Goes with the call this time. Attila in the big blind, also holding the type of hand that at 30 blinds deep likes to do some raising and isolation against a small blind limp. Certainly not a mandatory play, as we see a lot of mixing in those kind of situations pre-flop. So he checks behind, and it's 10-7-3 all spades, both players flopping bottom pair, but Attila with the superior kicker in great shape here, though both players may want to proceed cautiously on this monotone, semi-connected board. Sammy actually just going to quickly fold to the mid-bet. A little bit surprising. But without a spade in his hand, perhaps feels it's not worth the one big blind bet. He was in very bad shape there, so ends up being a fortuitous fold. We're doing a new promotion with Josh Gwindon, a doctor who plays Club WPT. I just spoke to him the other day. He had a tremendous 2024 on the World Poker Tour, a guy who started on Club WPT on the subscription model and leveled his way up, winning his way into live WPT events, and cashed 4 events on the WPT last year. There's no purchase necessary, so play the Sun Run Bounty Tournament on Club WPT, and if Josh cashes live this season, we will double your payout. Sign up today and win with Josh on clubwpt.com. Use code SUNRUN. Action folds around to our blinds once more. Attila now with a suited queen. Start with a call at stack depth. Most suited hands for calling out of the small blind. Simply with the ace-9, one of those hands that can kind of mix between raising and checking. These middling aces do like to do a lot of raising, but they're at a stack depth where if he was to raise and face a jam, he would be folding one of the better hands he has to let go. Interesting board here, 10-9-4 all clubs. Attila flopping the third nut flush, sealing with the ace-9, holding second pair and an ace kicker. After a check, he'll start our betting for 40,000. Attila going to recheck his cards. Sometimes you see players do this when they want to feign that they only have one club, and they're trying to convince their opponent. They're rechecking their cards to see which one of them was a club, when in reality they actually have the flush. So Attila now looks to be reaching for raising chips. He will try and build this pot going to the turn. He makes it 130,000. And Silly, not convinced. Doesn't want to let go of his ace-9 yet, and a disastrous turn card for him as he makes 2 pair. This hand could get very expensive blind versus blind. Now on this 5 of diamonds, it is an all-in bet from Attila, and Silly stuck with a bluff catcher and wholly no club in his hand. Some concern on his behalf, though, that he could actually be facing a value hand that's worse than his, something like a 9-10. Something like an ace-4 with the ace of clubs. And so Attila does get the call with his flopped flush and delivers the bad news. Silly gonna be down to 4 big blinds. Attila, needs a breath and a walk after that one. A big double off deep in WPT Cyprus. Looks like cards were exposed into the big blind, and we're going to have a misdeal here.
Okay, good misdeal, good. Not the ace of diamonds or something.
So we get cards back in the air here. Dylan. Let's go with his king rag under the gun.
7 raise 80. 8 fold, 9 fold.
Can I have drink?
Gungur with the ace king of hearts goes to 80,000. Right behind on the button, Attila. I wondered whether he would look to 3-bet and get Gungur all in. They are about 27 blinds effective. But in these positions, I like Attila's decision to call. I think if you were up against a cutoff raise to 80,000, he would probably look to get the money in. Gungur being under the gun +2. I'm not sure exactly what that translates to at the shorthanded table, but even being in middle position, I think the call with ace-queen is going to perform pretty well. Matt makes a surprising overcall in the big blind with 4-2 offsuit. He does actually flop the gut shot here to a 3, and he's the only one with a club.
Both. Oh, it's good, but I hate it. For the cash game, it's nice. Yeah. It's funny. Yeah, cash game. You're never dead. Played in Las Vegas, 10, 20 ELO. 5 or 4? 4 cards. 4. Try 5. 5 is a crazy game. It's like the roulette. Yeah. For sure.
7 call.
It's a bet of 90,000 for Attila on the button, which is called by Matt with his gut shot. Gongor comes along as well, and it is a deuce of spades on the turn, so Matt will take the lead. But in a 3-way pot, hard to feel great confidence in the strength of his hand, but both these players opposite him have hands that may prefer to just work towards a showdown. I don't know if Attila wants to fire again here. No, he'll check behind as well. So we go to a river, and it is a queen of clubs, Attila, making the winner on the end. I don't know if Matt ever wants to turn his hand into a daring bluff here and do something like bomb full pot, try and convince his opponents he has a club. That doesn't seem great when the deuce of clubs is hardly a relevant blocker here. You'd much prefer to have something like the jack of clubs or the king of clubs to make that type of play.
3 check. 7 check.
Does check around. Attila does not want to value bet into 2 players, believing there's some risk of running into a flush. And as we can see, this time he didn't really miss out on any value. Certainly an argument to be made for betting there in a heads-up pot. We would expect him to bet, but 3-handed pots, multi-way pots, are played more conservatively. Greater risk that he's up against a flush draw, or even a straight, actually. That possibility there for Matt.
If I see the flop.
If you see the flop. If you throw chips.
I'm sending somebody home.
Sammy here with the Jack-10 of spades will open our action. Attila right behind on the cutoff. Queen-Jack of hearts. How does he want to proceed? This time he will go for a 3-bet. Up to 225. Silly with the ace-5 of spades on the button. Just 4 blinds and receiving quite a nice price here. May look to just call off, knowing that his ace-5 of spades is going to have about 30% against even the hands that dominate him. As it turns out, up against Attila, he has the best hand. Plus, as we can see, some of Attila's outs are being folded here. The queen from Matt, the jack from Sammy will end up getting folded. Dylan with pocket 7s. Kind of a decision here, but ultimately I think after this much action and having to win at showdown up against Silly, the fold he makes there would be his best option.
Oh, it's one of, yeah, it's still, sorry. He was hiding in the bush.
Now, does Sammy ever want to take a flop here? I don't think there's any risk that he reshoves or anything like that, but he elects to fold. And that's going to turn out well for him. His spades were dead. He was dominated. Jack. So Silly in a best possible scenario, getting something like 3-1 on his money, and flopping an ace right on the window. Ace 9-4, really a beautiful flop as we see Silly now at 92%. Ace of diamonds will lock it up for him on the turn, and so after that rough blind versus blind hand, where he turned to pair and lost up against the Tilda's flush, Silly will triple up here at 500k and 12.5 blinds, enough to work with and play some cautious push-pull poker.
We will see, we will see.
7 fold. 8 fold. 9 raise 80. 1 fold.
Sammy here opening our action +2 with the ace queen of diamonds. Dylan in the small blind. Likes to fold to king jack. Alex in the big blind with 7-4. Looks a little too weak to take a flop here off of 20 blinds. But he's going to consider it.
6 fold.
And make a reluctant fold to Sammy.
Huh? Not this time. He looks strong, he looks strong. No hesitation. No hesitation, yeah.
Action fools around to Attila. Now Silly. This 8 deuce won't help him run up that short stack. Matt is out. Dylan on the button though with the Cowboys. And he makes it 100,000. I believe he has an alteration in his open raise size, something to watch out for. Otherwise your opponents can read into that. Gungor in the big blind with a close one. Certainly facing a min raise, his king 7 should go to the flop. Does he feel that this 2.5x from Ilan is more likely to be strong? Apparently he does, because he makes what ends up being a great fold there. He was in horrible shape up against pocket kings.
True. Why work hard? Work smart. Yeah. Let the money work for you. Exactly. Now we understand each other. No, we always understand each other. This table, that table, they want. We understand each other. Yes. Gamble, gamble. Exactly. You moving? Yeah. Aye, aye, aye. Good luck. Thank you. You too. Good luck. See you later. Yes. Yeah. Must. The original from day one.
Looks like Edgar's will be moved from the table.
Yes, exactly. How many? 1, 2,
Sammy will take over the big blind.
No more? No. 3. Just the 3 of us. And that was the champion. The champion. We fly. Champion with fly home. Yeah, you and him trash talk. No, I talk with him later. We friends later. Okay, good. Good. It's better to be friends. What do I have here? Let's see.
Alex with the queen 4. Making what I think is an overly loose raise here off of just 21 blinds on the button. I think his weakest queen should probably be somewhere around queen 8, but Both his opponents in the blinds not finding anything to play, so Alex will get away with one here.
I wanted action this time.
Join us at our upcoming WPT stops if you couldn't make it to WPT Cyprus. WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown kicks off in just a few days on March 19th. It runs through April 8th, and the championship event is the 4th through the 8th. I will be there for the championship event. Really looking forward to playing that one. Such a tremendous property, and the prize pool promises to be enormous in that event, especially the spring one. But anytime they run tournaments at Seminole Hard Rock, the turnout is very strong. Then we have WPT Choctaw, April 16th through May 5th. Happen to know that that is Vince Van Patten's favorite poker tournament on our tour. He loves visiting the Texas, Oklahoma area, eating some of the good food, hanging out with the friendly staff down there. WPT Choctaw, that'll be a $3,500 championship event as well. And then we have our WPT Slovakia passport to the World Championship running May 22nd to June 2nd. And as I mentioned earlier, we will be returning to Chamada Prestige in August for WPT Cyprus, a championship event. The festival dates are August 7th through 18th. Really looking forward to what should be my first chance to visit Cyprus, as we have a three-way pot developing here. Matt is open the action with the 10-9 of clubs. Alex calls the cutoff with pocket threes. This stack looks a little bit short to me making that call from the cutoff, facing the risk of getting blown off his hand, as is likely to happen here, as Sammy 3-bets with 245,000 with the ace-queen of diamonds. Back with Matt here. Does he ever want to take a flop with the 10-9 of clubs? Sammy certainly didn't make it too large of a sizing, but of course, when he's squeezing, there is some risk that he's just choosing a very value-centric range to make this play with deep in the tournament. But Matt feels like the price is good enough, his hand is good enough, he's got plenty of chips to work with. Let's take a flop with this 10-9 of clubs. Back around to Alex, who now, oddly enough, is getting an intriguing price to just try and flop a set and get the money in. But yeah, I think time to fold was facing the initial open. He's a bit too shallow to be making that call, and so he does burn up a couple of his remaining big blinds. Heads up between Sammy and Matt. And a great looking board for Sammy. Queen, queen, 7, 2 hearts, 1 club. Just enough here for Matt, if you were to face a small bet, to consider. I don't know if he's going to call 200,000 though with just backdoor draws. I think if Sammy had down bet more like 20%, 25% pot, Matt would be curious enough to see a turn card, but let's find out. Some players like to get stubborn in this situation. Not bad. Making a good fold there. I think with Sammy betting third pot and only starting the hand with 30 blinds, I would have been a little ambitious to peel. Just hoping to hit something like the 8 of clubs, jack of clubs. Really any club. 8 for jack would have been an interesting card as well. Certainly an 8 more favorable. Matt shows.
See if my feeling was the right one. If I have 2.5, I shove. If you call, maybe we're flipping, maybe you fold.
Back on Matt here, under the gun. This time with junk. He'll in with the king 9 of clubs. We'll open our action. And he does make it 80,000. Worth pointing out, we were questioning whether the king's open to 100,000 was telling about the strength of his hand relating to his open size now, making the min-raise with the king nine of clubs. So perhaps something for his opponents to read into, or perhaps he's just making the min-raise because the big blind is so short stacked. Attila in the small queen 8 here. Attila's been pretty solid at this table. Not sure why he would want to look to get involved with the queen 8, and he doesn't. Silly with the 10-9 has a nice hand to take a flop with on such a short stack, but he is dominated here, and he's essentially drawing dead on this king 8-4 flop. You would need to run a runner a straight where there's something equally improbable. So the C-bet from Ilan will take that one down with his flopped top pair. He's had a nice run up. Now back with Millen holding the 8-7.
Oh, I call. I just called.
6 call, 7 call.
I wanted to raise.
Alex here, just limping the ace-10 of diamonds. Can't really get behind that one. Sammy, the king-queen on the cutoff, will make it 100,000. Silly makes the call out of the small blind. Oof, these very short stack situations are so awkward. I don't know whether calling or jamming plays best here after this much action.
Come on. Give me a set.
Jam would be pretty tempting. But on this 8-3 deuce flop, Silly deciding to just call pre-flop.
6 check.
Likely going to allow him to fold, get away, and survive to fight another day. I'm surprised Sammy with the king of spades didn't bet this flop. His opponents can both have ace highs. I don't think Silly ever has a pair. I don't think he really ever has an 8. You block his most likely spade combinations of stuff like, you know, a king queen suited, a king jack suited, king 10 suited. So we're going to check around to the river, and it's a good one for Sammy. He makes the second nut flush. Though neither of his opponents have anything to get involved with here. Alex going to bet 100,000 though. Sammy's passive play convinced him to run a little bluff here, and it does not work.
Perfect river for you, huh?
Yeah, river is.
Out of nowhere, runner flash or
I bet the turn you call me.
Unless you go all in, I don't call.
No, of course not. Just hope you have 2 red cards.
Yeah. Unlucky.
Maybe my friend there is gonna call. You have spades?
Pair of sevens for Alex now under the gun. Going with another limp here, and yeah, I think this limping tendency could prove costly for Alex. Gungo right behind with King Queen. Just gonna fold, worried that Alex is limping a very strong range there under the gun. Interesting spot for Gungor. Argument to be made that if you were facing an open from Alex under the gun, you would always be folding King Queen, and that a limp shouldn't be treated that differently from an open. But hard to say without knowing too much about Alex's play. Attila comes along on the cutoff. 9-4 of spades, is that right? And Ilan in the big blind checks 10-6. Huh? Jack 6-3, 2 diamonds and a club. Alex, the best hand. Ilan, second pair. Might pay him off a little here. Not sure why Attila wanted to overlimp the 9-4 of spades. Certainly something like a 9-7 of spades, 9-8 of spades I could see getting involved. And he's now raising a no equity, no pair, no draw hand really. And yet this could work out brilliantly for him. Both players are likely going to be forced to fold pairs.
No timing. What is this?
So yeah, I mean, Alex's limp once again gets him in a sticky situation. Attila making a adventurous limp of his own, and quite a creative play after the flop. I mean,
your hand is good already.
I don't want to criticize too much a play that worked out there, but I do think that he should probably have some equity when he makes that kind of play, whether it's diamonds, you know, backdoor straight and flush draw, open ender with something like a 4 or 5 suited, maybe something like the ace of diamonds, 4x, or because, you know, backdoor wheel draw, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. I think these no equity bluff plays can blow up in your face rather quickly, and then you have no way out in a hand where your opponent is mostly putting in money with a strong range.
I have 7-7. Like I say, bad timing, bad timing.
You beat my 6.
Huh?
If you have 7-7, you beat my 6. I have 6.
So a splashy orbit of poker.
20 days I pay with the 6.
Gungor under the gun, with ace 10. Makes the raise to 80,000. Matt on the button here with King Queen of Hearts. Looks like a pretty good spot to take a flop. And now Ilan, ace king in the small blind. Do you think his hand will probably play best as a shove? The opener just has 20 blinds, Ilan has 30. We'll see if he wants to do that or 3-bet to a smaller amount. He seems to have chose the latter option. Makes it 250. Gungor has tread lightly thus far at this table, and he will do so again, folding the ace 10. Now Matt with the king queen suited though, getting this nice price with Gungor's dead money, being in position with a hand that plays post flop very well. He may look to take a flop here, especially after what we saw from the 10-9 suited earlier.
Push, push.
He will make the call of $250,000. So 660 in the middle here. And a very costly pot shaping up for Matt. King, Jack, deuce, 2 clubs. Beautiful board for Ilan, and his smile reflects that. checks. Well, I do not think this is the type of board or hand that Ilan should check. It won't matter here, as these two essentially have some of the strongest hands they're likely to have in this situation. But I think Ilan's hand is going to play best as a bet. Now he's facing a bet of 150. And he's feigning uncertainty. Oh gosh, what will I do? Oh no. Never a good sign when your opponent feigns uncertainty and then raises you. Yeah, I mean, look. If I'm Matt, I don't know if I could ever get away from this, but if ever I was going to make a hero fold because of the way my opponent was behaving, this is the spot. Ilan checking this board that most of his range should be betting, and then humming and hawing and oh, woe is me before flicking out a check raise. I don't know if you can get away if you're Matt, though. That would be asking a lot. But perhaps with the third club on the turn, now Matt will say, look, I think my opponent either has a bigger king or a flush draw. How can my hand be good here? Or you could even have a set, honestly. Set of jacks would make a lot of sense. So perhaps Matt's going to save 560,000 here because he's in pretty bad shape. And nope, he's going to snap call this. No hero fold for today, and as we can see, he's throwing the 2 outs on the river. He needs a queen, not a clubs. And Ilan, his decision to make the small 3-bet and his performance post-flop will win him an Oscar, as long as he can fade that queen.
Queen of club.
It is a jack of
Queen of club
spades.
was good.
So Ilan
He needs how many outs he
doubles
has?
up to 2.6 million.
Two outs, come on. You voted for the 2 outs.
It wasn't long ago we saw him call it off for his turning life for about
Queen of clubs.
500k. Serves ace jack up against pocket tens. He faded a very dangerous flop there. Now he's got 2.5 million and a real opportunity at WPT Cyprus.
You like basketball too?
Yeah, basketball and hip-hop.
You should be black. Why you drink? You're not from Israel.
I'm from Israel.
No, you should be like me.
Where are you from?
I'm Sudan.
Sudan? Really?
But from Paris.
Paris.
I was born in Paris.
Cool. You also like basketball?
I love basketball, yeah. I was in an NBA game in Paris.
Oh, wow.
In January.
Sammy's saying I was in the NBA game in Paris.
With San Antonio, right?
San Antonio, yeah, with the French.
San Antonio, Victor Wembanyama, of course. French player, who unfortunately has been sidelined for the season with deep vein thrombosis.
2 games, they won.
Which will be something he has to manage going forward in his career, but a truly unique talent. Somebody who's expanded the game's popularity in Europe and across the world. Hopefully he gets to reach his potential.
Next time, basketball, NBA in Europe, I go. Yeah. It was fun game?
Very nice. Experience.
Until here with the 10-8.
You were in the States, same.
Yeah.
The same vibe.
Let's let that one go.
Good vibes.
All celebrities.
Yeah. I went to the
Found the Ilan, 4 deuce.
There.
And now Alex in the small blind with the 6-4, working off of 9 blinds. Not a fun situation. He'll let that go. Bangor, the big blind, takes a walk with Queen 7. Players continue talking basketball. Some good games on tonight in the NBA.
Yes, and now?
I'll be watching the Milwaukee Bucks take on OKC Thunder, who are beating out West and certainly look like favorites to make the NBA Finals, the Western Conference.
But they have problems.
Bucks have their work cut out for them.
Now they're back up. It's like poker. They go up, down, and now back up. Like my chips. Yeah, it's this year, Golden State, it's like everybody chips. Roller coaster, up, down, up, down.
You heard this team where Kyrie Irving playing. What's the team?
Kyrie Irving is playing in Dallas.
Okay, Dallas, they have big problems. They don't have enough players.
true because Kyrie is hurt.
Oh,
and
everybody's hurt, and they
everybody's
need
hurt.
minimum 8 players to play. If they don't have enough, maybe they
they
lose. Maybe they call me.
Call you to play for me.
Rolls around a gun over
If
the
they call me,
Team
I'll
blinds
call
here,
present.
king nine of clubs. This is one of those spots players mix up how they play. Some players will shove, and that's what he elects to do. Some players will limp, try and induce jams from worse hands. And Sammy here with a close decision. 15.5 blinds, blind versus blind. This would be 40% of his chips with the ace-4. I think if they were strictly playing for chips, Sammy would make this call, but deep in a tournament where there's real value in preserving his stack, he's going to flash an ace and fold.
And they traded Luka.
Gungor is going to feel really good about his decision to jam now that he knows the ace of clubs.
I think it's because of money, I think.
I guess, yeah.
Because of the contract.
How many is left?
12. 34, 34.
You know this song, cash rules everything.
Yeah, cash rules everything around.
Dream, get a dollar.
Dollar bill, yeah. I know my classics.
Yeah, that's a classic. Sure.
Some Wu-Tang references around the table. Cash rules everything around me. Certainly how it goes in poker, and especially in poker tournaments, where the larger stacks have such an advantage at this stage of the tournament. Silly now, our short stack, with the queen nine of hearts, will move in under the gun for his last 5.5 blinds.
How much?
Alex with queen jack. Our second shortest stack. Debating whether he wants to call off here. Seems a little ambitious from the cutoff. Not very often he will catch Silly with a worse hand than his. That's the case this time. Alex is going to make the call. He's going to love it so long as nobody else comes along. Sammy pulls ace-7 of clubs and Attila with kings. This is the problem in making the call on Alex issues. There are 3 players remaining. And now with most of his stack in the middle, he's going to have to call off in disastrous shape up against Attila's pocket kings. Yeah, Attila won't waste time. Alex forced to make the call. Now, one of his outs dead. Silly's queen 9. Attila absolutely loving the situation he's found himself in. Nobody even has an ace.
I had an ace.
Underpaired hit deuce. These guys are sharing outs.
I need this straight.
Up against 2 players, he has 76% equity.
Straight.
And I'm sure in his mind it's even better than that.
King 9 to block the straight.
So we go to a flop, 2 players all in at risk until they're looking for the double KO.
Why, my friend? Wow.
We went on ace
7 of clubs.
or 2 hearts. Silly suddenly has potential.
What I'm winning?
Jack
Jack?
king.
No, it's no.
Alex
You're dead,
essentially
you're dead.
No, it's one Jack leaving. Look.
Wow.
Ace on the turn will seal this up for Attila. The perfect turn card. House. Both his opponents drawing dead.
Imagine imagine we play like
The ideal turn card for Attila as he knocks out 2 players.
Next time
we play.
Players who actually had quite a lot of chips not very long ago.
Good luck, guys.
Things went south, and now our table short-handed. Attila
I'm small blind, he's big
having a
blind.
beautiful run here.
100%. I would call, raise, call, flop. They killed my hand. Imagine they don't go all in, we just play him and me. Small blind, big blind. King, king, a7, ace, ace, ace.
Wow. Yeah.
Philippe, you won. But if you prefer to raise,
no, I would call, raise, call. A7, I don't want to go.
They know we lost 3 players.
2 seats open.
Bravo, t'as pris le cigare. Bravo, t'as pris le cigare. Ah, t'as pris le cigare. Putain, j'ai raté un coup là. Je fais carré contre full max. Ça va. Mais j'ai raté. Allez. J'arrive cinquième. Cinquième. J'ai pas de téléphone.
Folds around to the button. Sammy, the garbage 4 deuce. And yet he will raise. Huh. Yeah, Sammy never saw a button. He didn't want to raise if 4 deuce gets in there, and this is going to backfire. Matt with ace king in the big blind. Not sure why Sammy was trying to push the action here, but he's going to face a 3-bet to 250, I believe.
How much you play? Around.
Awkwardly small 3-bet from the big blind. Usually I think we want to go a little bit bigger when we're big blind versus button. This is an enticing price to better hands than 4 deuce. I mean, Sammy seems to be even considering it with 4 deuce. But he will show some discretion. Lets that go.
They saved you.
A7, 3 aces.
And I would play. A7 of clubs, I play.
Yeah, you play, of course. But he shove, what he shove? Queen 9? Suit?
Queen 9 of hearts.
Yeah.
Jack Queen.
The poker is funny sometimes, you know? Poker is like that.
I think both of them should just fold, right?
Yeah, for you, of course.
No, even for them. Yeah, even for them.
How many
Not
blinds do you have?
Ah, okay, yeah, right.
Maybe they were
4
short.
blinds.
Yeah.
4 blind.
Yeah, maybe it's because of the blind. But very unlucky for you.
But he could win, he had a hard draw.
Yeah.
Gungor opens our action with the Jack 10 of hearts, convinces a King Jack behind him to fold. Attila has King 10 on the button. You've seen Attila get involved in a variety of ways. Will he look to go to the flop here? Certainly worth considering. It has the big stack on the table. May find his opponents give him greater respect post flop. He does make the call. Matt's in the small blind with Queen 8 of clubs. And lets that go. And Ilan, yet again, our big blind player finds he's king. Back-to-back hands. So Ilan now with a great chance to squeeze. And I think a nice large sizing, something like $500,000 looks good. You know, this is a squeeze. You don't want to give Attila too cheap of a price to call in position. So I like Ilan's decision to squeeze. I do think his sizing is too small here. I don't think that, you know, whether he goes to 300, 400, or 500, Gungor believes that he has any fold equity. And Gungor has not shown the type of style where I think he would like spaz out and rip something like Jack 10 of hearts. And I think up against another big stack in Attila, the larger sizing is going to play best for Ilan. It could work out here though, because he makes it small. Attila, who's been a little bit splashy pre-flop, decides to go to the flop here with a hand that is badly dominated. We'll see. He's sliding his cards like he's going to let him go, and that's what he does.
If you call, I say call is the best option for you. If you shove, I say shove is the best option for you. What? You had nothing? Nothing. You had probably pocket 6 or something. How much is it? 25. 25? Why they don't send you? Maybe this guy?
Because everybody's scared of you. That's why. That's why they don't say anybody. They all say no, I don't want to go.
Happy here. Today's king. Someone has it every hand.
Raise 100.
Ilan with Jack 10 of diamonds looks to call. One of those hands at this stack depth, players could either call or worth 3-bet. Merits both play.
San Francisco against the Lakers.
Nolan wants to call here, take a flop
Golden
against
State
Sammy.
against the
It will
Lakers.
be a great
And
series.
nice looking board for Sammy, but not much here for Hillen.
Right now, there's a game right now.
Yeah, yeah. Right now it's a game. One? Just one?
One chip.
One chip.
Cheap.
100K is the bet from Sammy. Hillen. No pair,
I'm
no
sure you
draw,
have
no
some.
nothing.
Nothing.
King, queen, king, jack.
Of course,
Less.
Way less.
Way less. This is not my flop.
Yeah.
I had many flops I will be
Nice.
very good on,
But not this one.
flop. Not this flop.
Good for me.
Yeah. You also didn't have an ace.
Who?
You.
How do you know?
I read you.
Ah,
You have an ace.
you have a bad read, my friend.
Big blind entry.
Focus on your hands, not your read.
It's 50-50.
It's better for you. I'm joking, huh?
That's a good joke. Since I'm here in the last 30 people, so I made a few good reads to get here.
Action with Sammy. He's got Junk Attila though. Nice looking king, queen of diamonds. Yeah, we'll open our action to 110.
The weather is not.
Gungor in the small blind with the ace-5 of hearts. This is just the type of scenario you should look to try and rejam and take it down pre-flop. Attila has shown some looseness pre-flop. Gungor has a hand that, oh yeah, he's going to make a pretty snug fold there. I think that's a missed opportunity. Ace-5 suited, one of those hands that whenever it can rejam pre-flop in a viable situation, really likes to go for it since it has such strong equity when called. Even if it's behind. Roman now in the big blind though with the ace-3 of spades. I think his hand will mostly play best as a call. There is even some merit to jamming these low-suited aces out of the big blind around 15 blinds when it's somebody like a chip leader raising deeper in the tournament. But a lot of players just prefer with the suited hands to get to a flop. And here, it's a much better flop for Attila than Roman. And a pretty wet board. I was curious if Till would size up a little bit here. He's got kind of 40% pot of middling sides. And Roman, an easy decision to let his ace-3 of spades go there.
Big blind, don't miss it.
Action back with Attila here. 9-6. Big blick goes out. Dylan with the ace-9 though on the hijack. Has a hand worth raising.
Raise 100.
Joseph, a new player on the cutoff. Working with 25 blinds on the stream table. Didn't get a look at his cards, but they weren't good enough for him. Folds around a Roman in the small blind, he won't be playing. And Sammy in the big blind, I expect to take a flop. Also has a hand that, if he wants, can mix in some 3-bet folds here.
No, we are friends. No revenge. Me and you are friends. We're basketball
Nice to
friends.
block strong ace-high hands and unblock raise folds. I don't know why Sammy is just folding there. My goodness, that's a snug fold from a guy who's not been snug at this table. So Sammy perhaps making a little bit of a field play there. I mean, he was dominated as it turns out.
So when you get the cards, you just put them.
Put them here so they can read it.
On six.
Here.
On six.
All right.
Just for a few seconds then.
Hayır olur ha.
700.
Hayır olur ha niye girmesin?
So something for us to go play from Sammy there to fold an ace in the big blind against the min raise. He was in very bad shape though, but usually ace-5. Somebody who we saw raise stuff like 4-2 offsuit on the button is not getting folded in the big blind facing a min raise, so sometimes you just feel like you need a hand off. Well, we welcome Callum from Poker News into the booth to take over this stream as I bow out after some time watching this this stream table, which has been very interesting. Welcome, Callum.
Hi, Tony. How are you doing?
Good. How about yourself?
Yeah, very well. Loving life here in Chamada. Beautiful place to play some poker and a great tournament on our hands.
Yeah, I'm jealous that I wasn't able to join you guys. I was really looking forward to the trip, and if you're back there in August, I will see you there.
Yeah, absolutely. Some nice 90-degree weather, blue skies, a lot of sun. Perfect place.
Count me in on that. Well, you got an interesting table to work with here. To give you a little rundown, Attila has run up a lot of chips recently. Gungor has been playing pretty solid. Sammy has been a bit all over the place. But an interesting player to watch. He's quite aggressive. We got a couple new players to the table, so appreciate you coming in and taking over here as I sign off for the day.
Now you enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Take care, Callum. Have a good one.
Cheers, Tony, and you. Hello, everyone. This is Callum here from Poker News, just taking over from the great Tony Dunst on the mic. 31 left from this, well, the new record-setting field, an increase from the 1202 on last year. And we see here Gungor turning top pair. Facing a bet of 125 from Attila in the big blind. I don't see Gungor going anywhere here with top pair. There you go, a nice river there for the Queen Jack. We'll see if Attila tries to rep anything here, but no, he just checks it. Gungor now thinking about what sizing he wants to get some volume here. He just checks it back and the pot for the cutoff. Hope everyone is doing fine this Sunday, enjoying the action we have here from the Chamada Hotel, an absolutely wonderful place to play some poker. Great facilities, great staff, and of course WPT running in another exemplary event. So just a little bit of information on the player in seat 2, Ilan Verdnikov. Got the pleasure of meeting him yesterday in the PLO Bounty Streets. Was a part of a 6-way crazy all-in with like 33 players left. He was one of the players at risk. He managed to scoop well, he managed to scoop the main pot with just a jack high flush in a 6-way all in, and surprisingly, not many neither of the players had aces. So, if you're interested in finding out about that, there's a video on Poker News along with an article. So, if you want to find out the players involved, the money exchanged, who won, get over there and check it out. There's also a lot of WPT content on the Poker News homepage today. I got to speak to the WPT's Alex Gray earlier about her time on the reality TV show The Traitors in the UK. It's well worth checking out, as well as, of course, all the other winners here. And there we go, we got the aforementioned Elan now under the gun. Clicks it up with the ace-10 offsuit, and now Joseph Haddad with the sailboats. Some of these small pocket pairs, there'd be no problem just getting rid of this to an under the gun open. A big thank you to everybody watching at home. We've got Gunga here with the alluring 7-5 suited, but I think we'll see this hit the mark. Makes for a good 3-bet candidate, but they're off 19 big blinds, probably a bit hard to play. Yeah, and he gets rid of it.
I'm not here. Yeah, remember, you don't have time back.
Matt here, calling with the ace-7 in the big blind. Easy defend for him. Off 30 bigs. Neither player connecting, but that board probably favours Matt's big blind range a bit more. Oh, here we go. Maybe some fireworks with both players making a pair of aces on the turn here. Matt leading out with a bet of 100,000, it looks like. And of course, Elan's not going anywhere. If he's not folding his Queen Jack 5-4 double suited in a 6-way all in, I can see him sticking around very easily here with his top pair. And of course, oh, Matt makes the 2 pair here, aces and 7s. Nice to have the ace of clubs as well for that nut flush blocker. Interested to see what Elan does here. Doesn't seem to like it a lot. He does block some straight to the 10. Oh, that's a very good fold there from Elan. Very disciplined fold there. Elan finished 12th or 13th in that PLO event I was talking earlier for a $700 payout. I think he had 3 or 4 bounties as well, with the bounties $300 each, so not a bad little payday there for yesterday. And of course, with the payouts where they are now, it's been a good few days for the Israeli player. Seen some rags here, all going into the muck. Samer Sadaka opening the Queen 9 suited. Nice hand there in the cutoff. been a fantastic week here in North Cyprus. The action has been flowing all week long. And of course, this series showstopper has been fantastic from start to finish. Really looking forward to seeing who makes the final table and of course who gets that 190,000 first place prize tomorrow, which obviously of course comes with the $10,000 ticket to the WPT World Championships. There you go. You see Elan defended the ace-8 in the big blind, missed the flop, facing a bet here.
Always one. Missed the flop again.
There you go. Sammy takes a little one down there.
One time I hit the flop, you will regret betting to me. It's okay. It's all good. It's all the cards, nothing personal. Of course, the cards. Of course. And having fun.
There we go. In the background there, you can see the outer tables. Plenty of play still left today as we approach the final 9. We'll be bagging and tagging stacks then for the final table tomorrow. Gunga here now. Look at it. It's suited ace from under the gun. And a very playable Jack 10 here from Roman, but again against that under the gun opening range. Will he bin it? There you go. It's disciplined fold. Matt coming along with a 7-6 off. Maybe Joseph now priced in to call the 8-5 off here, but off 22 bigs. He gets rid of it. Okay, here, so we've got the ace-7 suited versus the 7-6 offsuit going to an ace-high flop here. There we go, the 5 of hearts on the turn, seals the check mark here for Gunga. Matt drawing dead. I think we see a little bet here from Gunga, and we'll see a pretty quick fall from Matt. Goes for half pot sizing, and yeah, that folds out. That folds out Matt there. Good evening as well, Poker News. Yeah, thank you for that in the chat. Hope everybody's enjoying these Welsh dulcet tones as we just wait for the next deal. There we go, Sami Salah A very pretty hand there with the ace-10 suited. There you go. See what Gunga wakes up in the big blind, an 8-6. Doesn't look that pretty, but with the big blind ante in play, okay, he gets rid of it. Just gets it gone. And that's another pot there for Sammy.
Nobody calls you because you.
Unfortunately.
Fortunately or
unfortunately?
Unfortunately. They give you a lot of respect, or they think you too tight, or what? Yeah, you only raise aces and kings. Okay.
That's Elon there, telling Sammy that he's possibly playing a little bit tight. There you go. I think we can expect Attila to open this here off 70 bigs. Looks like the table captain. Yeah, opening 10-9 suited. Very playable hand there. Oh, and Matt wakes up with ace king. Will there be fireworks? There you go. Raising it up to 300,000 here. Be interested to see what Attila does when he's, well, I suppose playing a stack that is 30 odd bigs deep. And he just gets rid of it. Oh no, the action's back on Attila. A lot of playability with the 10-9, but he just gets it gone out of position. There we go. I think that's 2 pots for Matt now in the last orbit. Of course, Howie didn't get some value against Elan after he made 2 pair, and Elan had the pair of aces with the 10 kicker. Very disciplined fold there by Elan, by the way. Okay, the flush was there and thing, but he also blocked the straight with the 10 in his hand. But maybe that's why he's on the feature table and I'm in the commentary booth. So I don't think I'd be able to fold on that one board there, the way the hand played out. Going to see the button and big blind collision here. Gunga raising the Jack 9 and Sammy call in with the dominating Ace 9 of the diamonds variety. Again, the 2 players missed the flop. I think we'll see Sammy stick around for one more street. Ace-9 looking quite nice on the 8-4-4 board. With some backdoor draws. Obviously no more backdoor opportunities now for Sammy with the king of clubs coming in on the turn. Sammy checking it over to Gunga, who fires a second barrel, this time sizing up to 225,000. There you go, we see him use a time extension here. Sammy's still ahead of some of Gunga's two barrel hands. 7-6s, some 10-9s, Queen Jacks. Let's cut out the calling chips. We're going to stick around with ace high, Sammy? Gets rid of it. Nice pot there for Gunga. Good bit of aggression there, winning the pot. If anybody wants to find out what has been going on at Chamada over the last week, say you can check it out on WP.com, the live reporting. Also on Poker News, we've been covering a lot of the events that have been going on here, speaking to some players. One player here who we've been speaking to is Dan Charlton. He's made 3 final tables. He was on the feature table earlier. He's now in the high roller. He was very public about some of his struggles with some demons over the last few years, and 18 months ago he decided to get sober. And if anybody's looking for an inspirational story, definitely check that one out. A very, very nice gentleman, and very nice to see him sort of reclaim his life, so to speak. An absolute beast from the online streets, although you won't find him much there anymore. Some may know him as Judge Dredd 13, over 5 million in cashes online, and over 1 million on the live felt. From the small English town of Macclesfield. There you go, the action folding over to Roman here. A very openable Queen 9. Oh, off 11 bigs though. I'm not too sure. But it looks like he's going to steal this one. As you can see there, 29 of the field remaining. And although still in the danger zone, Roman does pick up a nice little pot there to move up to 13 bigs. Just getting up some payout information because everybody wants to know what we're playing for here today. Of course, it's 190k plus a 10k ticket for the first place prize. A solid 125,000 for second place. 93k for third. 70k for fourth. 53 for fifth. 40 for sixth. 31,000 for seventh. 24,000 for eighth. And the 9th place final table list will get 18,800. Gunga wakes up with a monster here with the Cowboys over the Elans under the gun raise with Queen Jack. With 29 remaining, the field have locked up 8.2 thousand. The next pay jump coming when 23 remain. Here he goes. Gunga there making it 275,000 as we see the little pocket threes get out of the way, not wanting to get involved here. And I think we'll see Elan possibly give it up as well.
How much did you start in hand? 800? 1 million?
Just inquiring about Gunga's stack size. Of course, we can see that he started with around 1.3 million. There we go, and he gives it up. And if we just want to look at some of the side event winners that we've had here at Chamada. Philip Suki, a very well-known player in the UK. He was in the winner's circle, winning one of the first trophies in one of the first bounty events, I think for around 5.5k. Philip Suki's put in some deep runs in Vegas over the years, some may remember. A grinder, an absolute grinder. You'll see him playing everywhere. Here, Joseph Haddad as well. Also, one player that is seen across many poker rooms. Opening the sevens. So here we go. We've got the winners' results here. So it was a good start for the Brits actually here in Chamada. You had Matthew Gray winning the welcome event for 13,000. Tanju Kariyijit, apologies if the pronunciation is correct. I believe he topped the day 1E speed flight yesterday. He picked up a 40,000 payday early on in the festival, taking down the old school event. Best in a field of 253 runners. The buy-in for that was 825. The aforementioned Suki winning the Turbo Bounty KO for 5.5k plus any bounties.
That's why that's so.
And Neil Ozdemir, an $11,000 payday for the Bounty ITM tournament with a 550 buy-in. And of course, there was some PLO 5-card action going on. Chadi Rizk, who came second in, I think, came second to Philip Suki in his event, got a bit of redemption, winning the PLO 5-card for 18,000. Simone Pascucci taking down the old school event for 19,460. Some of you may have seen a hand floating around on social media that he was involved in early on, I believe on day 1A. Picked up aces, had 2 jams in front of him. There was an ace king suited from Una Unsol, a Turkish grinder here. Yeah, Una had ace king suited, Simone had aces, and there was another player, Dori Sade, I believe. He had pocket 8s. The 8s flopped the set. The ace king turned the nut flush, and then the 8s found the case 8 to river quads. I think Pascucci, he covered the 2 players, so he did lose a good chunk of his stack, but he obviously he maintained and ended up bagging. Sade, who did scoop the pot, he didn't make it through the day 1A flight, but Una Unsol did on his second bullet, and he bagged quite a healthy stack as well, if I remember correctly. And we have Joseph here, who defended the King Queen against the hijack open from Sammy, flopping top 2. Sammy there with the ace of spades. Could be a crucial card to hold on any potential turn or rivers should another spade come in. There, Joseph just calling there with his top two. Would have liked to have seen a raise there. Both players a fair bit deep, but now he leads out instead for 225 with the top two and a flush draw. That's a I bet Sammy was wishing he had the ace-9 in diamonds that he had a few hands ago in this spot. Oh. Clicks it to 500,000. I'm not sure I saw that coming there. But choosing his hand to bluff. Of course, as the pre-flop raiser, he does have, you know, the kings, queens, but with Joseph having both those cards, very hard for him to have, and of course, Joseph not going anywhere with his top two and a flush draw. There we go. I suppose, other than a diamond, as nice as turn as you could get. A nicer river you could get there for Joseph. I suppose 5-6 does come in, but is Sammy going to be raising the 5-6 there? Joseph setting the trap with a cheeky check, and Sammy sizes up big here.
I call.
And a snap call there. Wrong time from Sammy. Well played, Joseph. That's a big pot there for Joseph Haddad. Moving up to around 82 big blinds.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's not a cycle.
That's the one.
That's a win. Two pair on the flop.
These players have been going at it for several days now. Maybe a bit of fatigue setting in there for Sammy. A bit of an unusual combo there to choose to bluff.
Check call, check call, check call.
Beat call.
Check call, beat, re-raise call, and check call.
I get it. That's the formula.
There you go, Joseph giving out some poker lessons there on his line. If you'd like to give me some too, with this stack of 80 bigs this deep, be more than happy to receive them. Well, as we see in the field in the top left, we have lost another player. We are down to 28. I think the players at the moment have locked up around 8.2k, with the next pay jump coming at 23 players. Oh, of course, with Joseph Haddad taking that pot, he becomes the new table captain, taking over from Attila. Booth here we've got at Chamad, overlooking this lovely card room. Got a nice bird's eye view of the field here. Every table pretty much being used. The high roller that we've got going on is quickly filling up. Over 150 entries already in the 2.2k buy-in high roller here at Chamada. And then just to run it back to some of the events that was going on, I believe we were at Simone Pascucci last time we talked about some of the results. The Mystery Bounty was run by Itai Zion for 35,900. The top 64 players paid from the field of 502. The second most populated field here after of course, the WPT Prime Cyprus Championship, which has had 1,391 entries, creating a prize pool of around 1.36 million. we go. We had Matt open in the cutoff there with the ace deuce. Gunga defending the queen jack. Flops top pair. Just going to check call with his queen jack. Not so much in the way of backdoors there for Matt. Third diamond coming in to give Gunga a flush draw. Well, what would be the second nut flush draw with his now second pair. There we go. See about 200,000 from the cutoff. Matt firing a second barrel here with his ace high. Pretty much a mandatory call here for Gunga. Matt just at 5% to win this, and Gunga making queens and jacks there on the river. And Matt gives it up, waves the white flag. Gunga's going to take in the pot, go up to 2 million, 40 big blinds. Not bad for the player who was on a sub 20 big blind stack just maybe an orbit or two ago. I think tournament poker can be about momentum sometimes, and it's on Gunga's side here. There we go, building some nice towers there with those chips. There we go, let's look at here. We've got the feature table. Joseph Haddad, 4.085 million, 82 big blinds, 27.1%. We've got Attila Sarakoglu. Ilan in third place, 45. Gunga Halil, see, gone up to 40 bigs. Then we've got Roman, Matt, and Sammy propping up the rest of the pack. But it is just sort of Sammy who is in the danger zone here on a 12 big blind stack. Matt, 28 big blinds, no real cause for concern just yet. You know, we are playing 60-minute levels, and the structure is very, very nice for players. Plenty of play.
How much time is it? We need the break.
You know how much time is it? How much time?
I don't know.
15. 15.
10 or 15 minutes.
15.
And they are going to move up here, right? No, yeah. But the action days.
I think we have here the players talking about their break schedules. They get a 15-minute break every 2 hours of play. Of course, there's a little bit of a dinner break, but that's been and gone right now. And we are playing to a final table here on day 2 of the WPT Prime Championship. The $1,100 buy-in. The defending champion, Tudor Puris, was once a part of the day 2 field, but fell early. The only other player with a WPT Prime Championship was Reggie Kono, but he also fell early on day 2. So we will see a brand new WPT Prime Champion here in Cyprus. Always exciting. Obviously the tour, which is still in its infancy, been going on a few years now. I think there's, if my memory serves me correct, there's yet to be a double Prime Champion. And that will go on until the next stop at least. And if anybody's looking for more WPT action, there is the WPT at Thunder Valley going on. Updates for that can be found on WP.com and the live reporting, alongside the action here with the outer tables. So Liam Gannon and Rich Hayes doing some fantastic work out in the field. Two colleagues sometimes at Poker News, both brilliant to work with, esteemed reporters. Check out their work, give them some love. And then going back to some of the previous winners here. There we go. We just see Elan give up his ace rag there to the Romans 3-bet. So we had Ite Zion winning the mystery bounty for the best part of 36,000. Sanor Sanol for 8k, an 8k win in the speed up, so a turbo. The Monster Stack Turbo was won by David Mikanashvili for 21.2 thousand. The Chamada Super High Roller, which finished 2 days ago, was won by Osman Midik for 93,000. I think prior hand, when doing a bit of research on Osman, I think he had around 43k in winnings, all those results coming here in Cyprus. And of course, now with that, he basically more than doubled. We're
World
going on a
Poker
break
Tour
now.
returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.
Holds Johnny with Queen 3. Also folded. Select us now with Ace 6, looking for that shove spot. Could this be it? And it is going in. 310,000. Eric with the King Queen makes a quick call here. And we're going to see these hands, Ace-6 versus King-Queen. Ace-6 of hearts versus King-Queen offsuit for Eric. As we go to the flop. Select boss, the all-in player. The flop is Jack. 7, 6. Pair of 6s for Select boss. Kings and queens, the outs here. An 8 on the turn. Eric down to 8 outs to, or 6 outs to eliminate Select boss. And the river card is an ace. Select boss, 2 pair, doubles up. Apparently. Johnny folds. Love to ask Tony how impatient he would get. He's in Johnny's spot, constantly folding. Not played, I believe, a single hand here at our featured table. Eric now with Ace-8 of clubs. He moves all in. Falling for 135. He was looking for that spot. Dan with Ace-6. In the small blind. No call. Action now. To Fabian with Queen Jack. He makes the call. Ace-8 versus Queen Jack. It's a fair fight.
35, right?
Eric 59% to win the hand and double up here.
Yeah.
And he'll go to the flop as a 3-2 favorite. And the flop is deuce, deuce, 3. One club. Fabian now with queens and jacks. That's the cards he needs. Turn card is another deuce.
Take a 3. It's okay. Yes. Yeah, a deuce.
The river card is a king. And a double up for Eric with the ace high. Eric now up to 310,000.
Yes.
Eric folds the 9 and 7. And he's got now Leonard here. Raises to 50,000. And folds. Fabian's out. Johnny with 5-3 on the button. Lets it go. Omar calls 50,000. We'll see the flop. The flop is 2 clubs. The 8, 5, and 10 of spades. Omar with a flush draw. Leonard with ace high. Goes check on the flop. Turn card is a 3. And so Omar's picked up a pair and a flush draw. And now he'll lead for 100,000. And he makes the call. 1 to come. And it is a 6 of diamonds. Omar makes a bet that we're going to have to count, but it looks like the graphics team already says it's 355,000. Leonard here with no pair.
Put the cards inside. Put the cards inside.
All right, Leonard's using a time extension here.
All right, hello, Matt Savage.
Hey, there he is. Tony Dunst is here.
And happy to be joining you in a big pot where Omar, I believe his last name is Lakandi, is putting Leonard in a real bind here. I played a lot of poker with Omar at our event in Cannes a few years ago. Very friendly guy, and a guy who on the table creates an image of sort of being crazy, but as we can see here, he has the goods, and I think his image partially gets him paid off there. A really well-sized bet, firing out basically full pot with the river 2 pair on the beautiful run.
The championship in just about an hour. That's why I've got to dip out. I'd love to hang around and learn some poker with you, but got to head on out and good luck here. And if you get a chance, you need to go to Chamada Poker at some point. It is a beautiful location, and happy to be a part of the show today.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be there in August when we run a WPT Championship event, I believe, and have a good time over at Thunder Valley. Wishing them the best of luck in their championship event starting today. Always really well-run events over at Thunder Valley with Ben Irwin and his team. So thanks for holding down the fort, and I'll speak to you soon.
All right. Okay, take care. Bye.
All right. Over to Celebus on the button here with the ace-6 of spades. They are playing 15,000, 25,000. So he's at a stack size around 20 blinds that has a decision between open raising and open shoving. Arguments for both sides. Omar in the small blind. I'd actually like to see Omar find a way to get to the flop there with King Jack, especially having such a significant chip lead over the table. I think his hand probably is worth a shove, considering the short stack in the big blind behind him. He could also play his hand as a call there, but I do think Omar should be looking to get involved in some way. And Eric here in the big blind has a close decision. Strictly for chips, I do think this shove that he's making is the best play available. And you see Celebus with a close decision here with the ace-6 of spades. This would be for about half of his stack. Now speaking strictly for chips, this ace-6 of spades should be worth a call. However, because we are so deep in the tournament, there takes on an ICM factor that makes the decision much closer. I think that's why we see him deliberate there before calling this 11 big blind jam here. Even in the money, you know, players become a little more conservative with their short stacks, but both players coming to the right decision here. Fairly likely we end up with a chop. Eric would like to see a chop at this stage. That's what he's hoping for. He can't drill the deuce, but we go to a flop, and it's ace queen 10, just the one spade. So far, so good for Eric's hopes in finding a chop at this point. 6 on the turn, though, a real dagger for Eric. Now rooting for a queen or a 10 to deliver that chop. And it is a 5, so Eric with the ace deuce. His dagger on the turn by the ace-6 of spades. But he did get a cash in this event. Tremendous turnout here in Cyprus for 200. You can get involved and join WPT Global with bonus code WPT50 for an exclusive offer for WPT.com players. Of course, you must be 18 plus and please gamble responsibly. El Johnny here, deciding whether he wants to gamble for his last 6 blinds with Jack 10 under the gun. Sort of a dire situation when you're about to pay 2 blinds with the big blind ante format. These are difficult situations. Once you get around 5-6 big blinds in poker, many of us don't spend much time studying these stack sizes because you really have such a binary decision between all in and fold. So spots like this in Johnny's shoes are quite awkward. So he'll use time extensions by himself. 30 seconds. Get this one over. My concern about using time extensions in a situation like this is it does make your hand a little weak, a little borderline. Usually all-in decisions are a bit more automatic when you're around 5 or 6 blinds. So I can understand why Johnny felt this was one that he needed to contemplate before moving in. But I do think it's best to avoid using your time extensions in these short stack situations, so it doesn't clue your opponents in about the strength of the hand that you're moving in with here. Omar,
10.
the 5-4 on the hijack, just gonna enjoy himself for a moment. I don't expect him to call. Maybe making Johnny sweat a little bit for his own amusement.
Page up.
5.
Appreciate the support, guys.
Sounds like there may be a page at play here, so Johnny's table mates finding time on an outer table, and he can make that page on, so some camaraderie here. Leonard with a closer decision, but holding just 20 blinds himself.
We are currently on day 2 with around 28 players remaining at the Chamada Prestige Hotel Spa. As we see, we just heard the blinds go up to 30,000, 60,000 with the 60,000 big blind ante. Joseph Haddad is our feature table, feature table chip leader with just a little over 4 million in chips and 67 bigs. He took that from Samer Sadaka, who we see at the bottom of the table there, propping up the rest of the players with a stack of 10 bigs. Haddad flopped top 2 with kings and queens. Turned flush draw. Sammy got a bit out of line with a min click raise with ace-9 offsuit on the turn. The river was a brick.
All good, my friend.
And Haddad laid the trap with a check. Samer Sadaka sized up to around 700,000 on the river and was quickly snapped off. That's how we see him here at the bottom of the counts if you are just joining us. Welcome, my name is Callum. I'm one of the editors at Poker News I'm covering the WPT Prime Cyprus event here. Been here all week at Chamada, been treated very well, so thank you very much WPT. We've got Elan there, opening the 6-3 diamonds from the hijack. Spoken to Elan over the last 2 days, seems like a very fun player. Was mixing it up in the PLO bounty streets yesterday. Haddad thinking over with his 10-9 offsuit, but just elects to give it up. Not sure if he's seen maybe some loose opens from Elan, and was thinking maybe he's getting a bit out of line and could steal something there with a 10-9 off. But we've got Gunga here now, who has a decision. You know, the king 9. It is a 3-bet candidate. Can fold out some king 10s, some king jacks. That's why we like to 3-bet hands like this. And he does so with the 350. And Roman here with the decision now with ace jack off in the small blind. Obviously, these late position opens and 3-bets can be a bit polar. Gives it up. This is why we do like to 3-bet some of those king 9s, especially suited. Elan getting 3-bet again over his open. It's happened a few times now. And again, he just gives it up. Still with a healthy stack of 2 million. But he has bled some chips with these raised folds with some, should we say, unorthodox hands. So they're repping the Golden State Warriors. I think he's got a Steph Curry jersey on, if I remember correctly from seeing him walking about earlier. He got very excited at winning a pot on one of the outer tables earlier on in the day. Nearly knocked over a Turkish tea, which have been flowing here in Cyprus, or northern Cyprus. We are in the Kyprianou region. That's where the Chamada Prestige Hotel and Casino is. If you are ever around, I very much recommend a visit. Now we've got Matt here opening pocket fives. Making it 120,000 to go. We've seen Haddad take his, his full 30 seconds of his shot clock for a lot of his decisions, and he elects to get rid of his king 10. And there we see the shot clock buzzer, or here the shot clock buzzer rather. Folds round to Attila in the big blind with the Jack 7 off. Doesn't look great, but of course I can see the card. We can see the cards, and it's a bit of a flip. And he just gets rid of it. There we go. That's Matt collecting his blinds to pay his blinds there. Standard of dealing at the Chamada Hotel has been very, very good as well. And I don't think a lot of people realize dealing on these feature tables can be very difficult with the raised rail. Sometimes you're prone for cards to be flipping, but that is not the case from what we've seen here today. There you go, the table captain, Joseph Haddad. We don't see what his cards are, but they weren't very good, so he got rid of them. There we go, Sammy ships it in. Ace 8 on the button, less than 10 bigs. Just over 7 bigs and he gets it in. The decision is on Attila in the small blinds with his king 6, just getting the count. Oh no.
440.
Sammy all in for 435,000. After getting the count, Attila releases the thing, and I think we're going to see Matt call here with the pocket threes. It is for a third of Matt's stack, but with the big blind ante. It's not a spot you love. Just thinking it over. There we go, and he flicks in the call. Cards on their backs. There we go, we see Sammy with the ace 8 offsuit. He's going to be enjoying seeing that he's only up against pocket threes. Of course, Matt is ahead at the moment. You know, if we could see a high paired board, so to speak, add some outs for Sammy to counterfeit the small pocket pair. Just like what we've seen there, the 5-5-6.
No, 6 is good.
That's a clean turn for Matt. Sammy at risk here with 21%.
Yeah.
There's 27 left. Will he be the 27th place finisher here today? Yes, he will do. GG, Sammy, good run. Just unfortunately chose to bluff off a good portion of his stack at the wrong time against Joseph Haddad. And there we see heading to the payout desk, the 27th place finisher, Samer Sadaka there. Getting a payout of just a little over 8,000, 8,000 and change. It's a nice pot there for Matt as well. Put him around the 2.1 million mark. Turkish player getting back-to-back small pocket pairs. A bit of a scary flop there with the 5-5-6. Of course, some additional outs for Sami, but they never arrived. And with his departure, that leaves Roman Nureyev as the short stack for 24 big blinds. So no immediate danger yet for the Russian player. Ilan has fallen into second from the bottom now. But again, 33 bigs, plenty of play. And Matt with just half a big blind more than him. As you can see, there's 3 Turkish players on this table. Joseph Haddad from Lebanon, Ilan Verdnikov from Israeli, and of course Roman from Russia. A lot of parts of the world represented here in the WPT Prime Championship, which is playing down to the final table today. 26 players left. We're playing to a final table of 9. Plenty of play left in today for those who are enjoying the live stream. Very happy to be along here with you. Action folding round to Attila here. Giving this 8-6 offsuit some thought, but as suspected, it goes into the muck. And a third nice looking hand in a row here for Matt. He had the 5s raised and folded out the table. He just took out Sami Salah with pocket 3s, and now he's looking at 6-5 in the small blind. Very playable. Limps in, and Ilan checks his 10-8 offsuit. And Matt continues to run well here, flopping bottom 2 6s and 5s. I don't see him getting much value though against Ilan's 10 high. As we see, Ilan just has an 8% chance of winning, but of course only we know that. These small blind, big blind confrontations, sparks can ignite. And it looks like we're about to see that. There we go, we see the raise there to 225,000. Ilan choosing the wrong time to get out of line. Matt licking his lips. I mentioned just before the break, tournaments sometimes about momentum, and it's all heading Matt's way at the moment. He must be loving life right here. Matt puts in the 3-bet to 1.075 million, leaving 1 million behind. Maybe would have liked just to see a call here from Matt, keeping Ilan's bluffs. But again, very easy to say when I can see the cards. And there we go, he gives it up. There we go, that's 3 pots in a row for Matt. He was going towards the danger zone now. Very healthy 40 big blind stack. A nice a little bit of a sun run over the last 3 hands there. So Ilan showed great discipline earlier against Matt when he had the ace-10 against Matt's ace-7, which river 2 pair. And Ilan, he got away from it on the river to a small bet really, but they chose the 10-8 offsuit that time to get a bit frisky. Of course, Matt with the bottom 2 just wanted to get some extra value there. Ranges are wide in that small blind, big blind confrontation. Oh, and now we see rockets for the first time in a while. We'll see if Matt keeps getting playable hands. We'll see if there's a confrontation there. Attila opening to 125,000, it looks like. Oh, sizing up a little bit more. 130. Oh, and Matt, he picks up the sixes again. Well, not again, but a pocket pair again. Call in for a bit of set mining. Elan going to get out of the way here with a 4-3. Oh, and that's one of the sixes dead for Matt. And a very playable hand in the big blind here from the table captain. The two chip leaders on, well, the three big stacks on the table in a confrontation here. Not something you see very often. There we go, we're going to go see a flop. I'm liking the 6-5 here. Until the ace is in the window. Top set for Attila, and I think that's going to be it for this hand. I'm sure Matt would have loved that 9 to be upside down. Of course, if it was, it would have been the last 6 in the deck. See, Attila's essentially got this wrapped up. Matt only with some backdoor heart possibilities. Joseph with some backdoor straight possibilities. And Attila with a stone cold nuts as it stands. Multi-way, we don't have to size big. A lot of players tend to fold more multi-way. Just goes for his opening size of 130,000. And I think we're going to see 2 quick folds. Well, we saw 1 quick fold, and of course, Joseph will use his 30 seconds of decision time before he lays it down. And there we go.
Çok koyu olmazsa tutarım. Koyu olmazsa tutarım. Olmaz.
We're going to see here now another battle of the blinds between Joseph Haddad and Gunga in the big blind.
Rate 165.
Haddad decides to size up in the small blind to almost 3 bigs. Goes with a sizing of 165, and Gunga there with a good 30-ish big blind stack. I think we're going to see him defend here, the Queen 8 offsuit. Oh, he just decides Lex to give it up. Another pot for the table captain. Back up to 4 million there. Nice 67 blinds or so. We have Roman, who is our short stack, coming into the big blind now. We'll be paying 120,000 total, split between the big blind and the big blind ante. We are at 30-60k. 10-7. Daniel Negreanu's favourite hand is now in the possession of Attila. But it's in his possession no longer as he elects to give it up. Yeah, we've seen Elan get a bit funky, opening some hands in, well, some untraditional hands in late position, but decides to preserve his stack this time around. I think we're going to see Joseph here raise it up with a suited 10-6 on the button against two smaller stacks, especially Roman in the big blind, who is the table short stack. We saw Gunga fold to. Oh, okay, Joseph just gives it up. We could see a jam here from Gunga, looking to collect Roman stack. Small blind can jam quite wide, but just decides to elect a call here. Roman with the decision here with around 22 bigs, decides just to check his small pair. As we see, it's a fair fight there in the equities. And still very much the same. Gunga with the open-ended straight draw, along with his two overcards to the pocket fours. Of course, they're not overcards to the board. Roman's still ahead, but he's not going to be liking that flop too much. Goes check, check. And if Gunga needed any more outs, he's picked up the flush draw now. Although for the first time, well, I suppose for the first time post-flop, Roman has moved ahead in equity percentage. Somewhat of a tough decision here for the fours. You know your opponent could, say, barrel with some of those backdoor draws picked up. And he folds it out. There we go, nice pot for Gunga there. Would have been interesting to see how that played hand, how that hand played out had Gunga elected to raise his Jack 10 suited rather than limped. 20 bigs for Roman, awful lot, but possibly getting in with fours there. There is potential. Big thank you to the 450, 500 people in the live chat watching. For those watching who aren't already, please subscribe to the World Poker Tour YouTube channel. A lot of great content around the clock. Roman deciding to limp in with the 10 deuce. The hand made famous by Texas Dolly, Doyle Brunson. He's very much been a part of the rich history that the WPT has brought over its last 23 seasons. Attila now with the Jack 10 suited of his own and clicking it up to 135.
You're late, what happened? Why are you laughing?
So for those just joining us, as you can see, there were 1,391 entries in this WPT Prime Cyprus Championship event. The second edition here running at Chamada, the first which ran in November, won by Kyprianos. We've seen a fair bit of interest, or increased interest this time. That field a few months ago just passed the 1,200 mark, and here today, well, over the last week, we neared 1,400 with 1,391. Total prize pool of $1,349,270. And again, we're playing for 190k plus a 10k WPT World Championship ticket, and of course the stunning WPT Prime trophy would look lovely on anybody's mantelpiece. And as mentioned, you know, the YouTube channel of the World Poker Tour has content running around the clock. But of course, you can download Watch WPT to catch all the classic WPT moments gone by over the years. Now, Roman finally picks up another hand. The Ace-Jack suited. He had to ditch Ace-Jack earlier, as there was a 3-bet in front of him. Albeit he did have the best hand at the time.
120.
Just decided to get out of the way. Oh, this is a sick. Attila has just picked up big slick here.
It is 390. Call.
390.
390.
Just gonna let the players do the talking here. The tension palpable between Roman and Attila. And we see the jam, and we're going to see the snap call. Just one double check first. I suppose Attila has been asking for a count when people have been jamming, but of course he's never really folding here. Not for 21 bigs. But he doesn't seem to like it too much. But he doesn't know he is the huge 68% favourite. There we go, we hear the word call. I think Roman's going to be a bit surprised there to see Ace-King. Yeah. Roman feels he's been a bit nit-rolled there. We've all been there before, I suppose. The jacket is coming on, the stand-up equity is coming out. Can he find a jack or spades? And it's a king in the window for Attila with 2 spades. Here we go, that stand-up equity working well. Once again, Roman with the draw to Broadway, the nut flush draw. 11 outs. Now 11 outs once after the 9 of diamonds gives no help to the at-risk Roman. Will we see another player exit? Yes, we will. Roman departs in 25th place after the Queen improves Attila to kings and queens with an ace kick-up. I think rightly allowed to be a little bit cheesed off with the time it took Attila to call, but of course they're there. They've been playing for days on end.
We lost another player.
There's nothing wrong with getting an exact count from your opponent. We'd, of course, now with the pay jumps looming and at the business end of the tournament, always good to get a count. So that was our 25th place finisher. I think we might be coming up to the 3-table redraw shortly.
Switch. Switch tables.
Maybe 3 tables mix.
They will mix tables.
Mixed tables.
Because now
World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year, the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.
Leonard with the ace queen of diamonds now on the cutoff here. Move his stack in under 20 blinds. And behind him on the button, Dan has ace queen and a close decision to be made. And with Omar opening under the gun and still to act, I'm not sure what the right decision is here for Dan. Not only are you not in tremendous shape against Leonard's shoving range, but you also have to be concerned that Omar could reshove pre-flop and you're forced to fold a quarter of your stack. So, a tricky decision for Dan here. He will make this call though. Fabian with a pair of sevens. Forced to fold out of the small blind after all of that action. Zelikbus, of course, in big blind will not come along, and I do expect Omar to let his ace-4 of clubs go. Yes, he does. So these two players holding essentially the same hand. But Leonard, the one with a little flush draw equity, looking for diamonds as we go to the flop. There is one there. There's also two hearts, and so both players with backdoor draws, but the 8 of clubs will ensure that we see a chop pot here. And these two will chop up some profit from Omar and the blinds. Not a terrible result for Leonard once Dan makes the cold call of it. All right, Dan with the ace-5 of hearts. Lead off our action here.
Raise to 60.
Fabian with ace king right behind. Takes a 3-bet up to 175. Kyprianos with 5s on the button. Can't get to the flop there. Same for Leonard's queen 9 of spades. Now Dan does have a hand that at these stack depths actually likes to do a fair bit of 4-betting as a bluff. Some merit to calling as well. Of course, all of this depends on what you think of Fabian's style as a player. But yes, he is going to make the 4-bet. Tremendous play from Dan here. I'm not sure it'll work out considering he's run into an ace-king from Fabian. But when you're in Fabian's shoes, 5-bet jamming for 70 blinds at this stage of the tournament does not feel good. And yet I do think it's probably the best play available to him. Especially against Dan, who has shown a tendency towards a lot of a pre-flop aggression with his 3-bets. Some tremendous play here at WPT Cyprus. Dan finding the correct hand to make the thin 4-bet.
975.
Fabian, instead of going all in, is going to click raise here to 975. Interesting choice. Perhaps trying to represent an even stronger hand than ace king. Now, I expect that is the end of Dan's adventure in this hand, but perhaps he believes that Fabian made this raise size because he's leaving himself room to fold. I just don't know. We're in uncharted waters here when it goes 5-bet, 6-bet. Oh my goodness, Dan with the 6-bet all in. Fabian does make the call. While I loved Dan's 4-bet with the ace-5 of hearts, I don't know about that 6-bet when your opponent has put in 40% of his stack and most players are going to be rather unbalanced with their clicking range. And so Fabian, playing Dan like a fiddle here, gets him to put it in very bad and flops him almost dead, although backdoor draw potential here to the wheel and to the hearts. Dan hoping to see a low heart on this turn. It is the jack of spades, and so now he's just drawing to a chop, praying for a queen in this massive 4 million chip pot. Can he find it? No, it is a 6 of spades. Fabian going to eliminate Dan here as he induced him into a 6-bet bluff for 70 blinds with the ace-5 of hearts. Turns by nearly 16% and grew by 189 entries. Elon with the ace-jack on the hijack here. On his stack size, kind of a decision between just raising and shoving. He elects to raise up to 80,000. Rolls over to Attila in the big blind, and with pocket 10s, do you believe that he should move it in against Elon?
We need drinks.
All in.
And he is going to move all in. Difficult decision here with the ace-jack. Certainly ace-queen worth the call. Ace-jack, I believe the decision hand. Ace-10 a clear fold. What will he do?
5 seconds.
Well, he'll need to use a time extension and buy another 30 seconds. Since this is the first hand of our streaming this table, you don't know anything about the dynamic or history between these players, or what anyone thinks of Attila.
Wasting my time there. You want me to call you?
Going to get a read with some table talk, asking, do you want me to call you?
Hey, let's go.
Ooh,
Good luck.
he is
Thank
going to make
you.
the call.
Thank you.
I think he'll be relieved by the results to see he's flipping, which really don't want, of course, is to be dominated.
Classic.
Considering the price that Philip was getting, I believe that is the correct call if he could see the cards. The 10s, as we see, though, a solid favorite headed to the flop.
Good luck, guys. Thank you.
I imagine a little bit bigger favorite than usual because an ace or a jack was folded. But an ace on the window, along with a jack, delivers top 2 pair. But the 10s holding the only club in this hand, as we see, still has 40% equity, looking for a 10 or a club. 4 spades, scary when it first turns over. Now Attila with a 3-to-1 shot on this river. Can he get it? No, 8 of spades. It does run out black. Inland with the flopped top 2 wins this crucial coin flip for his tournament life.
That's not fair. Nice hand. Classic.
Up, winning his way into live WPT events and cashed 4 events on the WPT last year. There's no purchase necessary, so play the Sun Run Bounty Tournament on Club WPT, and if Josh cashes live this season, we will double your payout. Sign up today and win with Josh on clubwpt.com. Use code SUNRUN. Action folds around to our blinds once more. Attila now with a suited queen. Start with the call at stacked depth. No suited hands for calling out of the small blind. Simply with the ace-9, one of those hands that can kind of mix between raising and checking. These middling aces do like to do a lot of raising, but they're at a stack depth where if he was to raise and face a jam, you'd be folding one of the better hands he has to let go. Interesting board here, 10-9-4 all clubs. Attila flopping the 3rd nut flush, sealing with the ace-9, holding 2nd pair and an ace kicker. After a check, he'll start our betting for 40,000. Attila gonna recheck his cards. Sometimes you see players do this when they want to feign that they only have one club, and they're trying to convince their opponent they're rechecking their cards to see which one of them was a club, when in reality they actually have the flush. So Attila now looks to be reaching for raising chips.
And welcome back to this WPT Prime Cyprus Championship live stream here at the Chamada Prestige Hotel and Spa. We've just come back from a little 15-minute break after the 3-table redraw. There are 24 players remaining here. We are on a pay jump with the last player, well, the next player out, bagging 8.2k. We are playing to the final table of 9. And as we see, we've got a new feature table here. We've got Attila, who was just on the table. Fabian Rowley, an esteemed French pro. 55 bigs coming in second. Andres Tamazu, Gunga Halil. Okay, so it's who was also a part of the feature table before the break. Sinan Unlu, Johan Rene, Marek Bartoszewicz, and Andriy Brazda. And again, apologies if there are any mispronunciations of those names. We've got Andre as the short stack on this table with 905,000, 15 big blinds, somewhat in the danger zone. Marek, 5 big blinds above. And then Johan and Sinu, both in the 22 mark. Gunga, 37. Andreas, 48. Fabian, 55. And Attila, a table captain, 82 big blinds there. Took out Rona in 25th place there with the ace-king against ace-jack. He did have to fade a lot of outs. He flopped top pair, but Ronan with the ace-jack of spades. Flopped the Broadway draw with a nut flush draw. But some could say too many outs with a brick turn and a brick river. For those just joining, although we won't find out who the winner is tomorrow, the winner will receive $190,000 US plus a $10,000 ticket to the WPT World Championship event. A brilliant tournament that I got to be a part of, so to speak, in December just gone. Was there for Poker News, reporting some of the fantastic tournaments that were going on there as well. The $5 million free roll was a real highlight, and of course, who could forget the magician walking away with a golden McLaren worth $240,000. It is a pillar of that big poker schedule in December. Always well attended and always a privilege to be a part of. I'm Callum Grant, one of the editors at Poker News here, helping out the WPT. And we see Attila starting off how he finished by winning a pot up to 5 billion.
Okay.
And we've got Migli in the dealer, as the dealer. Someone who I've played with before at my local casino in Cardiff.
Sağ mı koyayım? Sağdan rahat oynayamıyorum ki.
Good dealer, good player.
Kalsan rahat al.
Aslında koyayım.
Shout out to all the dealers here at Chamada. Done a wonderful job. Keeping the game running quick and smooth, along with the brilliant floor staff. And of course, a shout out to Liam Gannon and Richard Hayes, the WPT live reporters. If you want to see what's going on the outer tables, you can head over to WP.com and head over to their live reporting section. There's the WPT Prime Cyprus coverage, along with WPT Thunder Valley. If you're loving the look at Chamada, you'll be pleased to know that the WPT is coming back to this very same hotel and casino in August. You can use WPT Global Passport dollars to play some events. So if you've got any of those lingering about, feel free. But of course you can use them for any other WPT stop that you wish. Each week, around 25,000 worth of dollars are being given out. Well, 25,000 WPT passport dollars are being given out on the site. So if you've always wanted to play a WPT event, a possible avenue for you to explore. Now we see here Gunga raising a suited king 6, a bit loose in early position there, +1. We've seen him play quite tight, so a bit of a surprise to see him here elect the king 6 suited. There we go, Marek there with another suited hand in the form of Jack 9. bit more playability than the King 6. Of course, the King 6 does have some high card removal. And I think we'll see Andreas tag along here in the big blind with the Queen 10. Maybe a potential squeeze come in. Of course, in some of these situations, we do prefer to 3-bet our offsuit hands. They do have less playability than the suited versions. And it does look like Andreas is counting out a raise here. And I think this should do the trick. Andreas very aware of his surroundings there, as we see Gunga quickly lets it go. Some nice size there for 450. It's going to involve Marek putting in a fair bit of that 1.1 million he's got behind. And there we go. Nice pot there for Andreas. Nice squeeze. GG, sir. Well played. There we go, Gunga deciding to release the ace-9 there from under the gun. And you don't really want to be playing there from under the gun. You want, you know, those ace-jacks, those maybe the ace-10 suited and a plus. And speaking of ace-10, Sinan picks it up in +2. Off a 22 big blind stack. Table captain Attila with a suited ace. Another candidate to 3-bet. But he decides to get rid this time. Marek peels the 7s. And with less than 20 bigs, he very much could shove here. Put Sinan in a very awkward spot with the ace-10. Oh, but he gets rid of it. Maybe there is a bit of fatigue setting in with some of these players here. Andreas, who just picked up a pot with his squeeze with the Queen 10 offsuit. I don't think we'll be seeing the same action here. Elects to get rid of it in the small blind. And then we have Fabian Rowley with the Queen Jack. I think we're going to see a defend here. And that we do. Bit of a fair fight here. A 60-40. And Sinan's ace high remaining best on the 9 deuce deuce flop rainbow. Fabian only really with any backdoor straight draws, a couple of overs. Of course, Sinan, not much going on for him other than his ace high. sizes down to 100,000 here. And Rowley gives it up. Sinan up to 1.6k. Each pot, as the time passes, gets more crucial as stacks get shallower. Johan picking up the ace-jack. Mark, who folded the sevens to a raise the previous hand, gives it up a very much a worse hand this time around. Less of a decision, although he is looking pained at the moment. Just time to reset, Mark. Plenty of play left in that stack. Don't you worry just yet. Fabian Rowley, 9-8 offsuit in the small blinds, going to find it into the muck. And Gunga probably going to follow suit with the Queen 4. There we go, and a pot for Johan. Up to 1.5 million, a nice 25 big blind stack there. You know, for those who are learning the game, you know, sometimes you feel you hit 25 bigs, you need to get a double up as quick as possible. It's not quite the case. You can choose your spots wisely still, especially in these structures where there are 1 hour blind levels. Of course, Turbo's a little bit different, if that's what you're used to playing at some local establishments that run poker tournaments. But 25 bigs is absolutely plenty. No need to get too heavy with flinging chips into the middle. Some suited connectors here for Sinan, but he just gets rid of them. A wise move, really. If you raise and get called, you're going to be playing 7 high out of position a lot of the time. Well, all the time near enough, unless it falls around to the blinds. Andre rocking some table ink there, or some ink on his arms. A big figure at the table, but Andreas is gonna make it 120 or 150 with the ace-10 suited in the cutoff. And we're going to see Gunga release his Queen 7 off in a moment. The computer hand, for those who like card nicknames. Johan mulling his options over in the big blind, and he's elected a fold. Andreas in cruise control, looks very comfortable at this feature table here at the WPT Prime Championship in Cyprus, hosted by the wonderful Chamada Prestige Hotel and Casino and Spa. I've got a perfect bird's eye view of the room right now. The tables are packed, cash games flowing high, high roller in full swing with over 150 entries. That finishes tomorrow. That was a $2.2K buy-in. I think the likes of Dan Charlton in the mix down there. Tom Middleton, Philip Suki, Reggie Kono, I believe, is in there, the WPT Prime Cambodia champion, who is celebrating that career-defining victory. Is the anniversary of that. It was 2 years ago he won. To the very day. Unfortunately, though, for Kono, there was no chance of being a two-time champion as he busted very early on in day 2. This is a 3-day tournament with a final table being reached today. Winner being crowned tomorrow. Fabian Rowley here, opening the Queen Jack, and Sinan picks up the pocket sevens. Just playing a stack over 20 odd bigs. And he rips it in.
Sorry, I'm going to apologize.
1.5 something.
We do have a French flag for Fabian Rowley, but for those who know, he is Swiss.
Sorry, I can't speak up.
Thank you. Oyun benim kadının 450 saç.
And the jam from Sinan does get the King Jack to fold. And again, for those just joining, on the mic is Callum Grant from Poker News here, helping out with the WPT, having a blast in North Cyprus. I think we're going to see Andre get in the mix for the first time on this feature table here with the ace-8 suited. I think it's going to be the jam or the fold. Nursing around 12.5 bigs there. Is a decision, because if he does go through the blinds without picking up any hands, there we go. He answers my question for me. There he is, all in for 755,000. But yeah, as I was just saying, if he had elected to fold and gone through the blinds, there he's under a sub 10 big blind stack. With the ace-8, you can just take it down now, move up to that 900,000 mark. Oh, and he's running into it. He's run into it here with Sinan with the dominating ace-queen. Sinan reshoves, and that is bad news for Andre. Attila is going to get out the way here. Cards on their backs. Disaster for Andre. He needs a date with an 8. Otherwise, he's going to have his tail between his legs at the rail. We have lost one player on the outer table, so Andre has locked up the pay jump. And it looks like he will be the player out. He needs to find an 8. Some chop outs have now come in. A 6 would put us straight on the board. Oh, actually, no, it would put us straight on the board, but would give him... Oh, there we go. It gives him the 8-eye straight.
How much?
Excuse me. That's a double up there for Andre.
755.
Pretty sick there for Sinan. That would have breathed new life into his stack. But of course, the cruel nature of poker sometimes finds us all. We've all been 1 outed, 2 outed, 3 outed, so on. With 23 players remaining, the field have locked up 9,700. The pay jump then comes when 19 remain, and that's when we hit the 5-figure territory. There we go, the 19th place finisher will bag 11.5k. But as it stands, the next 3 players out will receive 9,700. Quite a nice return here from a 1k buy-in, or 1,100 to be more specific. Fabian Rowley finding King Jack again, and he's gonna pump it up. There we go. We see Sinan now has dropped under the million mark after that. After he doubled up Andre there. Andre going runner to make a straight with the ace-8. Marek also in the danger zone, sharing a 950k stack with Sinan after folding his blinds. If you want to see what's been going on at WPT Cyprus, some player interviews, a recap of the actions, the recap of the side events that have been going on, you can head over to Poker News. A lot of WPT stories littering the front page. Had the pleasure of speaking to one of the faces of the WPT, Alex Gray. She was a part of the reality TV hit show, The Traitors, which has become a worldwide show, with editions taking place in the US, Canada, France, of course originated in the Netherlands. Alex was a part of that season 1 show, and she talked a bit about her experiences, how she thought her background on poker could help her or hurt her. And there's, she discusses her sort of journey into poker. So if you want to find out more about the WPT's Alex Gray, head on over to Poker News. Say we are down to the final 23, playing down to the final 9. There we go, Sinan shipping it in with the ace-6 from the cutoff. And Marek waking up with the queens. It's been a bad orbit for Sinan. But sometimes that's just how poker is. But of course, he'll be praying for the suck out that he just experienced. Or well, was inflicted with. Marek pretty much dead even with Sinan, both on 950. Andre in the big blind will cover. Oh, there we go. And we see one of the aces is dead for Sinan, so he will only have 2 immediate outs. Marek nearly just flat calling, but of course a flat call would have meant he was all in anyway. Andre is going to give up his ace-deuce. And the cards will be on his back. Sinan will be a little bit sick to see this. Marek waking up with the queens. Sinan, who feels he should probably be on a stack of around 2 million, is now all in and a dog with 2 immediate outs. Oh, and he finds the ace in the window. There were just 2 aces remaining and Sinan finds it. He'll feel he might be owed this one, but of course it is not over. Marek with 2 outs of his own. Turns into 6 now after the 10. Gives him the draw to Broadway. Hear there from the table, it's never easy. If you've ever played this game, you'll surely know that is the case. But that is a safe river for Sinan. And there he is on the stack he feels he should have been on. Oh, probably a little bit more. A gross one for Marek. He is going to be our 23rd place finisher, I think. 900.
No more clashing with you. No, we play again. There is luck and unluck at the same time. If I don't lose the pot, I wouldn't jam this one, so... Better lucky than good.
Banter on the table. Always nice to see a bit of camaraderie. Gentlemen's game after all, and also a game for the ladies.
Atıyorum 2.5'um olsa zaten raise edecektim, oynayacaktık, fold edecektim.
Been a lot of women in the field, to be fair. Some running up some big stacks. Always good to see poker well represented. And here we see Marek with just 35,000, just a slither over half a big blind. And that pot sees Sinan back up to 33 bigs alongside Gunga Halil. It is very likely that we will see another all-in and call. Some more cards up action with Marek just on 35,000 after Sinan found the 2 outer. Say it's a pretty horrible choice here for Marek, but he has got an orbit. He doesn't have to commit. Of course, chip and a chair stories do happen in poker. We see Andre making it 150 in the small blind with a queen jack offsuit. Andreas tagging along with a very nice looking 9-8 suited. An open ender for Andre, a gut shot for Andreas. Enough to keep both players interested in the pot, I would assume. Andre gonna flick out a bet of 125,000 with the open-ender. Alongside his gut shot, Andres does have some backdoor opportunities with the flush. And he's going to click it up to 325,000. Getting aggressive there. You know, we can fold out some hands that are just barreling the flop there with that raise, but the Queen Jack is going to stick around. We see the turn pair the board with another 10. Not much has changed. Well, nothing has changed other than with Andreas's raise. He will take on the betting lead. And a sizable bet here may push Andre out of the pot. Andre dropping below 20 bigs with the 1 million is behind. And there we go, Andreas goes for it all, 9 high. Andreas has been very, very good at this feature table so far. Although we have seen a small sample size of the hands we play, we can see he's very sharp. Table instinct spot on again. You know, Andre's obviously thinking he's going to be well behind here, but as we can see, his queen highs are good enough to take the pot if you were to call. But with just an open ender, ICM considerations, he's going to use a couple of time banks. I must say, I'm not familiar with Andre, so I'm not quite sure whether he will get it in here. I'm not familiar with his play. Just an agonizing spot, you know you've got outs. You know, you could feel the temptation, but he shows a bit of discipline and Andre lays it down. Well played by Andreas. A bit of a Will Kasuf there, perhaps. 9 high like a boss.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, if you didn't set
Buradan Melike mi abi?
Gitmeyeceğim ben.
Gitmeyeceğim bu arada.
10 gündür buradayım. Eve gitmek istiyorum. Çocuğu görmedik maalesef.
Hanım da yok.
Hanım çocuk normalde hep getirirdi. Gelirlerdi de. Kısa geleceğimi düşünmüştüm ben. Uzadı. Al dayı. Normalde 5 günlüğüne de geldim. 15 gün oldu. Bir de oraya gidemem yani.
See Gunga here making it 150 and Sinan finding another monster here with Ace King. Of course, it was Ace Queen suited a few hands ago, the one which he lost, and then he picked up the Ace 6, got it in against Marek's Queens, went runner to make a straight to double up. And Sinan, there we go, we see the 3-bet there, 2-4-50. Andre just taking in his surroundings before getting rid of his Queen 7 suited. Fabian rolling now, going to look at his cards in the big blind. Or what will they show? Pocket fours. And he gets rid of them. Sends those sailboats into the sea. Gunga now with the decision. You know, a lot of people think Ace-Jack is a perilous hand and it can find itself in hot water. But Gunga takes the safe route, gives it up. And Sinan, a nice rally for the man. There we go, pocket sevens for Johan, and a big slick rears its head again. Moving one spot to the left from Sinan to Attila.
450 raise.
Raise 450.
And the blinds have gone up as well to 50,000, 75,000. Oh, and Marek, who has his last 35,000 after having his queens cracked earlier, will put it in with the ace queen. You know, he's going to be thinking, he's going to be laughing. But he's going to see that he is up against it with the big slick. I think we're going to see Johan get out of the way. It has been a rough ride for Marek since he's been on this feature table after the 3-table redraw. There we go. Let's see what Johan does here with the pocket sevens. And he just gets rid of it. The best hand folds, but of course would need to fade a lot. Don't really want to just be calling there with the sevens. There's going to be a lot of flops that you don't like to see. So we go, cards on their back. Opportunity here for Marek to, wow, to go from 35,000 to 250,000.
You put 125 into middle, but you shouldn't put. Put only that much.
150. Put here 150.
Put the 150
Attila
here,
going to
yeah,
be taking.
open, then you will let. How much? O kadar alacak sadece, kalanı burası.
Going to be taking some of Johan's arrays because of course Marek cannot get all of that. Oh, queen in the window.
Not. King.
Has Marek fortunes changed?
Always behind. Good luck.
And now he picks up the diamonds as well. Just for good measure, a king and only a king will give Attila the check mark. 3 outs once. And there we go, Marek makes the nut flush. A huge hand for Marek, who has had 1 foot out of the door with 35,000, is now on that 215 mark. Admittedly, to go from half a big blind to 3 big blinds doesn't feel like much, but of course, Marek will still be delighted to still be in the mix.
Orada Big Blind'da da miss oldu ya. Big Blind'da da o aldı. Yanlış yaptık. Big Blind'da ortaya attı.
Niye?
75'in Big Blind'da ortaya attı. Yanlış yaptı.
Çok acemi yatan bence. Big Blind
50 bin small blind zaten. 50 bin. Yani oraya bir sürü çift fazladan gitti. Bir şey çağırdı.
Bir dakika. Evet, bir dakika.
A bit of magic there for Marek.
You put small blind and big blind to there also. He should pay. Pay 55 to him.
How much we have?
Some disagreements of how much chips Mark should have.
Full big blind entry, 70 plus 75, 145.
35 here, 145. 180. Yeah.
180 and small blind.
Small blind is.
No, it's 50. No, it's 35.
The graphics told us it was 250.
Yes, 250.
250.
Abi 215 olması
Bana biraz daha vermesi lazım.
35 çarpı 4 artı ante.
Just getting sorted out here.
140 artı ante.
Siz
215,
kafasını
he should have
karıştırdınız.
215. Yok abi kıza ben
It was a big blind between friends, eh? Obviously a lot to these players.
And 450 will be raised and 35,000 more. So
Yeah, what is your time?
35
times
Plus ante.
4 plus ante.
215.
35 two times? Yeah.
He should have 215.
35 times 4 plus.
There were 4 players who will be
Tamam
blind
abi.
and
30 blind, big blind. Kendi parası 4.
Big blind nasıl alıyor abi? Adam o kadar şey yok.
plus ante
Big blind'den de 35 alıyor.
35.
But he cannot qualify.
175.
He cannot qualify for big blind.
Small blind. Small blind.
As Anka says in the
I will
live chat,
explain
should
you.
be 75 plus 35 plus 35.
Wait,
Say 75 plus 5 plus 35.
wait, Alex. 150, 450, and he goes only for 35.
So Anka says that adds
So,
up to 250 with that.
Small and
my
big
math
and
is
anti
correct.
and 35.
All 5.
No. Small blind, big blind.
35.
1, 2, 3. Plus the ante's 4, 5,
Plus ante.
6.
No,
Six.
no.
Good. Small blind.
Big blind. 3.
Tournament director there,
3 bet.
Yes.
And
5.
explaining the math.
Yes.
6.
Yeah. 6 times.
6 times 35.
Yes.
Oh, full empty. Yeah.
Ante full ante or on?
Oh, no, sorry, full empty. Sorry.
Okay, 5 plus ante.
5 times 35. We're going to have 160.
Plus 75.
175. Right?
175 plus full anti.
Full empty 75. Yeah, so it's 225.
So you give a little bit, yeah, 225.
He's got 225.
There you go. See Mark there being able to get the full big blind.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, the full big blind ante rather.
Hepimiz savaştık ama.
Yeah.
Arkaya geçtim bir de. Flop'ta kaybederken artık yapmak böyle bir şey sanırım.
Yeah. It's always.
For those just joining, this is the WPT Prime Cyprus Championship, an $1,100 buy-in event. Had a 1 million guarantee. That was easily surpassed. 1.349 million in the final prize pool after 5 starting flights. $190,000 for the winner, plus a 10k seat to the WPT World Championship. And now, after Marek's stack has been correctly calculated, the action will resume. Him going from 35,000 to 250. For those unsure what just went on, Marek was able to get 5 lots of 35, so that was 35 from the big blind, 35 from the small blind, obviously his own 35, 35 from Sunil, or Suna, or Atia, sorry, I remember, and of course Johan opened the 7s and folded. Yeah, so yeah, 35 from Attila, 35 from Johan, and then with that you get the full big blind ante. So 35k to 250. And as you saw, he ummed and ahed when he went down to 35,000 with 5 deuce on the button. You know, decided, do you know what? I've got 6 hands or so before I'm in the blinds again. Let's see if I pick up something. Patience is key in tournament poker. If you still have chips in front of you, you are within a chance of winning. And people have come back from a lot lower than 3 big blinds. Yeah, I've been doing this for a few years now, seen my few chip in a chair stories. Mark, though, obviously will have a decision in the next couple of hands. He has this one and the next one before he is in the blinds. And we are on the pay jump now. As we see, the field has reduced down to 21.
Yeah, I'm the big blind.
Well, a pay jump into with the pay jump going from 9.7k to 11.5 when 19 remain. Some time bank strategy being implemented from Marek. Just holding out to see if anybody on that 2 outer tables busts before releasing his hand. This is where studying those short stack pre-flop range charts really come into play, especially when it's near the pay jump. You know, 3 bigs. When you look at the solver, 3 bigs is going to highlight a lot of those sort of jack high hands, 10 high hands that do want to be shoving. But when it does come to the ICM, it's not something I'm not too much study in, so jack 7 may be a fault there. Of course, you do have the whole table to get through. And 3 bigs is just a big open. You know, you're going to get a lot of action, maybe a few calls along the way. So, and with one more hand to play, who knows? Might get aces on the next go around. There you go. We see Andres raising the Robbie, the Jack 4, 200,000. And Gunga is with King 10 suited. Just a little over 20 bigs. Andreas has been extremely astute since joining the feature table. A nice squeeze with Queen 10 in the big blind over an open and a call. Got the job done. And then a good blind v blind battle. And there we go, we see Gunga rip in from the small blind here with a King 10 suited. And of course, Andreas just gonna release it. Good awareness there from Gunga, knowing Andreas in a later position could be opening quite wide. Deemed his King 10 suited good enough to rip in 20 bigs. A lot of grinders out here enjoying the fields in Cyprus. Speaking to a few of them, they've said, there's a lot of people here who like to fire multiple bullets in events, like to get a bit frisky on the tables. So if that sounds enticing to you, head on over here in August when the WPT returns for the Cyprus,
but we cannot get
third edition of the Cyprus Championship at the Chamada.
35, okay. 35 çarpı 5'i yanlış hesap. 30 çarpı 5, 175. 250
If you're wondering how to get here.
225 ver. Abi sen Alper abi 25 ver oraya bitsin.
Flying to Larnaca.
Ver 25 bitsin ver.
Southern part of Greece.
Doğru.
Erkan in the north, which is the northern airport. Chamada also as well. Very hospitable to the players coming to play. A couple of comp free rooms, some free transport. Wouldn't hurt to inquire.
Wait,
What you give me, okay.
A lot of the players here have told me they're being treated very, very well.
The other time, when big blind come.
Nice to see from an establishment. There we go, Marek rewarded for upgrading from the Jack 7 to the Ace 7, and this will be going in. 3 bigs, auto jam. Andre looking at the floorman there. Potential about stalling. There we go. And the 250,000 goes in and Andre wakes
Good
up.
luck, bro. I am waiting.
And we're going to see Andre rip in for $1 million.
Oh.
Marek had queens an orbit ago, and they were cracked by a similar ace. This time he'll be hoping to do the cracking. Seen a lot of all-in calls, plenty of action on this feature table.
They are all in.
They are open their cards and then it's all in.
We do see the cards. Players a bit reluctant to turn over their hands. I'm not too sure. Right, there we go. We see the ladies turn over along with the ace-7. 3 outs for Marek. He does have hearts covered as well. Well, he has Andre's Queen of Hearts covered with the ace of hearts. Spades live for Marek. Diamonds live for Andre. Marek will win this. Just a little bit over 1 in 3. He finds the 7. Sees his outs go from 3 to 5. 20%. The 3 of hearts, no help whatsoever.
Oh, welcome again. Bro.
And there we go. Ace on the river to save Marek once again. I was left a little bit speechless there when that ace hit the river. Couldn't quite believe it myself. Marek from 35k now up to, wow, a stack of, it's got to be around 10 bigs, right?
Too much.
There we go, a chip and a chair story developing on this feature table. Queen's just no good for anybody. Marek with a little grin to himself there. Can't quite believe what's gone on over the last few hands for him. There we go. We see Andres raising the Jack-8 suited. Well, there we go. We see Marek up to 700,000 as well. 9 big blinds. Not bad from half a big blind just a couple of hands ago. So back to the action now. We have Andreas. There we go, like I said, opening 150, Jack-8 suited, Attila calling with the pocket 9s in the small blind, and now action back on Marek. You know, that 700 stack already cut down to 550, should he fold here. Some calculations going on, looking at the tournament board, as he sees there's 21 players left, 2 away from that pay jump worth $1,800. Players have locked up 9.7k so far. Is Marek going to come along here with a Queen 6? He looks pained. Bit of fingernail biting. Hopefully they're clean.
Man, look at your cards carefully. I can see from here.
I'm not quite sure who said they could hear the cards. Who could see the cards? But Marek, there you go, he comes along.
Yeah, he's trying to fall, but what the fuck is like looking like careful with him that he's future like
Oof. We see Attila flop middle set. Andreas has got the gutty. And not a lot of love there for Marek. Less than 1% to win the pot.
You check.
There we go. Attila locks up the hand with a full house here. Nines full of sevens. Andreas, though, may be enticed now as his gut shot also picked up a flush draw. After it checked round on the flop. The queen completes the board. Andreas will be very relieved that his 10 or diamond did not come in. Could have been some fireworks had it arrived.
Pull out.
Pull out.
Sorry for the situation.
It's okay.
Hello, everyone.
Here we see Attila, the clear table captain with 72 bigs on a stack of 5.43 million. Thanks to his full house there. Andreas chipped down a little bit. But still got plenty of play with his 43 big blind stack. Fabian Rowley, 39 bigs. The rest of the table under 30. Marek was down to half a big blind. Span it up to 9. But of course, after paying the blinds and calling a pre-flop raise just then, seeing as his stack cut down a little bit. Fabian picking up the rockets. And then Marek's picking up the Queen Jack here. And as we see, we have lost another player with just a handful of bigs, the 2 broadways. And he rips it all in. But I think this will be the last hand that Marek plays today. Well, that's if he doesn't decide to jump into a cash game or anything. You go see the cards turn up. Marek sees the bad news that he has run into aces. For all his good work, it doesn't look like he is going to make the pay jump. But he has run well in these situations since dropping down to 35k.
To be fair, this is gonna be harder. Not like you don't have direct out. Not anymore.
There we go. We see Marek
never easy.
Here up now with the Queen Jack. We've got 5 outs.
If I have to lose this, then against this turn. That's a good turn.
Oh, it's a good turn, yeah.
Just leaves him with 2 outs now to the Queen after Fabian makes aces and kings. Queen one time, and it's not. Unlucky Marek out in 20th place. GG's on the deep run.
Sit open.
9-9 oynatacak mı masayı yoksa 8-8 mi? 8'de galiba ya. 8'e geçti artık. 8'e geçene kadar şey yaptım.
So now with 19 remaining. 11.5k now for the field. GG's Marek. Fabian Rowley, the recipient of his stack.
Gitmişliğim çok var mesela bu kadar açıkta. Yani işeyip gelirim ben.
Yok, olmaz, ters bağlarsın.
Ne ters? Benim şu an kaçırabilecek el durumum maalesef.
Ben daha kötü durumdayım senden. Benim hiç yok.
Play will end today when 9 players remain, making the final table. Those players will come back to Chamada at 1 p.m. tomorrow for the final table, but I believe the live stream starts at 2 p.m.
175.
Confirmation on that, you can head over to WPT.com. With 10 players remaining, we are expected to stay here for a few more hours. It is coming up to 1 a.m. in Cyprus, the time 22:01 in the morning. Players came back at 1 p.m. today, so they are approaching the 12-hour mark on the session. With poker now being deemed an official mind sport, these athletes have been expending some brain cells today. All for your entertainment and of course their bank balances. Sinan, who was nearly out the door at one point. He's got a nice stack now at 2 million. Attila, the table captain, looks down at the 8-7 suited. And he makes it 175. Well, it's going to be hard for him to make an 8 high straight flush with Andre having the 6 and 4 spades. And it's going to be hard to make a pair as well with Andreas calling with the same hand. There you go, both players do get do hit top pair with the gut shot to the straight. No flush draw opportunities for either player. Likely to end in a chop, but we'll see how it plays out. We have a line of check, bet, raise. Andreas hits the check raise to 350. Over the continuation bet of Attila of 125,000. For those new to tournament poker, that is chips, not cash value. You know, there could be some new players unfamiliar with tournaments. The way tournaments work, you pay a buy-in, you get a set amount of chips. In this case, it was 40,000, and then just keep playing until there's a winner. But once you've lost your chips, you can either rebuy if the registration period is still open, or re-enter as it's more commonly known as now. But once the registration period has closed, should you lose your chips, you are gone. You are out of here. Wow, and Attila just rips it in a snap call. But of course, both players going to be quite relieved to see that they're going to be chopping this one up. Wow, I was not expecting that there from Attila, and the quick call off as well from Andreas.
Düşünmeden gördü lavuk ya. Ne yapıyor abi? Offsuit. Düşünmeden
Both
gördü.
ending up with Jackson Sevens with an 8 kicker.
Nasıl görür abi 78? Gatshot'a tutuşu var. Good luck bro. Buna bir vursam işim biter abi benim. Başka türlü oynayamam onunla. Beni mahveder. Gibi geliyor bana. Düşünmeden gördü. Beklemedi bile. Ay.
There we go. We got Anchor in the chat again, saying that was a very weird hand. Be inclined to agree with it. Those chips seem to liberally get in the middle. But again, what do I know? I'm watching from here at the bird's eye view. These guys are deep in a prestigious event.
Yeah, I like you. I like you. I like you.
From here or from Greek side?
Andre looking at a Jack 10 here. Fully expect this to be going in on the sub 10 big blind stack.
O yine nasıl yapıyor abi?
Which he does. Andreas picks up the ace-9. Once again, his chips are going to go in the middle.
Doğru söylüyorsun. Rose beni şekerledi abi. Biz böyle oynuyor. Şöyle
I've been getting out the way with it, full suit and
Ne
small
yapacağım?
blind and
Hepsini göreceğim. Bir dahaki
5-4.
600 patlatacak. Ne yapacağım? Konuşma sırası oldu. Hayır bir dakika tamam. Hadi çizi koydum. Sonra
Cards on the back. Andreas ahead. Andreas versus Andre. Battle of the hands.
Seni papaz ve sinek görse durduk yere yüzden atıyorum 10 binlerce dolar equity için flip
abi small'dan beni neyle kol edecek?
And only one question remains. Which hand will be left standing?
Doğru söylüyorsun. Doğru
Balon gibi
söylüyorsun.
şişmenin hiçbir anlamı yok.
Doğru söylüyorsun. Doğru söylüyorsun.
Wow.
Sen haklısın da işte. O da bizim şeyimiz.
That is a nice flop there for Andre. Takes the equity lead, but of course Andreas remains ahead with ace-9. And still does after a 6 on the turn. Plenty of out still for the at-risk player. Can he find it? No, he can't. And Andre out in 19th place, receiving $11,500. Andreas picks up another elimination.
4-6-7 blokuna bet etme gitsin. Çek geç. Showdown'a gitmeye çalış. Daha uzun bir şekilde. Bir anda yani potu büyütmek
Tamam
isteyecek.
bu bile ben bin vurayım dedim de o şimdi
Tamam ama
yine ne
çekezlerse
yapacak?
işte çekezlerse başına dert oluyorsun ya o yüzden.
O olin dese göremeyeceğim bu sefer.
Some good hand-to-hand combat there from Andreas on Andre.
I'm big blind, right? No.
Apologies to the chat. I will stop now with the hands.
Wait. Wait, Diana. You're 18, huh? So we gotta be. Yeah. So here. So can I get my line back? Thank you Diana.
Ben bir tuvalet yaparım şu an.
Yok orada yapamayabilirsin, dikkat et. Zaten anca alacak gelecek yaparsın, hızlı gidersen
Table
gelirsin.
will be picking up a player.
Ben
Tables to be playing six-handed with 18th left. With 18 left.
Yazık ya.
Andreas now creeping up over the 50 big blind mark.
İkişer değil ya, İkisi de finalci oldu. Ya o zaten manyak.
Overper gibi oynadı yani. Ben buraya 10 falan verdim artık.
Overper de öyle oynamaz.
O da oynamaz. O da oynamaz. Yani en kötü ihtimalle.
Ne Overper'i set stoperler bir son şey.
There you go, just let the table breathe while they wait for a player. We just saw Andre depart in 19th place, collecting 11.5 for a decent run there.
Gone bananas.
Just
You
a
went
little
bananas?
buy-in.
You went bananas as well.
Not bad for 2 days' work. And as we see, Andres Ballo. Oh, I am interested in seeing Ballo join this table. Someone who is very much a regular on the European circuit. Very skilled. I'm sure the table would have rather someone else. Andres Ballo, probably one of the stronger competitors left in the field. Counted him many a time when covering tournaments. Over 600k in live earnings. Cashed here at Chamada in January, picked up a 50k, oh sorry, in July, 51k. 2,750 high roller. It's the Chamada Summer Festival. Well, it looked like it was part of a four-way chop he got there. With Bugra Usuaglu and Adam Salamov taking 52.7 and 54.2, it looks like. And then Sahin Kerr taking 47. Looks like a four-way ICM chop there. So as we see, Ballo got a bit of history in this casino. You know, that score was his fifth result of his live poker career. He did take third in the January festival here at Chamada for 15k in the 1k warm-up event.
Thank you. Hello guys.
He's also got a first and a second as well. Cyprus seems to be a happy hunting ground for the Hungarian.
No need to wait.
Yeah, of course.
Come on, the time is running, the player is here. You don't care.
Now we have the action resuming. As we see there, Andres is in what would be the 7th seat, but of course we're playing 6th. Andreas getting opening wide once again, 5-4 offsuit.
Tuvalete gittim ya. Masa. Atarım kafana bey %5'in bana bunu esir aldım.
And we have lost another player.
16 ayız bu
We've
olarak.
gone from 18 to 17.
Ya nereden kopardın sen benden 5 ya?
Just guys, bear with me just for one moment. I'll be able to find out who that is for you.
Ne bölüşmesi lan? Babamın oğlu olsa bölüşsem götür ya. Babamın oğlu olsa bölüşsem şey. Heads up'a kalsın.
First takes on another pot.
You can't see the tablet from here. You can't see the numbers from here. The light is so bright.
There you go. The player's just asking if they can see the 30-second shot clock a little bit clearer. Of course, with a lot of poker being played, there's got to be a lot of lighting in the room. There seems to be some complaints of reflecting off the iPad. Right, Andreas just found 2 cards he didn't like in the form of 8-3. But Andreas has found 2 that he likes with the ace-7 suited, bumping it up to 150,000. There you go. Ballo releases the jack-9. Sinan is going to release queen 3. And a cheeky blind steal there for Fabian.
Affetmiş oldun abi. Heyecanlanmış da.
Aynen öyle.
Adam oradan dönse müthiş bir hikaye.
Another ace for Fabian here. This time a little bit better with the ace-10, but not as pretty due to the offsuit variety. Just still working on getting that name for the 18th place finisher.
$375.
Before Andre busted in 18th place. Dorian Andrei Brazda bows out in 19th. Oh, well, sorry, Dorian Brazda. Sorry, Dorian Andrei Brazda was the full name. So that's the player that we just lost on this fixture table. And as we see here, oh, Fabian making top pair against Attila's set of queens. And it goes check, check in this 3-bet pot. The king coming in to give Fabian some outs now. He's not drawing dead just yet.
350.
Attila leading out for 350. Would have liked to have seen a c-bet on the flop. Fabian going nowhere. A 3rd spade does come in. But of course that is no problem for Attila with his full house now. Queen's full of 7s. Interested by Attila's sizing, but just going 375 pre-flop. Maybe something bigger.
750.
But now he's sort of choosing a half pot sizing, or just a little under half pot. Fabian been in many spots like this before. Let's see if he can figure this one out. So Fabian opens from the hijack. Attila 3 bets, small. Just, what was it? He doubled it, 2.5x or 2.25x. And then Fabian calls. Flop goes check check. Attila leads out for 350 on the turn. Fabian calls. Fabian calls rather. And then Attila sizing up to 750 on this river with his boat. You know, Fabian thinking what he can beat. It's not too much really. Does beat some king queens. Well, does beat kings and queens now. But would he think Attila would 3-bet king queen from the small blind, from the big blind? Attila has played quite snug from what we've seen. Seems to be pretty linear. Another time bank goes in by the Swiss player. Attila begging for a call here. It's like, what have I got to do just to get you to put chips in the middle? And it looks like again there. No, just a little count out of the stack there of those 100Ks. And there he goes. It does go in. Attila shows the goods. Fabian seems a little vexed there. A little shake of the head. A little bit of frustration.
Ne açılmış be abi, değil mi? Açıldı mı açılıyor işte. Kafadaki çekim kötü müydü?
The table captain gets richer. There you go, that was Stylianos Papantonio out in 18th prior to this hand. He eliminated by 8. Stylianos has aces cracked to fall in 18th by Baris Topaz. Topaz finds an 8 on the flop to make a set. The board pairs on the turn for a full house. And no saving grace for Stylianos on the river. There you go, and back to the action on this feature table, three-handed. We've got Attila continuing to run well here with the gut shot to the straight flush draw. Andreas with middle pair. Fabian with the jack-high flush draw and 2 overs. I think all players are going to like a piece of this. Fabian opening from under the gun. Attila flattened from the small blind, and Andreas coming along. Fabian just gets rid. And a 6, because why not for Attila? He goes check, check. Now Attila go for some value. He decides not to, and he goes check, check.
Nasıl ikilisini ekledi be. Vuramıyorum da bana ya.
Yes, set.
Set, easy set.
Attila trying to get trappy once again.
He turns set.
Maybe the flop check got him paid last time around.
Long day.
The turn check this time. Andreas doesn't take the bait. Business with Joe. How many players go to day 3? 9. We're playing down to a final table of 9 today.
Çocuk kıpkırmızı oldu. Hastalığı var büyük ihtimalle.
17 left at the moment.
Race
175 plus.
There you go. See Sinan getting back in the mix with the king 6 suited. Opening from the cutoff. Fabian with one of these suited wheel aces, one that people do like to 3-bet. As you are blocking, you know, aces, ace king, ace queen. He just elects to call here. And the ace deuce remains best on the queen, queen 7. Fabian checks. Senna, who would have been pretty much out the door had he not hit a 2-outer earlier. Finds himself now taking a stab at this pot. for 125,000. You know, that 2-outer saw him make a pay jump. Still got a pretty healthy stack. Fabian gives up the better hand. Nice pot for Sinan. Possibly a little bit of steam maybe from the last hand, paying that off, the ace-10. Just wants to reset and get the mind back in focus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, just oh, and it looks like we are going on a break here. Nope, no, we're not. Excuse me, folks. So we see Attila with 100 big blinds, 7.5 million. Andreas second on the table with pretty much half the stack, 3.8. Andres Ballo just a few big blinds behind. One to watch in this tournament for sure. I'm sure Fabian Raleigh and Andreas have battled many a time, both at the live and virtual belt. And Sinan picking up the ace-king of spades here. We'll be hoping for a bit of action here with this premium hand. Announces raise to 150. Fabian just stepping away from the table as he folds his queen 8. And going to get him rid of the 7-3, another pot for Sinan. I'm sure he'd like to see a little bit of action there. But hey, there's no harm in just claiming the blinds.
Ne gibi lan?
Sometimes we don't know what our worst luck saves us from. And if you're not quite sure what that means, just have a think.
Her yerde gösteriyor oğlum. WPT'de gösteriyor, WPT'de gösteriyorlar. Bu daha önceki evet. Ne kadarım var? 2,5.
Rather than ace king, it was 8 king for Sinan. But Andreas now finds himself with the ace of spades that Sinan once held, along with the 3 of spades, to open to 200. Bit of a bigger sizing. We've seen players usually open 2x. It's pretty much the standard now. Andreas looking to exert a little bit more pressure with the raise to 200.
Söylerken göstermemeleri lazım.
Her yerde gösteriyor ya. WPT'de gösteriyor.
Hemen böyle mi?
Nerede gösteriyor?
Hayır, ekrana veriyor mu?
Gösteriyor. Yarım saat önceden, yarım saat sonrasından gösteriyor.
Oynanan odaya veriyor mu? Oynanan odaya veriyor mu? Oynanan odaya.
Oynanan odaya veriyor ya. Ya kim işi gücü oradan? Ne olacak? Masadakiler işte birileri izlesin diye. Bir şey olmaz o.
Players will be going on break in around 5 minutes time.
WPT de kocaman ekran veriyor yani.
This time Fabian picking up 4s. Just a little over 20 bigs. ICM considerations, and he decides to ship it here in the cutoff. Andres Ballo there, just getting the count before
Buz
folding.
olan var mı? Atalım mı?
And Fabian is gonna pick it up, folding out the button and the blinds.
One more?
Picking up just a little under 3 bigs there with that shove.
What we are looking for? Break? Oh yeah, one more.
Yeah, break.
Please break.
Wow, what a crowd. What's up there?
The players begging for a break, but they just need to hold on a few more minutes. Quick run to the John for a few of them, I expect. There we go. We'll see Andres Ballo get into the mix, possibly. Sorry, that's Andreas, my apologies. Opening to 175. But now we will see Andres get into the mix with the pocket jacks.
Şu an çok acil time ekledim.
450.
Re-raise 450. Call.
Call.
Call.
450.
Call.
There you go, Andreas coming along there with a suited ace. Out of position. And Andreas flops top 2 against the jacks. Somebody, how the heck do you play the pocket jacks? You do it right pre-flop, you 3-bet, you get called by somewhat of a questionable ace this deep into a tournament perhaps, and your opponent just flops top 2. And a quick check call here from Andreas. Just to rerun a pun back from earlier with Andre, and now with Andras versus Andreas, we are seeing some more hand-to-hand combat. And he goes check, check on the turn there. Wow, Andreas rips in 3.275 million into a pot of 1.7 million. Andres asking for a count. Of course, Andres Ballo slightly covered. Yeah, Andres, he's played this quite passively. You know, check call, check check, and then a rip.
275.
Is he trying to give off the impression that he's missed his flush draw or some straight draws? Ballo, not too interested.
No, I mean,
He shows the ace-8 there. Ballo with the thumbs up.
Finally.
Trust me, been buying these things for 3 days.
So I think we are going on to a break. I think that could mark the 2-table redraw.
Do we have chip up? Chip raise? Or
Yeah, chip raise, chip raise. 275.
The World Poker Tour returns to Choctaw Durant Casino and Resort for an action-packed WPT Choctaw Festival running from April 16th to May 5th. With over 30 events on the schedule, the highlight of the festival is the televised $3,800 WPT Choctaw Championship featuring a $2 million guarantee beginning May 1st. Last season, we saw James Mackey outlast the competition to take home just over $360,000, claiming his second WPT Choctaw Championship title. With $2 million guaranteed, the Sexton Cup on the line, and the cameras rolling, Choctaw Durant is the place to play this spring. For the full schedule, preferred rates, and all the details, visit WPT.com. We'll see you there. Mark your calendars for one of the most exciting stops of the year. The WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown, running from March 19th to April 8th at the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood. With over $10 million in total guarantees, the festival kicks off with a $400 opener featuring a $1 million guarantee before ramping up to our $3,500 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown Championship from April 4th to 8th, boasting a $3 million guarantee. Last year, Josh Reichart topped a field of 1,869 entries and beat out a stacked final table to take home the title and over $830,000, having his name permanently inscribed on the Mike Sexton WPT Champions Cup. With over 70 events on the schedule, this is a festival you don't want to miss. For the full schedule, visit WPT.com and we'll see you in Hollywood, Florida.
Line and with pocket tens, do you believe that he should move it in against Elon?
We need drinks.
All in.
And he is going to move all in. Difficult decision here with the ace-jack. Certainly ace-queen worth the call. Ace-jack, I believe the decision hand. Ace-10 a clear fold. What will he do? Well, he'll need to use a time extension and buy another 30 seconds. Since this is the first hand of our streaming this table, we don't know anything about the dynamic or history between these players, or what anyone thinks of Attila. Gonna get a read with some table talk, asking, do you want me to call you? Ooh, he is gonna make the call. I think he'll be relieved by the results to see he's flipping, which really don't want, of course, is to be dominated.
Classic.
Considering the price that Dylan was getting, I believe that is the correct call if he could see the cards. The tens, as we see, though, a solid favorite headed to the flop.
Good luck, guys.
I imagine a little bit bigger favorite than usual because an ace or a jack was folded. But an ace on the window, along with a jack, delivers top two pair. Really, but the tens holding the only club in this hand, as we see, still has 40% equity, looking for a 10 or a club. Four spades, scary when it first turns over. Now Attila with a 3-to-1 shot on this river. Can he get it? No, 8 of spades. It does run out black. Dylan with the flopped top two wins this crucial coin flip for his tournament life. Sammy here with the Jack 10 of spades will open our action. Attila right behind on the cutoff. Queen Jack of hearts. How does he want to proceed? This time he will go for a 3-bet. Up to 225. Silly with the ace-5 of spades on the button. Just 4 blinds and receiving quite a nice price here. May look to just call off, knowing that his ace-5 of spades is going to have about 30% against even the hands that dominate him. As it turns out, up against Attila, he has the best hand. Plus, as we can see, some of Attila's outs are being folded here. The queen from Matt, the jack from Sammy will end up getting folded. Dylan with pocket sevens. Kind of a decision here, but ultimately I think after this much action and having to win at showdown up against Silly, the fold he makes there would be his best option.
Oh, it's one of, yeah, it's still, sorry. He was hiding in the bush.
Now, does Sammy ever want to take a flop here? I don't think there's any risk that he reshoves or anything like that, but he elects to fold. That's going to turn out well for him. Spades were dead. He was dominated. Queen Jack. So Silly in a best possible scenario, getting something like 3-1 on his money, and flopping an ace right on the window. Ace 9-4, really a beautiful flop as we see Silly now at 92%. Ace of diamonds will lock it up for him on the turn, and so after that rough blind versus blind hand, where he turned to pair and lost up against Attila's flush, Silly will triple up here. Have 500k and 12.5 blinds, enough to work. Makes the raise to 80,000. Matt on the button here with King Queen of hearts. Looks like a pretty good spot to take a flop. And now Ilan, ace king in the small blind. Do you think his hand will probably play best as a shove? The opener just has 20 blinds, Ilan has 30. We'll see if he wants to do that or 3-bet to a smaller amount. He seems to have chose the latter option. Makes it 250. Gungor has tread lightly thus far at this table, and he will do so again, folding the ace-10. Now Matt with the king-queen suited, though, getting this nice price with Gungor's dead money, being in position with a hand that plays post-flop very well. He may look to take a flop here, especially after what we saw from the 10-9 suited earlier.
Push.
He will make the call of $250,000. So 660 in the middle here. And a very costly pot shaping up for Matt. King, Jack, deuce, 2 clubs. Beautiful board for Ilan, and his smile reflects that. He checks. Well, I do not think this is the type of board or hand that Ilan should check. It won't matter here, as these two essentially have some of the strongest hands they're likely to have in this situation. But I think Ilan's hand is going to play best as a bet. Now he's facing a bet of 150. And he's feigning uncertainty. Oh gosh, what will I do? Oh no. Never a good sign when your opponent feigns uncertainty and then raises you. Yeah, I mean, look. If I'm Matt, I don't know if I could ever get away from this, but if ever I was going to make a hero fold because of the way my opponent was behaving, this is the spot. Ilan checking this board that most of his range should be betting, and then humming and hawing and oh, woe is me before flicking out a check raise. I don't know if you can get away if you're Matt, though. That would be asking a lot. But perhaps with the third club on the turn, now Matt will say, look, I think my opponent either has a bigger king or a flush draw. How can my hand be good here? Or you could even have a set, honestly. Set of jacks would make a lot of sense. So perhaps Matt's going to save 560,000 here because he's in pretty bad shape. Nope, he's going to snap call this. No hero fold for today, and as we can see, he's throwing the 2 outs on the river. He needs a queen, not a clubs. And Dylan, his decision to make the small 3-bet and his performance post-flop will win him an Oscar, as long as he can fade that queen.
Queen of club.
It is a jack of spades. So Ilan doubles up to 2.6 million. Advantage at this stage of the tournament. Silly now, our short stack. With the queen 9 of hearts will move in under the gun for his last 5.5 blinds. Alex with Queen Jack. Our second shortest stack. Debating whether he wants to call off here. Seems a little ambitious from the cutoff. Not very often he will catch Silly with a worse hand than his. That's the case this time. Alex is going to make the call. He's going to love it so long as nobody else comes along. Sammy pulls ace-7 of clubs and Attila with kings. This is the problem in making the call, and Alex issues. There are 3 players remaining. And now with most of his stack in the middle, he's going to have to call off in disastrous shape up against Attila's pocket kings. Yeah, Attila won't waste time. Alex forced to make the call. Now one of his outs dead. Silly's Queen 9. Attila absolutely loving the situation he's found himself in. Nobody even has an ace.
I had an ace.
Under pair hit abuse. These guys are sharing outs.
I need the straight.
Up against 2 players, he has 76% equity. And I'm sure in his mind it's even better than that.
King 9 to block the straight.
So we go to a flop, 2 players all in at risk until we're looking for the double KO.
Why, my friend?
We went on ace-7 of clubs, 2 hearts. Silly suddenly has potential.
What I'm winning?
Jack
Jack?
king.
No, it's no.
Alex essentially from dead.
No, it's 1 jack leaving. Look.
Ace on the turn will seal this up for Attila. The perfect turn card will give the house. Both his opponents drawing dead.
Imagine we play like
the ideal turn card for Attila as he knocks out 2 players.
Well, as we see in the field in the top left, we have lost another player. We are down to 28. I think the players at the moment have locked up around 8.2k, with the next pay jump coming in at 23 players. Oh, of course, with Joseph Haddad taking that pot, he becomes the new table captain, taking over from Attila. Booth here we've got at Chamad, overlooking this lovely card room. Got a nice bird's eye view of the field here. Every table pretty much being used. The high roller that we've got going on is quickly filling up. Over 150 entries already in the 2.2k buy-in high roller here at Chamada. And then just to run it back to some of the events that was going on, I believe we were at Simone Pascucci last time we talked about some of the results. The mystery bounty was run by Itai Zion for 35,900. The top 64 players paid from the field of 502. The second most populated field here after of course, the WPT Prime Cyprus Championship, which has had 1,391 entries, creating a prize pool of around 1.36 million. There you go, we had Matt open in the cutoff there with the ace deuce, Gunga defending the queen jack, flops top pair. Just going to check call with his queen jack. Not so much in the way of backdoors there for Matt. Third diamond coming in to give Gunga a flush draw. Well, what would be the second nut flush draw with his now second pair. There we go. See a bet of 200,000 from the cutoff. Matt firing a And we are back at the WPT Prime Cyprus Championship, Day 2. 17 players remaining. Back from a little break. We're here at the Chamada Prestige Hotel and Spa, playing down to the final table. Attila is the feature table captain with 74 bigs. We are now gone up to blinds of 50k and 100k with 100k blind ante. Some notables on the table: Fabian Rodi, Andres Barlow, and of course Joseph Haddad. A couple of grinders on the circuit, as well as a few others on the table. We've got Gunga and Fabian in the danger zone under 20 bigs. And the action resumes. Oh, and we are down to 16. So we are at the final two tables.